Chapter 761. Before knocking on the door, Chain's mind was filled with all sorts of negative thoughts. He worried that his wife might be angry upon seeing him return, that his daughter might be cold despite her letters, that his son-in-law, whom he was meeting for the first time, might find him uncomfortable, and that he might be driven away without even seeing his grandchild's face. The worst possible scenarios crowded Chain's mind. As he had not been a devoted family man, the fear took a concrete form and choked him. But Chain exhaled and summoned the courage to knock on the door. He had already seen the end of the world on the battlefield. He wanted to apologize for his past mistakes before it was too late, and he wanted to see the faces of his precious, still living loved ones at least once. Knock, knock after knocking, what felt like an eternity passed. "Yes, I'm coming," a young woman's voice came from inside, and the door opened. The young woman's eyes widened. Chain didn't recognize her at first, but she immediately recognized him. Dad. Kate, his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in 10 years, was now an adult, grown beyond recognition. With a slightly awkward but bright smile, she gestured him inside. "You must have had a hard time traveling. It's cold outside. Come in quickly. Hurry." "Ah, well, Kate tugged at Chain's hesitant sleeve and pulled him inside. Chain awkwardly entered the house. Inside, a sturdy young man was moving a pile of firewood. Kate patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Al, greet him. This is my dad." "What? Oh, hello, father-in-law." The young man, who had dropped the pile of firewood to the ground, greeted him stiffly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from Kate. My name is Al. I look forward to your guidance." Chain, who was just as stiff, spoke in a trembling voice. "I'm sorry." "Yes, what? What do you mean? For not being there for the wedding?" "Oh no, it's me who should apologize to Kate. I didn't have any savings as an orphan, so we couldn't have a proper wedding." "No, if I had saved up properly." "Oh, no, we will work harder." And as the son-in-law and father-in-law kept bowing apologetically to each other, Mom, Dad's here." Kate ran towards the kitchen connected to the living room, shouting. His wife stood at the stove, her back turned. Despite the news of her husband's return, she silently stirred the pot. Chain, approaching her, stopped at a distance, leaning on his crutch. "Hannah," when he cautiously called her name. His wife stopped stirring the pot and spoke in a curt voice. "I heard the news. You've been fighting at Crossroad all this time." "Ha, aha. I wondered which front you were working as a mercenary on, and it turned out to be that notorious monster front." Her voice carried layers of resentment and sorrow, and also, "Well, at least, you were fighting to save the world, not just to line the pockets of some other kings or nobles." A faint sense of pride, turning slightly. She gave him a smile with more wrinkles than he remembered, but still the same. "That's what makes you admirable." Only then did Chain understand the source of the goodwill from his daughter, son-in-law, and wife. Everyone knew that the people of the World Guardian Front fought to save the world. Everyone knew that the world continued to exist because of those who sacrificed their lives there. Chain, who was retiring after a great battle, was rightfully someone to be respected. Everyone knew that, except Chain himself. "Why are you so cautious? Are you afraid we can't even treat a hero who saved the world to a meal?" "But," Chain stammered, "I've been away for 10 years. I knew from the moment I first saw you that wizards don't stick around at home." Hannah lifted the pot with both hands, making a grunt. "It would be a lie to say I don't have any resentment, but if you had been as shameless as before, I would have gotten angry. But you look like a beaten old dog, so I can't even get mad." "Come sit at the table. Wandering Black Wizard. It's New Year, so let's have some meatball stew. We can talk after that." Hannah carried the large pot to the table. The table was already set with a tablecloth and utensils. Al, the son-in-law, came over to support the still hesitant Chain. Chain sat down, placed his crutch beside him, and blankly stared at the table being set with warm food. Hannah quietly served him a large portion of stew. "Dad, before you eat." Kate ran into an inner room and came out holding something very small wrapped in a blanket. "You should greet your grandchild too." Kate carefully showed the tiny baby nestled in her arms. The baby was sleeping soundly, its small, weak breaths barely audible. Seeing the innocent face of the baby, Chain suddenly saw the faces of his fallen comrades. For another child, for this world, and for this baby, he saw the eternally resting faces of his comrades who died fighting. Chain, choking with emotion, finally smiled and whispered softly, "Happy New Year, little one." feeling the profound meaning of all the battles, all the struggles to protect the world. May you continue to receive blessings next year and the year after that forever. Blessings to you, little one. Crossroad, Junior's room. Bang, 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 Junior, trying to focus on a book that wasn't holding her attention due to her uneasy mind, was startled by the sudden rough knocking at the door. What is it? Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The persistent knocking made Junior hurry to the door and cautiously open it. Standing outside was Huff, Huff, Huff. Hecate. It was Hecate. She was dressed just as she had been for her date with Lucas, meticulously done up. Junior blinked in surprise. Didn't you go on a date with Sir Lucas? Why are you back so soon? Aye, Hecate, stammering, shouted with a flushed face. I broke up with Lucas. Junior, not understanding the context, blinked. What? I dumped that stuck-up guy. Can you believe it? Well, technically, he let himself be dumped. Hecate, rambling, suddenly wobbled as if her legs gave out. Junior quickly supported her and guided her to a chair by the table. Hecate briefly explained what had happened during the date, that she decided to be reborn anew, having lost everything. That to do so, she had to let go of Lucas, her first love and obsession, completely. So my heart feels clear, so clear, like there's a hole in it, a huge hole bigger than my body. Hecate, covering her face with both hands, took a deep breath. Junior made a cup of warm honey tea and placed it in front of her. For a while, the only sounds in the room were the crackling of the fireplace and the faint, calming scent of honey from the tea. After a long silence, I still don't know where to go or what I can become, Hecate said in a voice tinged with tears, slowly removing her hands from her face. But I'll go somewhere, become something. I won't fear any new where or what anymore. If I keep trying, I'll eventually find it, what I truly want to do in this world. Junior nodded at Hecate's rambling words. You will, definitely. Hecate, her eyes red, looked at Junior and then lowered her gaze. And that time you said, were you serious? Junior, what did I say? When you said I could visit your resort with a swimming pool when you retire? Hecate's voice trembled. When you said I could come to your dream, was that real? Of course, if you come, I'll always open the door for you. Junior shrugged playfully. In return, when you find your dream, you have to tell me. I want to visit your dream too. Okay, then we're both making a promise. We're both making a promise. Their conversation paused. In the ensuing peaceful silence, the two women quietly looked at each other. The deep chasm of history between them was still too vast to fill, but for the first time Hecate didn't mind the enmity and looked Junior in the eyes. There she saw a person, just like herself, wounded and bleeding, yet still walking towards her dream, and at the same time, a young woman who simply wanted to be friends with her. Hecate smiled unconsciously. Hey, Junior. Yes. Do you remember reaching out to me for a handshake a few days ago? Ah, did I? You did. You said you'd go through any funny, absurd thing with me, that we should live together, that you wanted to be my friend. Junior's cheeks flushed. Oh, right, I remember. Sorry for being so silly. But we couldn't shake hands because of the monster attack and all that. Right, this time Hecate, feeling shy, stammered, but she didn't hesitate anymore. Can you offer me that handshake again? Junior, surprised for a moment, then smiled. Of course, anytime. In the room, the fireplace crackled, and the scent of honey warmed the air as snow silently piled up outside the window. Without saying a word, they both slowly reached out to each other. And finally, their fingers gently clasped together, as if they were laying a bridge across a deep chasm for the first time. Very slowly, very gently. Crossroad, Central Plaza, on New Year's Day. The plaza was filled with citizens and soldiers enjoying the peaceful afternoon air. Evangeline sat on a bench in a corner of the plaza, her chin resting on her hand, wearing a deeply sullen expression. It's so unfair, she muttered continuously with a voice filled with resentment and frustration. I can't live like this. How do I release this grudge? Frightened citizens, sensing the negative aura emanating from Evangeline, hurriedly moved away. Ignoring them, Evangeline continued to exude a dark, brooding air at that moment. What are you doing? Evangeline turned to see a familiar blonde-haired, blue-eyed knight. It was Lucas, dressed in neat civilian clothes. Evangeline snorted and turned away, grumbling again. Don't mind me, Mr. Handsome who went on a date today. I'm just growling because I set a rare record of 0 confessions and 1 rejection. Ha ha. That's a funny story. Lucas laughed out loud. Evangeline glared at him with narrowed eyes. Is that funny, old man? Not teasing, just amazed. Lucas sat down next to Evangeline with a thud. I'm also in the zero confessions and one rejection state. Chapter 762. Snow quietly fell from the sky. Evangeline exhaled white breath and slowly murmured. So that's how it happened. Lucas nodded slowly. That's how it happened. Today, Lucas and Evangeline shared what had happened to each of them. Having both achieved the unprecedented record of zero confessions and one rejection on the same day, they were sharing the same feelings. It felt unfair. Well, it's somewhat a relief, Lucas chuckled. If Hecate had continued to struggle, I was thinking of helping her as a supporter. After all, we're friends. As a friend, I've never thought of Hecate as anything more than that. You're really good at building walls, but it seems like she's decided to pull herself together and stand up. We should cheer her on. Evangeline sighed lightly and clasped her hands behind her head, leaning her head back. I'm also relieved that waiter decided to give up. Was it that hard to turn him down? Well, he's also a resident of the city I'll be governing, and to be honest, it was the first confession I'd ever received. Ha ha ha! Lucas suddenly burst into laughter. Evangeline glared at him with narrowed eyes. Why are you laughing now? No, it's just. Lucas looked up at the sky with his blue eyes and murmured, it's funny how we're reporting this to each other. Evangeline puffed out her cheeks slightly and looked at Lucas's side profile. She suddenly stood up with a noise. We can't just let this end with us being unfairly rejected. Can we? Evangeline raised her small fists and showed her determination. Lucas tilted his head. Zero confessions and one rejection is certainly unfair. But so, how do we overturn this score? Then Evangeline gave a mischievous smile. Let's go reject someone too, spread the score of zero confessions and one rejection to increase the number of innocent victims. Who? It was quite a crazy idea. But for Lucas, who had been dumped without doing anything, he found the proposal oddly appealing. But who? Who would be the unfortunate victim? Evangeline's mischievous smile deepened. As if she had someone in mind from the beginning, she whispered quietly, how about the person who seems to have never been rejected on this front? It's the first day of the new year, but I always have a lot of work. Horrible, so horrible, humming a song I made up on the spot. I was handling various documents in the Lord's office when there was a knock on the door. My two knights walked in side by side. I waved at them. Did you both have fun? How's the atmosphere in the streets? I took a brief look around earlier, but I was busy, so I only stopped by the temple and came right back. But Lucas and Evangeline didn't respond. They were nudging each other, signaling you go first. No, you go first. Until Evangeline finally stepped forward. I blinked, not knowing what was going on. What are they up to? Is something wrong? Senior. Well, clearing her throat and adjusting her voice, Evangeline stood in front of my desk. After glancing around and organizing her thoughts, she began to speak. Actually, at first, I think I liked you a bit. Senior, I was surprised, but listened quietly. Evangeline scratched her cheek and continued. You came to rescue me when I was isolated in front of the Golem army, taught me, and led me in place of my father, defeated any enemy without hesitation, and knew everything. Honestly, to my young self, you were like a prince on a white horse. So, yes, honestly, I liked you. I looked at the grown-up figure of my shield knight standing before me. The 16-year-old kid I first met was no longer there. 3 years had passed, and Evangeline Cross, now an adult, was speaking her mind shyly but calmly. But as time passed, I realized that feeling wasn't love but admiration. You had many things I didn't have. Maturity, wisdom, a strong heart. I wanted to be like you, a commander like you, a lord like you, a leader like you. Evangeline no longer avoided my gaze, her emerald eyes shining as she looked straight at me. But now, I also know, you and I are different people. I can learn from you, but I can't be a leader just like you. I'll govern Crossroad in my way, making my own path. Well, of course, that's still a few months away. Although I hadn't taught or passed down anything, the rightful heir of this land had grown up so much on her own and was smiling brightly. Forever, you'll be my object of admiration. Senior, but Evangeline Cross will live in her way. Thank you, Senior, truly, for all you've taught, all you've given, and, most importantly, for making me love this city again. Hearing Evangeline's sudden but firm declaration of independence made me realize that my 3 years as the Lord of Crossroad were almost up, and that I had to reach the ending and return this land to her, because I also wanted to see Evangeline become a great lord, ruling this city in a unique way. How should I finish this? Stumbling over her words, Evangeline finally exclaimed and stepped back, hitting Lucas on the shoulder. Okay, I'm done. Baton touch, it's your turn. Old man, Lucas, rubbing his shoulder, squinted his blue eyes and stepped forward to stand before me. I smiled, finding the situation amusing, and focused on Lucas. What would he say? There was a time when my life had no purpose other than serving my lord. Lucas slowly began to speak. A time when protecting my lord was my sole purpose in life. It might have been due to guilt from my youth, or it might have been my duty as a knight. Anyway, my life's purpose was solely to follow my lord's orders. Lucas, who had been looking down at the floor, slowly raised his head. But staying in this city with my lord, seeing and feeling many things, I've gained many precious things. Suddenly, I recalled a memory. When was it? We had each taken a spot on the garden sunbed, lying down and basking in the sun, overlooking all of Crossroad. It has become precious to me, so I want to protect it. Lucas had told me then that he treasured his other companions too, and now, Lucas had grown even more since then. Those I fight alongside have become precious to me, and the entire city has become precious. Furthermore, I believe this whole world is worth protecting. At first, it was enough to be the sword you wielded, Lord. It was enough to be the blade following your orders without any awareness or thought. But now, arrogantly, I want to follow your banner with my heart. I looked into the eyes of Lucas, who had undergone many changes over the past 3 years. The blue eyes of a knight that were once unbelievably cold, blazing like a beast, and as dead as metal devoid of emotion, were now deep like a well containing many emotions, calm and serene. I now want to fight for your banner not as your hunting dog, but with my own will. Will you allow me? My lord, I gave a faint smile. Of course. Then I looked alternately at the two knights standing before me, my knights, who had grown a head taller both in body and spirit, and I decided to accept their declaration of independence with joy. I didn't say anything more, but stood up and lightly embraced both knights, patting their shoulders. You've grown well, all of you. They've grown up. In an instant, they grew so much, so quickly. As I let go of the embrace, Evangeline and Lucas, who had been looking awkwardly at each other, opened the office door and ran outside. Then this, let's say we did it to you, senior. Thank you, my lord. Wait, what do you mean by that? I was about to ask, not fully understanding the context of this declaration of independence, but they didn't answer and quickly fled. 0 confessions, 2 rejections. Congratulations. Congratulations on breaking the record, my lord. Wait, what do you mean by that? I scratched my head, watching the two knights run down the stairs and out of the lord's mansion. Well, whatever works, I chuckled, watching the backs of my two knights running side by side. The new year had begun. Whether it would be cut short in a few months or continue, I didn't know yet, but watching people grow every year is a joyous and delightful thing. Huff, 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 huff. The two knights, who had fled desperately, caught their breath in a nearby clearing. Evangeline wiped her chin and grumbled. Weren't we supposed to go reject someone? Why did it turn into us confessing our past feelings? You set the mood like that. Lucas, stretching his back, laughed heartily. Well, still, it made me feel a bit less unfair. Evangeline, glaring at Lucas, bit her lip, and, since she had already made an embarrassing confession, she decided to ask an equally embarrassing question. By the way, old man, you said earlier that those you fight alongside have become precious to you. Yes. Then am I precious to you too? It was a big question for her, but Lucas answered immediately. No. Just as Evangeline's face was about to turn red with anger, Lucas added, You're very precious. This time her face turned red for a different reason. Wait, what does that mean? Very precious. Why did he answer like that? What is the speaker's intention with those words? Is it that? Precious as a comrade, precious as a capable shield knight in close combat. Is that the build-up he intends to follow? Then Lucas, still with a mysterious and shameless expression, glanced at Evangeline. Evangeline, it's your birthday soon, right? Oh, what? You remember? After this birthday, you'll be an adult. Yes, I will finally meet the conditions to inherit the title of Margrave. Yes, Lucas exhaled deeply. When this war is over, and you become an adult, and then Evangeline swallowed hard. When she becomes an adult, what? Lucas cleared his throat and began walking ahead. I'll tell you then. What? Well, you'll hear then. Can't you just tell me now? Why delay it, making me curious? Tell me right now. No, Lucas added bluntly. I've waited a long time too. You can wait a little longer. Saying that, Lucas's earlobes turned red as he walked away. Ha! Evangeline, her face turning bright red, covered her mouth and made a strange noise. Wait. What? White snow continued to fall. It was the first day of the new year. Chapter 763, the respite left until stage 46 isn't very long. Despite the hardships of rushing through the previous stages, we've only bought ourselves a few weeks. In fact, it might be more accurate to say that we've managed to gain this much time because of our hard work. After finishing the repairs on the equipment that was under maintenance, we created new gear with the newly acquired magic cores. We upgraded the overall equipment level of the soldiers, expanded various defensive artifacts, and continued the soldiers' training. We held funerals for the dead and allocated budgets for the living. Busily and diligently, we prepared for the next stage. At the same time, the grand strategy for the true ending was also being prepared. Rumble, rumble, rumble. La Mancha, which had been urgently dispatched north during the rest period, returned to Crossroad. Hanging beneath La Mancha was a giant black spike, the very reason why the only warship on the front was dispatched. La Mancha carefully placed the black spike on the eastern plains and landed the ship beside it. I hurried to the spot. Father! As soon as La Mancha finished landing, the hatch opened, and the Emperor, the guards, and the wizards poured out. The Emperor, wearing a prosthetic leg and an eye patch over his lost eye, had left his empty sleeve fluttering where his arm once was. Welcome back. Did you have a good trip? As I greeted him, the Emperor, seemingly accustomed to his prosthetic leg, grumbled with a casual gait. You're a scary son, making your father work in this condition. It was a task only you could accomplish, father. Bah, enough. Anyway, I brought what you asked for. The Emperor glanced at the black spike. It's the main body of Everblack. The black spike was the condensed form of humanity's guardian, Everblack. It was brought here to Crossroad from New Terra to transplant the Everblack itself. You're moving the walls from New Terra, the guardian tree, and next, will you move the entire palace? Ha ha, thank you and sorry. Of course, if it helps fend off the monsters, I would bring everything, including the palace. But for now, this Everblack is sufficient. The wizards who came down from the imperial capital with the emperor embedded the black spike into the eastern plains, drew a magic circle around it, and began some sort of ritual. Soon, the spike transformed into a giant thorn tree burrowing into the ground. As you know, Everblack's roots reach the spiritual world. Its physical location in this world doesn't matter much. The main body in the spiritual world doesn't change its position. The emperor looked at me steadily. Despite that, you insisted on transplanting it here. There must be a reason, son. Yes. I gently touched the trunk of the thorn tree, which quickly grew and spread out, and added quietly, it is essential for reaching the true ending I have in mind. The relocated Everblack quickly regained its function, and I accessed the spiritual world for the first time in a while. You're bringing me along here. The Emperor looked perplexed, but he agreed to accompany me. If it's necessary to protect the Empire, how could I refuse? I must lead and break my bones for this cause, although I feel like I've already done enough bone breaking and reshaping. Then he dramatically flapped his empty sleeve. This man. It's hard to tell if he's joking or holding a grudge with that serious face. Let's go. Father, all right. There are multiple reasons why I brought Everblack's main body here. One of them is to fix the coordinates for entering the spiritual world. While it's not difficult to access the spiritual world by synthesizing Everblack's branches, the entry coordinates are random. In other words, you never know where you'll end up in the spiritual world. However, accessing through the main body of Everblack in the physical world allows for a direct entry following the roots of Everblack planted in the spiritual world. This method is the best optimized way to reach my destination, the roots of Everblack. Splash! Wading through the swirling currents of magical energy, the Emperor and I, now in our spiritual forms, swam downwards as if diving into the depths of the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the Emperor's form was restored, with both eyes, both arms, and both legs intact. I checked my own form and found no significant changes compared to before, but instead, A red and a black flame were slowly rotating within my chest, and floating above my head was a silver halo, resembling a crown. I decided not to think too deeply about it. Let's consider it a power-up and a new skin. Flying through a sky filled with auroras of various colors, we swam through the void, diving deeper into the spiritual world. The trunk and roots of Everblack extended from the top of the sky in the spiritual world to the ground below, and the Emperor and I slowly slid down along these roots. After a long time, we finally reached the end of the roots. Swoosh! The scenery of the spiritual world hadn't changed a bit since my last visit. A white beach with transparent, colorless seawater rolling in. I was confined here for quite a long time. The Emperor seemed to feel differently returning to the site of his lifelong battlefield. It's surprising that this place, which I always considered a battlefield, can be so peaceful. I looked towards the sea. There, four giants stood like statues, looking down at us. The guardian gods of the other races, the alien gods. Currently, they lend their power to our world guardian front, representing the gods of the other races. Although they used to fight the Emperor to the death, now they just looked at us with inorganic eyes. So, why did we come here? The Emperor looked around and asked, "What business do you have in this empty space between life and death? This way." I led the way down to the end of Everblack's thorn branch, and there, she was still there. At the end of the black thorn branches intertwined like a net. She was hanging there, bound all over her body. Blood continuously flowed from her body pierced by the thorns, and the blood dripping down caused flames to rise on her body, bleeding from wounds, burning alive, serving as the living fuel to keep the thorn tree alive. She, the goddess, still had a peaceful face. "It's been a while," I showed my respect. "Goddess. Ha ha, it hasn't been that long for me, but yes, it's been a while." Ash. The goddess turned her head and smiled softly at the Emperor who had followed me. "And Traha too." I looked back at the Emperor. I expected him to pay his respects to the goddess. But the Emperor showed no reaction and coldly surveyed the space where the roots and trunk of Everblack had descended. I asked, slightly puzzled, "Father, won't you greet the goddess?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" The Emperor frowned and stared straight at me. "There's nothing here." I quickly turned back. The burning woman was definitely there, with an even sadder smile. "Can you not see the goddess?" "Father, goddess, what nonsense is this, Ash? Do you mean to say you can't see the woman burning, bound in the air over there? I see neither flames nor a woman." The Emperor shook his head slightly. "Only an empty void of cold nothingness." After the Emperor left the space, I stood alone before the goddess and cautiously asked, "Why can't Father see you?" "Ha ha, Ash, it's the opposite." The burning woman smiled bitterly. "No one in the world can observe me, because I'm a non-existent being. That's the condition of my confinement, so no one can find or touch me. You're special." "Then, why can I? I told you before, Dustur is my descendant, and you, who inherited Dustur's blood, are also my descendant." I recalled my mother, Dustur, and the curse of the one-man succession lineage passed down to me from her. The curse of regression. So, that means? Yes, it started from me. The curse I received as the price for fulfilling my wish long ago has been passed down through generations. The goddess showed an apologetic expression. "Because of that curse, all my descendants faced difficult fates. I'm truly sorry for that. But in the end, you were born from all those intertwined threads of destiny, and you came to see me, who has been forgotten by everyone. It might be selfish, but I'm a little happy." I had one question, so I asked cautiously. "It seemed like you communicated with Ada. How did you talk to him? Because that child made the same choice as I did, so we were able to connect." "Ada made the same choice as the goddess." I wanted to ask more, but the goddess seemed unwilling to talk about Ada. "You should ask Ada about Ada. I don't think I can speak about his resolve. But if you have any other questions, I'll answer them. You have earned that right now." The goddess smiled benevolently. "What troubles have brought you here today, my distant descendant?" Taking a small breath, I looked straight at the goddess. "Could you tell me your story?" Goddess, the reason she was confined here in this form, which I hadn't heard last time, as the price for giving fire to humanity, and as the price for sustaining that fire, I accepted the punishment of burning my body forever. The reason this world is in its current state. The goddess has been deeply involved in it. I was certain that the goddess was the last piece of the puzzle I needed. The goddess tilted her head slightly. "I don't mind, but it will be a long and boring story, won't it? Aren't you very busy?" It's something I need to know. And more importantly, I smiled slyly and sat comfortably in front of the goddess. What could be more enjoyable than a grandchild listening to their grandmother's stories? The goddess's eyes sparkled with amusement through the flames. You cheeky little. Then the goddess slowly began to speak, a story from a distant past, about a thief who stole the magical fire and brought it to the world of humans. After hearing all the stories, I left the roots of Everblack. The Emperor was standing on the beach, chatting with the alien gods. Seeing them having a peaceful conversation after once fighting to the death felt strange. Are you done, Ash? Yes. Good, then let's head back. It seems quite a bit of time has passed. The Emperor, having said his goodbyes to the alien gods, led the way, ascending through the void along the thorny trunk. The suffocating turbulence of magical energy whipped around us like a lash, shaking our path, but Everblack guided us, and we safely ascended towards reality, following the lighthouse's directions. As we were returning to reality, Ash, yes, was there really a goddess there? Yes, the Emperor, hesitating for a moment, cautiously asked, is it related to Dustja? I nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. The Emperor, after a moment of hesitation, let out a long breath. Ash, I wasn't a good husband, but I want to be a good father. I chuckled softly. You already are a good father. The Emperor glanced at me with his intense eyes, hiding his true feelings. In the next moment, his face aged instantly. An eye patch covered his eye, and his strong arm and leg disappeared, transforming into an empty sleeve and a prosthetic leg. Swoosh! We had exited the spiritual world and returned to reality. As soon as we returned to the side of Everblack, the waiting troops immediately prostrated themselves to greet the Emperor. Long live His Imperial Majesty. We pay our respects to the supreme ruler of the Empire. Congratulations on your safe return. Your Majesty, the Emperor nodded slightly, accepting the salute. How long have we been in there? A week, Your Majesty. Supporting the Emperor as we walked, I was startled. A whole week had passed. Lucas, waiting with the other knights, nodded heavily at me. The next monster horde invasion is about to begin. My lord, what about the preparations I ordered? Everything has been diligently prepared. Lucas smiled slightly and winked. Was your mission successful? Yes. I glanced back at the now even more sprawling Everblack and murmured quietly, I've secured the last piece of the puzzle. And I had also confirmed the path I would take. The path that would make me the most hated tyrant in the eyes of all humanity, but the one and only path to the true ending. Chapter 764, Dungeon Beneath the Lake Kingdom, Base Camp. As the next monster invasion, the flood, was imminent, the place was bustling. Regardless of previous conquests, intense evil energy emanating from the center of the Lake Kingdom, the king's castle enveloped the entire kingdom. Though the base camp was intact, the entire kingdom was shrouded in a sinister atmosphere. Squeak, 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 squeak. Outside the base camp, the sound of insects gnawing in the darkness echoed, and I felt numerous red eyes staring at me from within. But ignoring them, I proceeded to my intended destination. It was a magic workshop where a massive witch silently stirred the contents of a cauldron. Grandma Coco. When I called, Coco turned to me with weary eyes. I smiled slightly. How have you been? Young prince. No, I can't call you that anymore. Coco removed her hand from the cauldron and turned to me. What business does the last hope of this world have with an old witch in the outskirts? I need you. Grandma Coco. I got straight to the point. Come to Crossroad, Coco. We need you for the final journey. Coco, who hadn't answered for a while, sighed deeply and shook her head. To save the world, you must ultimately kill Nameless. That child must die. So I can no longer help you. Even if it's for the world, I cannot kill that child. Nameless, I listened quietly. Coco cast her gaze deep into the dungeon. The princess? No, Nameless is already beyond redemption. She transformed into a monster right in front of the king's castle. There's no way to save her anymore. She chose to embrace all the darkness of this kingdom. She chose to bear all the suffering of its people by herself. It was a predetermined fate from the start. Coco shook her head sadly. The only thing I can do is to be by her side when she destroys the world. I heard you were the nanny who raised Nameless. Grandma Coco. Coco smiled bitterly at my words. I thought of her as my granddaughter. I think of Nameless as my friend. I looked Coco straight in the eyes. Coco lowered her head, hiding her eyes under her hat brim. And yet, you intend to kill her to save the world. No, I grinned broadly. I will save her. That's impossible. Nameless has become the embodiment of all nightmares. Once she gathers all her strength, she will set out to annihilate the world. Coco shook her head again. Either the world or that child must disappear. There is a way. But I spoke with conviction. To save both this world and Nameless, just one way. Coco looked at me with disbelief, but I smiled confidently. For that method, Grandma Coco, I need your help. First, tell me, what do you want me to help with? I got to the point. I want to transfer the dimensional travel magic circuit from the demon species ship to our ship. I need your help with this. It was a task only Coco, the master of ancient teleportation magic, could handle, as it was beyond modern magic capabilities. Coco tilted her head as if she couldn't fully understand. I can help with that, but how does that save the world and Nameless? That ship is needed for the final squad to set out, to save everyone within my reach, and to end this endlessly repetitive defense game forever, to the final stage. The last stage of this game that I must prepare. I explained the detailed plan to Coco. After much deliberation, Coco agreed to help. It seemed she found significance in the mere attempt to save Nameless, however slim the possibility. Thus, I succeeded in recruiting Coco. Not only Coco, but also the adventurers remaining at the base camp. Even the sword demon and spear demon from the slum village. I persuaded all who could fight to join my forces. As the final battle approached, I gathered every possible strength. These people, who spent their days slashing monsters in the dungeon, would be a formidable force. As the brief respite was ending and Stage 46, marking the start of the final 5 consecutive battles, was approaching quickly. Screech, a new airship, unlike any seen before, flew over Crossroad. It was a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger, with a skull painted on it. As soldiers aimed their weapons warily at the suddenly appearing unknown airship, I muttered reluctantly, "Ghost pirate ship," recalling the ghost pirate monster legion we faced before. King Poseidon, who had approached me, shook his head. "No, they are not monsters. They are reinforcements," I called. "Oh, so they are the ones you mentioned before." "Yes." A faint relief appeared on King Poseidon's old, weary face. "Pirate King Rompola." With a thud, a giant anchor dropped from the pirate ship, and the massive vessel slowly landed. Those aboard wore a unified uniform marine attire, looking like a well-disciplined army at a glance. Leading them were twin siblings in admiral uniforms. The twins, who looked quite young, both had transparent blue hair. Both also had a long scar running across the bridge of their noses. Captain of the Rompola pirate crew, Rompola. Captain of the Rompola pirate crew, Rompola, they spoke almost simultaneously, were the twins' co-captains. The twin pirates standing before me and King Poseidon bowed together and then bowed again to me. "We've come to join the World Guardian Front at the call of the Merfolk King. We owe Uncle Poseidon several life debts. We'll help too." I smiled brightly and extended my hand for a handshake. "Welcome. Rompola, we appreciate your coming." "So, you're the famous, born hater," the female Rompola whistled while looking at me, and the male Rompola smiled dangerously. "The legend written on this monster front has spread even to the outer seas. I'll be watching your skills with interest." I laughed quietly. "It's not about watching, but you'll also have to fight together now." "Huo." At that moment, Kuelan, who had been watching from a distance with his arms crossed, let out an uncomfortable breath. The two pirates glanced at him, and the next moment, Kuelan and the two Rompellers started a staring contest. "Oh, right. Kuelan, this guy, is also more famous as the Bandit King." Suddenly, a confrontation between the Bandit King and the Pirate King was formed. Kuelan's subordinates hurriedly stood behind Kuelan, showing off their muscles, while Rompela's subordinates smirked and began meticulously cleaning their ship. This, the ultimate showdown. Which is stronger, bandits or pirates? This is a pretty hot topic, isn't it? Although it seems the confrontation has shifted from fighting to a muscle and ship-showing contest, I swallowed dryly and watched the conflict between the two. And just when the tension between the two groups reached its peak, a clear female nasal voice cut through the tension like a bolt of lightning. So many familiar faces gathered here. Walking toward us was Serenade in an elegant suit, followed by the people from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Serenade wore a smiling face, but under her slightly narrowed silver eyes, a terrifying chill exuded. The people following her were visibly furious, and as soon as they identified them, both the bandits and pirates screamed and fled as fast as they could. Kyra, you are, it's Silver Winter. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being born. I'm sorry for being born. I'm sorry for being born. I'll never steal again. Please show mercy. Ah, now that I think about it, merchants and bandits and pirates are intricately entwined, aren't they? While the small fry bandits and pirates fled hand in hand, Cuilan and the Rompellers remained, still engaged in their staring contest. However, Cuilan was trembling, glancing nervously at Serenade, while the Rompellers, their faces pale, quivered their lips. Silver Winter might be a scarier guild than I thought. Seeing the Bandit King and Pirate King tremble, I broke out in a cold sweat. Are they really that terrifying? Tap! Serenade stood between the Bandit King and Pirate King, smiling sweetly. Huilan, we already reached an agreement regarding your debt before, didn't we? Yes, yes, that's right, sister-in-law. Fufu, all right. Continue to behave yourself. You may go. Thank you. I will live repentantly. Cuilan, who repeatedly bowed, sighed in relief and retreated. What kind of agreement did they reach? And since when did he start calling her sister-in-law? Serenade seemed to like the title, nodding a few times, then glared at the Rompellers. And the notorious Rompellers. Finally, we meet. Serenade, adjusting her glasses, pulled out a ledger from her bosom and began reading aloud. The damage you've caused to our guild, 26 merchant ships, and the jewels, pepper, spices, silk, porcelain they carried. The endless list made the two pirates break out in cold sweat. And on top of that, 172 damage claims filed against the Rompeller pirate crew entrusted to us by the Continental Merchants Association. Snap, closing the ledger, Serenade smiled coldly. We need to settle these issues first, don't we? Ah, well, you see. Life was a bit tough, so we acted on impulse. The two pirates shrank like mice before a cat. I always thought that when merchants meet bandits or pirates, the merchants usually yield, but it seems this flips when it involves high-ranking individuals. I would love to settle this right here and now. Serenade sighed and removed her glasses. Considering the fact that the Rompeller pirate crew, though they stole goods, did not harm people, and that you voluntarily came to the front lines to help defend the world for a noble cause. The almost tearful faces of the two pirates brightened with hope. If you fight diligently and give your all in the upcoming monster defense battles, if you help in protecting the world. Serenade looked at their hair, the same transparent blue color as hers, the color of the merfolk, us elevating the honor of the merfolk and positively impacting the future of our kin. Serenade waved the ledger in her hand. I will take responsibility for these ledgers, and I will personally handle the compensation claims. Is that true, Master of Silver Winter? Indeed, the world's best merchant guild. You have a big heart. The two pirates hugged each other and jumped with joy. I approached Serenade and put my hand on her shoulder. Serenade sighed shortly and glanced up at me, as if to say, "Did I do well?" I nodded gently. "Thank you." I felt like I was always saying this, but still, I was grateful to her for resolving past grudges for the harmony of the entire front. Thus, the enemies of yesterday became allies today. I looked around. Kings and lords from all over the world, chiefs and rulers, adventurers, warriors, magicians, pirates, bandits, merchants, humans and mixed races, immortals from 500 years ago, and people of the present, shoulder to shoulder, looking at the same star for a greater cause. Everyone I could gather was here. After making eye contact with each one of them, I spoke. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of drums echoed from afar. It was the signal that the monsters were approaching the city. As the start of the final 5 consecutive battles approached, I grinned. To the end of this war. Chapter 765, the opponent in the 46th defense battle is the Rat Legion. The Legion worships the Great Mother Rat, the mother of all rats, as its lord and god. It is the embodiment and collective force of all rat-type monsters. Swoosh! The Rat Legion, rising from the black lake with foam, was an orderly sight. Enlarged ratmen stood heavily armed at the forefront, followed by agile ratmen in bone armor forming ranks, and behind these elite troops was rumble. A thunderous sound accompanied the appearance of an unbelievably massive cart. On this cart was a huge mound of flesh, almost the size of a small mountain. Near the top of this colossal flesh, there was a small head breathing heavily, wearing a crown made of bones. This being was the Great Mother Rat, the mother of all rats and the commander of the monster legion. Even at this moment, the great mother rat's enormous body functioned as a biological factory. Newborn rats clung to the thousands of nipples on the great mother rat's body, instantly growing huge due to the mysterious magical efficacy contained in the milk. These rapidly grown rats fell off the cart and were flung backward. Squeak, 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 squeak. Forming a circle, they started devouring each other in a gruesome cannibalistic selection process right behind the cart. After surviving this horrific colosseum of blood and flesh, the strongest of the generation joined the seemingly endless army of the Rat Legion. Thus, the Legion was composed of elite ratmen at the front, the Great Mother Rat in the center, and an endless horde of ordinary giant rats at the rear. This was the Rat Legion, our opponent in the defense battle. They're numerous. Riding La Mancha in the sky and observing these monsters, I spoke in an indifferent voice. Though they are extremely numerous, they pale in comparison to the monster composition of the previous defense battle where all the zombified monster legions swarmed us. We have also already prepared countermeasures against the Rat Legion. However, as I carefully observed the Monster Legion, I noticed something strange. Only then did I recognize a familiar figure at the front of the Great Mother Rat's enormous cart. The one silently looking up at my airship was none other than the masked clown. Realizing his identity, I muttered his name reluctantly. Crown. Crown appeared the same as usual, except for one thing. His previously pure white mask was now covered in shadows, turning a flickering dark grey. We briefly stared at each other from afar. Crown slowly turned his gaze away, and I did the same. Stepping back into the airship, I gave a concise command to my subordinates watching me. Prepare for bombardment. I don't know why that guy is there, but my job is clear. Kill monsters, save people. To achieve this goal, I will do anything. We're starting the rat hunt now. Yes, prepare for bombardment. Soon, I received a report that preparations were complete, and I extended my hand forward. Commence bombardment immediately. Turn them into cinders. At my command, La Mancha's bottom hatch opened, and the stored explosives fell onto the heads of the monsters. And simultaneously, who? Crown put a flute to his mouth, beep. He blew a long, sharp sound. Squeak! Squeak! Immediately, the Rat Legion changed their formation. They swiftly changed course to avoid the direct hit of the bombardment, while the rear rats covered the front rats, serving as meat shields. Fwe! Boom! 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 Under the rain of explosives from La Mancha, the Rat Legion continued advancing despite the damage. The endless horde of ordinary rats sacrificed themselves as shields, while the Great Mother Rat and the elite ratmen began a steady northward march, all under the meticulous command of Crown's flute. Coldly watching the battlefield, I turned to the side and spoke. Prepare Plan B. Every remaining stage is a life and death battle. To survive, to win, we will pour everything we have. 3 days later, having finally breached all our bombardments, defenses, and obstacles, the Rat Legion reached the southern plains of Crossroad. Of course, it wasn't without damage. Most of the ordinary giant rats had perished. They had been lavishly sacrificed as meat shields to protect the Great Mother Rat and the elite ratman, which was expected, and the Great Mother Rat as well. Squeak! Squeak! She was dying. She had been our main target for the past 3 days. Especially with Damien's precision sniping, no matter how many meat shields were used, hits could not be avoided. Despite enduring dozens of Damien's sniping attacks, the Great Mother Rat was still hanging on due to her innate extraordinary toughness and overwhelming vitality. But that, too, had its limits. The Great Mother Rat could no longer birth new rats, nor could she feed the ones already born. The newborns only screamed for the milk that no longer flowed, and the elite ratmen at the front. Thousands of well-trained, giant ratmen had successfully preserved most of their strength and reached the southern plains. We'll inevitably have to engage in a major battle with them. Squeak, 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 kill, squeak. The ratmen, excited by the sight of human walls, had their eyes turn red. They were momentarily regrouping, but once the command was given, they would immediately charge madly towards Crossroad. And before that, this is Ash, born Hater Everblack, commander of the World Guardian Front. I initiated a conversation. Walking alone to the center of the plains, I planted the staff I was holding into the ground. The staff emitted my magic, forming a magical flag. I request a commander's conference with the commander of the monsters. As soon as I made my request, an uneasy silence enveloped the entire monster army. I waited calmly, and soon a response came. Accepted. Crown emerged, parting the Ratman horde, slowly advancing to the center of the plains. Crown stood before me. Crown. Ash. We silently gazed at each other for a while. I observed the ominous black shadow covering Crown's mask, and Crown glanced at my eyes and chest. Changed the color of your mask, I joked first. Yeah, sometimes you need a change. You can get tired of drinking only white tea all your life, right? You need to try black tea, blue tea, and red tea. How about a bright green mask next? Crown chuckled at my joke and tapped his dark grey mask with his fingertips. This is the work of the Demon King. Ash, by his will. I must now move as his puppet until the end. The Demon King has entered the nightmare to find someone he's been searching for, as he always does, and I am left to lead the remaining battles. Upon hearing about the Demon King's actions, I closed my eyes briefly and then opened them. Indeed, we are all similar. It hasn't been long since the Black Dragon battle. Crown looked me over and smiled faintly. In that short time, your soul's light seems to have grown stronger. Is it that obvious? Why don't you look in a mirror? Just your gaze already exudes divine power. No need to look in a mirror. The power of the 2 dragons I've embraced and succeeded, and the numerous crowns I've worn, are gradually assimilating with me. Deification. My soul has already entered the transcendent stage. I am moving further from the human framework, but I am suppressing this divine power as much as possible to retain my humanity, to remember my human purpose, and because it's not yet time to use this power. Indeed, with your current self, Crown murmured bitterly, you might be able to kill my sister. You might be able to grant her peaceful rest at the end. Crown nodded slightly. All I want is for her to escape this long nightmare and sleep in peaceful dreams. Can you promise to help? Ash, no, I denied his words. Crown, what you truly wish for isn't such a mere escape through death. You want your sister to regain her name, her life, her smile. I smiled gently. That's what you truly wish for. But I will save her. Reaching out to the trembling Crown, I continued, nameless. You, and everyone in the Lake Kingdom suffering under that hell, and Crown's eyes widened behind his mask as he heard the last name I whispered. I smiled brightly. Everyone within my reach. I will save them all. You, mumbling incredulously. Crown's mouth opened in disbelief. You're really insane. You didn't know. I smiled confidently. I'm the craziest bastard around here. Shaking his head slowly, Crown drew his flute. Your arrogance is unbelievable, but you've proven yourself by achieving everything so far. I can't dismiss it as mere nonsense. Starting to understand me now. But to achieve that arrogance, you must first overcome the invasion I'm leading. Removing the jaw part of his mask, Crown slowly brought the flute to his lips. Beep, as Crown played his flute, the Ratmen behind him all glowed with red eyes. Sorry, but no holding back, Ash. With red eyes glowing behind his mask, Crown spoke in a harsh, broken voice. To reach that miracle of saving everyone within your reach, you must tear apart this foolish clown's final act with ease. I smiled broadly and swung the staff horizontally. The magical flag waved like a wave along the trajectory of the staff. It was the signal to fire. I'll show you. Crown, facing the Pied Piper and the Rat Legion behind him, a vision from a long time ago overlapped in my mind. I shouted powerfully that I'm no longer the rookie commander from Stage 2, with a clumsy defense line. Crown and I locked eyes, the Pied Piper and the banner holder of humanity. In the next moment, countless monsters charged behind us, and cannons and arrows rained down like a storm. Chapter 766, The Rat Legion has been annihilated. The boss monster, which I usually call the Great Mother Rat, was also defeated, and the elite ratmen who charged at the walls until the end ultimately died without breaching the walls. During Stage 2, just having them charge at the damaged walls would have caused breaches, putting the city at risk of falling. But much time has passed, and we have grown stronger. With walls, troops, and experience far surpassing those of that time, we could crush the far more powerful monsters without difficulty. Kira, the last Ratman, stepping over the corpses of its comrades, climbed up the wall with glowing red eyes, attempting to kill the humans. Quietly, Evangeline, who had been waiting at the edge of the wall, lifted her shield high. Be gone, she struck down vigorously. Bang! Die! The Ratman, hit by the shield, fell off the wall, and Evangeline laughed arrogantly. Ha! As it plummeted. Evangeline was equipped with the repaired Cross family spear and Cross family shield. These equipment pieces had been reborn even larger, more splendid, and with 3 spirits attached, truly monstrous specs. Only the frames of the equipment remained the same. The rest was entirely newly crafted, a testament to the extreme skills of Calliope and the blacksmiths of Crossroad. As long as I'm here, none of you bastards can even touch this city. Evangeline pounded her spear on the shield and roared, and the surrounding soldiers cheered in unison. I smiled quietly. Look, Margrave, seeing the successor of the Cross family fend off enemies many times stronger than those of the past. The face of the old man who defended the city and died then flashed before my eyes. We have come this far. Recalling the old acquaintances among the familiar enemies, I looked again at the southern plains. The masked clown who had been staring silently at us slowly turned around and eventually faded like a shadow. Come as many times as you like. Crown, I clenched my fist tightly. I will block your attacks as many times as needed. And at the end, I will grasp the ending I desire. I nodded firmly. The soldiers on the wall continued to cheer, celebrating another victory. A few days later, stage 47. I did say you could come as many times as you wanted, but I muttered nervously, watching the advancing enemies. But aren't they choosing 2 strong ones for the final stages? Thud, thud, thud. 3 gigantic statues clad in Oriental-style armor were advancing at the forefront of the monster legion. The heads of the giant statues were those of animals, a rooster, a snake, and a pig. The rooster wielded a crescent blade, the snake had twin spears, and the pig held a serpent spear, using them to support their march. I clicked my tongue and spat out their names. Tam, Jin, Kai. Tam, Jin. Kai represent. Tam, greed, Jin. Anger, Kai. Foolishness, these 3 states of mind darken wisdom and are the root of evil, collectively known as the 3 poisons, Samdoxim. Thud, 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 thud. Behind these 3 statues followed a series of soldier statues. These 108 soldier statues, each representing different afflictions and delusions, followed the colossal trio, their appearance grotesque and their aura fierce. The human senses lead to 108 afflictions, and these statues, with their heads shaped like giant eyes, ears, noses, tongues, and brains, symbolized this. The statues, originating from an ancient temple in the eastern continent, gained life through some unknown principle and roamed the world, killing people. They even crossed the sea to wreak havoc on this continent. Thus, this entire group of 3 generals and 108 soldiers is known as the Samdoxim Affliction Legion. To reach nirvana, one must eliminate the poisons of the mind. O disciple, we shall sever your afflictions. Abandon your attachment to life, for in such abandonment lies the path to the Pure Land. The giant Tam, Jin, and Kai approached step by step. The 108 afflictions, muttering distorted teachings in grating voices, advanced behind them. The mere fact that such profound and pure doctrines were twisted and spewed from these murderous statues induced an uncanny fear. Thanks for worrying about my enlightenment, but why does that mean ending my life? I grumbled. In past legends, eminent priests from the temple where these statues originated stood against them with their bodies, engaging in theological debates. They finally convinced the statues that their actions were wrong, reciting scriptures and teachings. The statues stopped on their own, and the priests, exhausted from the 7-day and night debate, died on the spot. We can't use that method, can we? Still, just in case, I tried talking to them. Hey, how about we solve this with words? We're willing to talk. Abandon language. The mouth is the root of affliction. All living beings' mouths should be torn with saws, and their tongues pulled out. This is the first step to the Pure Land. What the hell are you insane bastards saying? I was horrified as they chanted in unison. Gouge out eyes, tear ears apart, rip off noses, cut off tongues, burn bodies, destroy brains, destroy. Destroy. All of the universe is suffering. Everything in this world is suffering. Life is suffering. To end suffering, we must kill and end life. Lucas, beside me, also broke out in a cold sweat. They seem thoroughly corrupted. They don't seem like they can be reasoned with. How great were the priests who managed to persuade these guys? Well, whatever, ending conflicts without battle is ideal, but if the opponent won't listen, we must use force. Nightbringer, I shouted, kicking the train beneath me with my foot. Time to work, let's go. Vroom. The train immediately responded, starting to move roughly. The mobile wall made from the Black Dragon Nightbringer, an artifact that moves by laying tracks on bare ground, using the principles of the Iron King we defeated before. The wall, consisting of 9 cars in total, brought 3 cars in front of the Black Lake. Even 3 cars could instantly set up a small forward base on site. However, I wasn't setting up a forward base this time. Clank, 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 reaching the pre-designated points, Nightbringer started transforming. 2 cars formed walls and barricades, while 1 car turned into a tall battery. Mounted on this battery was a special cannon previously installed. Damien, already seated at the gunner's seat, let out a scream as the battery rose with him. Is this safe? Your Highness? Of course, trust me, I shouted confidently, but I wasn't sure of this wall's temperament either. I had a feeling it might cause trouble one day, but it also seemed like it might defy that expectation. Anyway, Nightbringer transformed into 2 layers of walls and a battery, maintaining tracks underneath for mobility. In other words, it could move even in wall and battery mode. Meanwhile, the Samdoxim Affliction Legion continued approaching us steadily. Your Highness, initiating suppressive fire. Woohoo, let's shoot. Voices came from the 2 airships hovering to escort us. One was La Mancha, and the other was the newly joined pirate ship Blue Pearl of Rompela. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom. La Mancha unleashed a barrage of dozens of machine guns, followed by Blue Pearl's massive mana cannons mounted on its central and side sections. Bang, ba-ba-bang, boom. Thousands of bullets and 3 massive blue mana shells struck the monster legion in an instant. A gigantic explosion erupted. Excited voices of the pirates echoed from Blue Pearl. Piece of cake. We can go home now. Ha! The simultaneous chatter of the 2 Rompellers halted abruptly. A mysterious golden aura emerged from the monster legion, forming a dome-shaped shield, absorbing all our long-range attacks. Thud, thud, thud. Despite the terrifying bombardment, the monster legion advanced without a scratch. What the heck is that? What is this? Ignoring the dismayed groans of the 2 novice pirate kings, I examined the enemy. By now, they had formed a formation. The Samdoxim statues stood in a triangle in the center, surrounded by the 108 affliction statues in formation. Hindi, he Om, the Tam, Jin, Kai statues chanted, pressing their palms together, followed by the 108 afflictions. Hindi, he Om. The golden barrier surrounding them shone even more brilliantly, expanding its range. Crack, crackle, shatter. The surrounding vegetation evaporated, and rocks turned to dust as they were engulfed by this golden aura. I don't understand the principle, but these bastards have a very sturdy formation. I clicked my tongue, watching the golden idols approach. But they're not invincible. Very powerful damage can penetrate. The problem is that it nullifies all attacks below that threshold. No need to overthink it. In the game, the Legion had a special barrier with the gimmick of nullifying damage below a certain threshold. The problem, as mentioned earlier, is that the damage threshold is quite high. But there's always a way. In the game, we continuously push through damage that could slightly penetrate the barrier, gradually accumulating damage and knocking down the 108 affliction statues one by one. Each time an affliction statue was taken down, the damage threshold would decrease slightly. For example, if it was set to nullify damage below 1,000, after taking down about half of the 108 affliction statues, it would change to nullify damage below 500. Originally, this meant a drawn-out battle, whether we liked it or not, but we also have a new weapon. I tapped the train beneath my feet again with my toes. The Nightbringer started to slowly back up, creating tracks as it moved, putting distance between us and the approaching enemies with its dual-layered walls and a single battery. Though the monster legion's speed was faster and they were gradually catching up, this distance was sufficient. Damien, are you ready? Always. Your Highness. Good, I'll leave the timing to you. Fire at will. Oh, wait. I grinned as I put on the item I had brought. Everyone, put on your sunglasses. I wore the sunglasses commonly referred to as MacArthur style, while Lucas, fumbling to put on his own, wore a simple round style. But why are we putting on these sunglasses? My lord. Well, I glanced at the battery where Damien was preparing to fire and smirked. The new weapon is so bright when it explodes that it could damage your eyesight. What Damien was loading into the battery was a missile, larger than any we had used before. Chapter 767, Missile-Shaped New Weapon. The reason I ordered its development was straightforward. We have more magic cores than we can use in equipment manufacturing. As the war entered its final stages, we began to receive an excessive supply of magic cores. In the last battle alone, we collected a massive amount of magic cores from named monsters. Meanwhile, the Smithy's production slots were already full. With the existing workforce at Crossroads Smithy, dwarves, and personnel gathered from all over the world, the Smithy operated non-stop, day and night. The Smithy was responsible for making and repairing equipment, creating and repairing artifacts, producing and maintaining defense facilities, and even crafting and repairing gear for regular soldiers. Even though we had quality materials, turning them into equipment immediately was becoming increasingly difficult. Of course, I could prioritize their creation, but at this rate, most items would be completed after the war is over. What use are new items if they come out after the final stage? I pondered. How could we efficiently consume these abundant magic cores within the remaining time? After much thought, the solution I came up with was this. Introducing, I shouted, pointing to the cannon Damien had finished preparing. The new weapon of the monster front, nuclear bomb. No, it's definitely not like Earth's nuclear bombs. It's named with a bit of trolling because it's a bomb made with pure magic cores. The official name is Magic Core Missile. Most equipment is designed with the premise of lasting as long as possible. The Magic Core is the cornerstone of this premise. This stable, long-term power source is the core and flower of magical civilization. With proper maintenance, magic cores can work perfectly for centuries. But we don't need something that lasts for centuries right now. If we can just get through the next few battles ahead, that's enough. Thus, the Magic Core Missile was designed with no regard for conserving this precious resource. Once the launch sequence begins, the magic core instantly goes into overdrive, converting all its potential and future possibilities into a single explosion. The essence of a monster commander's lifetime is in its magic core. An ultimate luxury to use all that essence in one go, the height of extravagance. Most importantly, it's relatively simple to produce. It doesn't take up much space in the already packed Smithy's production slots. Kelabi explained that the missile's safety mechanism and propellant were the result of accumulated research, and he gave a lecture on how magically engineered this missile is. Moreover, the sequential reaction for the explosion requires N-grade, R-grade, and SR-grade magic cores as the trigger, a weapon that burns through one of each type of magic core, N, R, SR, SSR in one go. But the crucial point is that it has a short production time. Don't save the resources, don't hoard research results, burn everything for the remaining battles. Anyway, that was a long explanation. Let's start the new weapon test. Everyone deployed in the area had put on their sunglasses. Damien also donned large goggles and nodded. I gave a thumbs up. Fire away. Damien, launching, flame giant bomb. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the signal, Damien pulled the large trigger backward thum. The missile shot up into the sky, propelled by the launcher. It looked more like a mortar than a missile in terms of size and launch method. But who cares, as long as it hits the enemy effectively. We. The magic core missile soared to its peak in the sky and began descending. It fell directly above the Samdoxum Affliction Legion. Om, Hindi, he Om. As the Affliction statues chanted in unison, a dazzling golden aura formed around them. It was their nullified damage below a certain threshold barrier. Then we'll just hit them with an attack that exceeds that barrier's defense. I waved my hand. Simultaneously, the missile, tracing a clean trajectory, touched the golden barrier. Whoosh! A sensation as if the surrounding air was compressed. Boom! An enormous noise, light, and intense heat exploded forth. Despite the considerable distance, the shockwave reached us. I quickly deployed a magic wall to block the flying debris. Wow! I clicked my tongue, watching the massive light sphere ripple from the impact point. Impressive. Of course, it's not exactly like a nuclear bomb. It's more akin to a high-powered missile in terms of strength. The magic core used in the initial missile was from the Flame Giant King. Whether it followed the properties of its source, the impact point was engulfed in fierce flames once the light dissipated, and from within those flames at the impact point, om, 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 om. Overcome, 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 overcome. Overcome the afflictions. Life is suffering. Suffering is life. Do not be deluded by pain. Transcend the flesh. The Samdoxim, Tam, Jin, and Kai remained intact. The golden barrier still held firm. However, more than half of the 108 affliction statues were shattered and destroyed. They had taken the damage the barrier couldn't absorb. I observed the barrier, now flickering and discolored, and turned to Damien. Fire another one, this time with whirlwind. Yes, your highness. The next missile was loaded into the launcher, launching whirlwind bomb. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Damien pulled the trigger, and the missile shot into the sky. Thoom! It soared up and then fell once more over the reassembling Samdoxim Affliction Legion. Hindi, he Om. The Samdoxim raised their weapons skyward, emitting golden streams. However, the missile, drawing a peculiar trajectory, twisted and descended, eventually striking the barrier. This is our sharp eye. With my shout, the explosion ensued. Boom! The explosion was different this time. While the previous missile created a pure, fierce blast, this one swirled and churned as it exploded. Clang! Under this churning explosion, the golden barrier finally shattered, breaking apart and collapsing. As the swirling storm subsided, all 108 affliction statues lay shattered and dead beneath it. Thud! 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 Only the three giant statues, Tam, Jin, and Kai, advanced through the thick smoke towards us. While the power is indeed remarkable. Lucas slid his sunglasses down his nose and peered at me over the lenses with his blue eyes. I'm not sure if it's more efficient than crafting equipment or artifacts. We've permanently used up 2 commander-level magic cores and only managed to eliminate the enemy's common soldiers. Lucas had a point. The power of the magic core missile was certainly outstanding, but ultimately it was a long-range bombardment. Our elite artillery units could replace this with their crossfire. It's true that permanently using commander-level magic cores in a single blast felt wasteful. Even now, with 2 SSR-grade magic cores, all we did was dismantle the enemy's barrier and eliminate their common soldiers. But we did break their special barrier and wiped out an elite force with various special abilities. I smiled broadly at Lucas, without any casualties on our side. Consider it a good long-range option we've gained. From a long-term perspective, it might seem wasteful, but solely from the standpoint of ending this war, it wasn't a bad result. Moreover, we managed to dismantle the dreaded barrier of the Affliction Legion with just 2 missile shots. If we had faced them head-on, it would have taken 3 days and nights to break through. Damien, we have 1 more test missile left, right? Yes, Your Highness. Great, let's finish this. Fire it. Damien loaded the final missile, launching 10 corners bomb. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thoom! The missile shot into the sky, hovered for a moment, and then began its descent. Tam, Jin, and Kai roared fiercely and swung their weapons at the missile, unleashing their attacks. Bang! This time, the missile couldn't evade and exploded midair. And then, scree! From the exploding missile, 10 warheads separated and rained down. Like a cluster bomb from Earth, this missile, inheriting the properties of the monster Commander Decagon, fragmented into 10 conical pieces and blanketed the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Massive explosions and overwhelming shockwaves swept the area. I adjusted my sunglasses. It's interesting how the characteristics of each commander manifest. Do you think we've defeated them? No. The Samdoxim Affliction Legion has a final phase. I explained the enemy legion while glaring at the silhouette of the giants through the lingering smoke. Their most terrifying aspect is their mental attack. Samdoxim and the 108 afflictions. They don't physically attack us. Instead, they approach while endlessly reciting mantras. The problem is that hearing their corrupted mantras contaminates the mind. Greed, anger, and foolishness endlessly surge, bringing forth all kinds of negative emotions. Eventually, if exposed to their recitations for too long, even heroes and soldiers will go mad and either commit suicide or kill each other. Before this happens, their barrier must be nullified and they must be taken down. But their barrier is incredibly sturdy. Overall, they are a headache-inducing enemy. In the game, you had to divide your forces, whittling down the barrier with 1 unit until the mental contamination reached its limit, then swapping to another unit. It required a prolonged battle. But we don't have to do that. With me possessing unyielding commander, we are safe from mental contamination. The barrier was easily obliterated by the missiles. The problem is after nullifying the barrier and taking them down. These bastards have a second phase. It was incredibly annoying in the game too. Once the barrier is nullified, all 108 affliction statues are destroyed, and only Tam, Jin, and Kai remain and take significant damage. Given they are both giants and monsters, it's pretty obvious what they would do. The second phase, rich with tradition and history. Fusion, Wara. As the thick smoke and dust cleared from the epicenter of the explosion, there stood a truly colossal statue exuding a terrifying aura, with the three heads of a rooster, snake, and pig on one body, and 6 arms rising to the sky in a lotus-like stance. A monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Asura, flash, its 6 red eyes gleamed brightly. Tam, Jin, and Kai, now in the form of Asura, began to chant, "I confess the evil deeds committed in my past." Their previous sins were committed due to greed, anger, and foolishness. All were born from beginningless greed, anger, and foolishness. Through body, speech, and mind. They originated from my body, speech, and mind. They now sincerely repent all those sins. I now repent for all those sins. It's a beautiful confession. Why are they chanting this while charging at us with weapons raised? Chapter 768, The Charging Asura Tam Jinkai roared. Om, Hindi, he Om. The mouths of the rooster, snake, and pig opened simultaneously, unleashing a resonating mantra. Golden streams of energy extended from the core of the giant statue to the crescent blade, twin spears, and serpent spear held by its 6 arms, then burst forth like a storm in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Had we been within range, we wouldn't have even been able to collect our bones. But we were aboard the mobile wall Nightbringer, which generates tracks in real time and moves on them. We narrowly retreated the wall, escaping the attack range of Asura Tam Jinkai's assaults. Go, Nightbringer! Boom, boom, boom. The 3 weapons swung menacingly, and each time an attack narrowly missed us, the outer panels of the wall were deeply gouged or pieces splintered off. Lucas, assessing the power of the passing attacks, broke into a cold sweat. The destructive power is terrifying. If that thing reaches Crossroad, all our defensive installations will be torn apart. Asura Tam Jinkai in its second phase lost all its special abilities from the first phase, but it compensates with immense physical power. If it lands even one hit properly, even a wall made from black dragon scales would be crushed. It would likely inflict critical damage to our defensive structures. Therefore, we need to inflict as much damage as possible before it reaches Crossroad. Boom, boom, boom. The narrowly missed attacks kept striking, but each time Nightbringer accelerated or twisted its path to avoid them, as if it had a will to avoid being hit. What is the strategy to defeat it, my lord? Lucas seemed to assume I had a strategy ready. I sighed. This is the interesting part. With my unyielding commander, we could avoid the mental status effect attacks of those things in the first phase without any damage. But to counterattack Asura Tam Jinkai in the second phase's mental realm, we need to be mentally contaminated in the first phase. That's the second phase clear gimmick. In other words, we have to allow the mental contamination attacks in the first phase and be somewhat affected to clear the second phase smoothly. Recognizing afflictions to eliminate them, how conceptually fitting. However, thanks to my unyielding commander, effect, we are all mentally sound. In other words, we can't use the second phase gimmick. What choice do we have? I can't deactivate unyielding commander. Allowing mental contamination to clear a gimmick could cause unforeseen problems later. So, we must push through the second phase without the gimmick, until that massive and sturdy Asura Tam Jinkai falls. I explained this briefly to Lucas, who nodded with a bitter smile. So, we have to keep hitting Asura Tam Jinkai relentlessly for the next 3 days as it advances north. It's very tough, so we need to use every means at our disposal with persistence and grit. Lucas, observing the advancing Asura Tam Jinkai, suddenly chuckled. Somehow, it reminds me of when we stopped Yermungandr. Exactly. We've already faced worse before. With Yermungandr, we had to send an elite force onto its body, destroying 3 protruding nodes while fending off werewolf attacks. Compared to that, this is quite a manageable operation. Right, oh, back in my day. As I continued in my grumpy voice, Lucas quietly smiled and drew the bestowed sword. Then he struck at Tam Jinkai's body with an extended blade of light. For the next 3 days, we continued a tense game of cat and mouse with Asura Tam Jinkai, attacking it relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. From the moving wall train, Damien and our gunners unleashed long-range attacks from the turrets. Lucas struck with his blade of light. Tat, 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 tat. Clang, clang, in the sky. Wizards aboard airships poured out magic without holding back, returning to Crossroad to reload more wizards for another round of magic bombardments. Usura Tamjinkai was a large, powerful, and sturdy enemy, but it gradually accumulated damage under our ceaseless attacks. Its armor cracked and fell, and its massive statue body bore countless scorch marks. By the time we reached the southern plains within sight of Crossroads walls, it was already heavily damaged with deep fissures across its body. Artillery units. Our artillery, already positioned on Crossroads walls, aimed at the enemy simultaneously. We drifted Nightbringer to the side, moving out of the artillery's line of fire as I waved the flag grandly. Fire, crossfire. Boom, boom. The sound of artillery fire echoed from the distant Crossroad walls, and scree! Hundreds of projectiles tore through the air like a storm, all striking Usura Tamjinkai with unbelievable accuracy. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of projectiles hit at once and exploded. I clenched my fist, looking at the explosion site enveloped in thick smoke. Indeed, the artillery is the flower of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Usura Tamjinkai, having endured the mightiest crossfire of our monster front, was already incapacitated. Unable to withstand the cumulative damage and the final crossfire, all 6 arms were broken and fallen, both legs crushed. The 3 heads were also hideously shattered. Ah, was it my imagination? Only at the brink of death did the 6 burning eyes of the statue regain a mild light. So that's what it meant, the teachings of the priests that day. Then, the monster muttered in a low voice with crumbling stone lips. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The sins accumulated over countless kalpas. The sins accumulated over countless ages. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, vanish in a single thought, disappear suddenly in one thought. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, like fire burning dry grass, like dry grass burns in fire. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, nothing remains. Everything disappears without a trace. Tamjinkai closed its eyes slowly, reciting its final mantra like a last will. The second wave of crossfire from Crossroad rained down upon the crumbling monster. Boom! The Samdoxim Affliction Legion was thus eradicated. After commending Lucas, Damien, the soldiers, the airship crew, and everyone who toiled through the 3-day operation, I personally retrieved the magic cores from the shattered statue remains and looked southward into the distance. There, standing on the horizon, was the masked clown. It was Crown. He had come to watch the battle again. Crown, who had been silently observing us, eventually turned and disappeared back south. Hugh, I clicked my tongue, packing the 3 SSR-grade magic cores of Tam, Jin, and Kai. The Rat Legion and the Samdoxim Affliction Legion were undoubtedly formidable as single units. They must be among the strongest monster legions left in that hell. But for some reason, I had a feeling a bigger one is coming. Next stage, I had a hunch that Crown would bring something even more formidable. And as usual, my ominous premonitions tend to come true. A few days later, stage 48, boom, 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 the sound of drums echoed. This rhythmic and orderly drumming that shook our hearts was not of human origin. It came from the monster legion emerging from the Black Lake. Boo-oh, with a massive horn blast shaking the ground. Clop, clop, clop. Monsters with the upper bodies of humans attached to the bodies of horses emerged in rows, their hooves pounding the ground as they marched out of the Black Lake. They were all clad in gleaming helmets and armor. These were the Centaur, Kappa Epsilon Nu Tau Alpha Upsilon Rho Omicron Sigma, Legion. Once an ancient race that taught medicine, politics, farming, and daily life to all other races. For some reason, they suddenly sought to destroy the entire world and waged war against all other races, ultimately being defeated and driven to extinction, according to legend. Clop, 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 clop. Moving in an incredibly precise formation, they reorganized into 4 main units in front of the Black Lake. They distinguished themselves by the colors of their cloaks: white, red, black, and blue. Leading each unit were unusually large captains, each holding a distinctive symbol. The captain of the white-cloaked unit held a bow. The captain of the red-cloaked unit held a sword. The captain of the black-cloaked unit held scales. The captain of the blue-cloaked unit held a scythe. Hugh, hovering above the Black Lake in La Mancha, I watched them organize their formation and muttered their name. Apocalypse Knights, the White Knight of Pestilence, the Red Knight of War, the Black Knight of Famine, the Blue Knight of Death, and their knights, 110 in each unit. A total of 444 Knights of Doom charging towards destruction. They were the monster legion invading humanity in this defense battle. As if it weren't the final stage, they're picking out all the tough ones. They are the strongest legion as a single monster unit. In terms of sheer combat power, they could rival the top 10 Nightmare Legions we've faced. The only reason they didn't make it into the top 10 was that they lacked a unified leader. They had 4 field commanders, the 4 horsemen, but no king to represent their collective will. After all, they are embodiments of plague, war, famine, and death, rampaging towards destruction without any self-will, much like their living legends. Though they didn't make it into the ranking of Nightmare Commanders, their power is formidable. This won't be an easy battle. Boo-oh. The buglers in each unit set aside their drums and blew their horns vigorously, clop, clop, clop. The 4 units of the Apocalypse Knights began to march north, gradually gaining terrifying speed. Being centaurs, a half-human, half-horse race, they were effectively a cavalry. At this pace, they would reach Crossroad in no time. The enemy Monster Legion has begun advancing north, reports from the scouts echoed in my ears. The enemy legion has split into 4 units, 111 each, divided into 4 paths, advancing north through different routes. They're moving through pathless terrain without slowing down. At this rate, they'll reach Crossroad in 2 days, if not sooner. What should we do? Your Highness. I opened my eyes wide after closing them briefly. We already have our defensive strategies prepared. We will split into 4 and block them. The Apocalypse Knights are divided into 4 units, and they synergize when they fight together. They will converge into a single army in front of Crossroad, and if all 4 units arrive intact, it won't stand a chance. We must defeat them separately before they combine. Divide the mobile wall Nightbringer into 3 parts and deploy them at 3 points. I pointed to key positions on the map between the Black Lake and Crossroad. Transform Nightbringer into forward bases at these points to block the enemy. Deploy the units as per the pre-arranged plan. One of the soldiers cautiously asked. 3 forward bases to block 3 units. Understood, but what about the 4th unit? I nodded. I will handle it. My magic fortress is still quite usable. I banged the table and extended my hand. We don't have time. Begin the operation immediately. Chapter 769 Juju. 4 cavalry units charging north as if they were flying. The white, red, black, and blue knights, symbolizing plague, war, famine, and death respectively, twisted the surrounding atmosphere with their mere presence. The ground trampled by the white knights instantly rotted, and the paths taken by the red knights were set ablaze. Around the black knights, plants and wildlife withered and died, and lastly, the blue knights. Thud, 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 they ran quietly. Unlike the other 3 cavalry units that loudly announced their presence by devastating the surroundings, the blue knights galloped softly, without a sound. Spurring the frozen winter ground, they silently headed north. Watching the uniquely white frosted path left by the blue knights, I clicked my tongue. I know, those bastards are the most dangerous. A few days ago, after it was confirmed that our opponents in Stage 48 were the Apocalypse Knights, I divided our forces into 4 units. Each unit was balanced with tanks, damage dealers, mages, and healers. Apart from the unit I would command, I appointed Torkel, Evangeline, and Lucas as the commanders of the other units. All 3 were tanks with experience and talent in leading troops. Torkel's unit was assigned to the war's Red Knights, Evangeline's to the famine's Black Knights, and Lucas's to the death's Blue Knights. What about you, my lord? I'll handle the plague's White Knights. There was a reason for this distribution. First, I am immune to plague, thanks to the celestial peach that Salome once fed me. The plague cannot approach me. This makes me a natural counter to the White Knights just by existing. No matter how much you try, you're no match for Raven. Remembering the Plague Lord with the Raven mask that Salome and I defeated, I clicked my tongue. Next, the war's Red Knights. These guys bring war with them. In other words, they have fire attributes, although they use flames. It's only a supplementary effect. Embers follow their path as they run. Their main characteristic is their overwhelming physical strength used in warfare. They are the best in hand-to-hand combat among the 4 units. Torkel is the best match for them among our field commanders. With his purified nightmare slayer, original sin, he can easily command his troops and put up a good fight against these guys. At the mention of war, Torkel suddenly stroked his helmet, original sin. Was he perhaps recalling the battle with the Goblin God King, who caused him to lose all his former comrades and whose helmet he now wore? I will follow your orders, your highness. Torkel bowed deeply and stepped back. Next, the famine's Black Knights. These guys cause drought, making the land and vegetation dry up. In other words, they have water attributes. They don't actively use water but drain moisture from their surroundings and their opponents, and water is life. These troublesome guys frequently use life drain. Evangeline smirked. Hee hee, you're assigning me to stop their famine with my moist charm, right? No, I mean for you to endure with the fat stored in your round belly. What did you say? Of course, it was a joke. The leader of the Black Knights uses a pattern of wide area life drain targeting our heroes. This is meant to counter that with Evangeline's ultimate skill, Last Fortress. Well, if that's the reason, but I don't have much belly fat now. Instead, I have solid abs. Evangeline patted her belly indignantly and looked at Lucas. But Lucas, with a serious face, was only looking at the deployment map and asked me, "What are the abilities of the Blue Knights, my lord?" Death. Sighing, I clasped my hands together, and from death comes cold. I suddenly recalled the dreadful chill from the heaps of corpses I saw at the forward base long ago. That terrible chill unexpectedly sent a shiver down my spine, but I nodded without showing it. The Blue Knights extract cold whenever they take a life. Every time they take one of our lives, they cloak themselves in the cold extracted from that death. But this isn't just ordinary cold. It's literally extracted from death, touching the soul. Mortals exposed to this cold have their souls scarred. If the snowball rolls properly, by the end of the battle, their entire bodies would be enveloped in blue cold, almost looking like they're wearing ice armor. So, if we had to attribute it, they have ice attributes. Do you have any idea how to deal with these guys? We need to minimize our casualties. Exactly. I nodded at Lucas's answer. The more casualties we have, the more cold the Blue Knights gather, and the stronger they become. We need to buy time while keeping our casualties to a minimum. Ice, and an enemy that grows stronger as they take our lives. Suddenly, Zelendian came to mind. It was similar to the battle against the vampire king who led the frost ghouls. I closed my eyes tightly and then opened them. Yes, this is all hardship we've already endured once, trials we've already passed. We won't falter now in the face of such adversity. Lucas, you and your unit must not engage the Blue Knights head-on. I issued my tactical orders. After Torkel and Evangeline crush our respective enemy units, we will join you. Your role is to buy as much time as possible with minimal casualties, keeping those bastards in place. Lucas listened to my words, deep in thought, being told to hold off the strongest unit among the 4 enemies just to buy time. Normally, it would be a suicidal order, but I am the one giving this command, and Lucas is the one receiving it. I won't let my people die, and Lucas is undoubtedly my ace. He has the ability to carry out this mission. That's why I trust him with it. Hold the forward base and buy time, but if the situation gets tough, don't hesitate. Yes, we will retreat. After instructing Torkel, Evangeline, and Lucas on which heroes to attach to each unit and what equipment and troops to assign, finally I spoke. Everyone, remember, in this battle, our role at the forward base is merely to blunt the enemy's spearhead. The 3-unit commanders looked at me with shining eyes. I nodded. There's no need to overextend and wipe them out. Reducing their numbers and buying time is enough. Emphasizing once more the operational method of the forward base, which I've mentioned hundreds of times while managing the monster frontlines. After stressing to retreat without hesitation if necessary, I clapped my hands. All right, not much time left. Let's give it our all until the end. Then, Evangeline suddenly thrust her fist forward. Ha! Looking puzzled, Evangeline just raised her eyebrows and looked around at us. Lucas chuckled first and bumped his fist against hers, and only then did Torkel and I, understanding her intention, bump our fists as well. Pop, after lightly bumping our fists together, we stepped out to organize our respective units. Present. This place. I planted the flag into the ground and declared, "This is the front line of the world." Shoom. Grey walls made of magic rose from all directions, and a fortress emerged in the barren wasteland. Immediately, my heroes and soldiers, who were on standby, quickly found their positions inside the fortress. Huff! Taking a short breath, I looked around. Despite reducing the burden as much as possible in the previous battles, the faces of the heroes and soldiers were etched with irremovable fatigue. It wasn't just the fatigue from the continuous battles at the final stage. It's the fatigue accumulated from fighting endlessly for the past 3 years, carved into their faces like scars. All of it will end soon. I looked up at the sky. The airship La Mancha was waiting in the sky, overseeing all 4 forward bases. Damien, also aboard La Mancha, was responsible for supporting fire for all 4 forward bases. Given the vast distances between the forward bases, it's an impossible task, but Damien possesses farsight. It's okay to assign him something impossible. So La Mancha and Damien will provide support as needed to all forward bases. The Sky Knights, operating from La Mancha, and Mikkel will also provide support if necessary. The newly joined pirate airship Blue Pearl was attached to Lucas's unit. Considering their enemies are the strongest, the airship was reserved as a retreat means, thinking about the status of the heroes and equipment assigned to other units. It's good to be concerned about other units, but a voice came from behind. Turning around, a bald dwarf was walking toward me with a swagger. How about worrying about us first? Celebi, I smiled broadly. With the great dwarf king here, what could I possibly worry about? You brat, your tongue's become as slick as a politician's. Celebi shook his head in disbelief and looked around the magic fortress. You've assigned all the main heroes and troops to other units, handed out artifacts and equipment, and all we have here is you, me, my subordinates, and the newly joined volunteers. Celebi looked south. Can we really handle this on our own? Do. From the south, a cloud of dust was rising as the white-cloaked cavalry unit appeared. The Plague's White Knights. The path taken by this archery cavalry unit was blackened with rot. The sight of the white cavalry galloping on the blackened path was itself eerie. I grinned. You should ask the other way around. Celebi, isn't it too much to gather such overwhelming force here? Wouldn't it be better to scrape some of it and support the other units? Celebi was dumbfounded by my bravado, but I was somewhat serious. While I'm saving the power of the dragon and the divine for the clear, even without using them, I'm already a half-cheat character. When I swung my arm to the side, the magic wall beside me began to transform rapidly. Clunk, 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 thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the transformation was complete, and what stood there were automatic defense turrets. Precisely 100 turrets. I have plenty of SSR-grade magic cores to use as missiles, so in a situation like this, I need to use the surplus R-grade magic cores. This is the ultimate tactic for dealing with resource saturation in the endgame turret spam, a move only the commander-in-chief can use. What's the point of hoarding minerals at the end of the game? Use them all. Seeing Celebi with his mouth agape, I winked at him. How about a fireworks show? Celebi clenched his fist and shouted. That sounds great. Clunk. The 100 automatic defense turrets simultaneously locked onto the incoming cavalry unit within range. In the next moment, the muzzles of the 100 turrets simultaneously spewed dazzling cyan flames. Chapter 770. As soon as our 100 automatic defense turrets simultaneously targeted and fired at the enemies, the leader of the White Knights, who was charging at the forefront, raised his massive bow. He drew the bowstring gracefully, as if plucking the strings of a harp. Duong. As the bowstring vibrated, a dense white mist instantly filled the air. The turquoise mana bullets fired by the automatic turrets poured into the mist. Ripple, the mist rippled like water and completely absorbed the projectiles. The mana bullets caught in the mist disintegrated and vanished, as if decomposing at an accelerated rate like a corpse. Simultaneously, the 111 White Knights also readied their bows. They all lifted their bows to the sky and fired arrows. SSSSS. Thud, thud. Thud, the barrage of arrows fired in an arc soared high into the sky. Plague arrows. The arrows, like rockets leaving smoke trails, soared while scattering a dark aura behind them. These plague arrows would form contaminated zones on impact. Standing on the edge of the fortress wall, I waved my flag horizontally. I can handle defense too, Shuosh. Following the path of my flag, a new magic wall rose in the air, blocking all the falling plague arrows. The magic wall struck by the arrows immediately decayed and blackened, but as I retrieved the decayed magic wall, it instantly purified and disappeared in the air. Just entering my zone of invulnerability neutralized the effect of the plague arrows. While I created layer upon layer of magic walls to block the plague arrows, my 100 automatic turrets fired another round directly at the White Knights. Boom, boom, boom. The leader of the White Knights spread the mist once more to block the barrage. Thud, thud, thud. The volley of arrows fired by the White Knights was again blocked by my magic walls. The turrets and archers of both sides were attacking each other, with their leaders defending the attacks. The distance between the two sides was gradually closing. Soon, I could see the faces of the approaching enemies. The faces of the centaurs with white cloaks fluttering were blackened and twitching with decay. Celebi, staring at those faces, I shouted to Celebi inside the fortress. Time for construction. Leave it to me. Celebi brought out the prepared equipment. It was 5 massive stakes with a dark red aura flowing from their heads. These stakes were made from the magic cores of Cerberus, the Hellhound General and his lieutenant, Orthros. Not as powerful as Mana core missiles, but Celebi placed the stakes in the air, and they floated and aligned in position. But these can be reused, and more importantly, Celebi lightly spun around, holding a hammer. They're perfectly optimized for this purpose. Bang, 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 bang. He struck the heads of the stakes in sequence, launching them like hockey pucks. Thud, 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 thud. The 5 stakes flew and embedded themselves into the ground between us and the White Knights. And then, boom, the ground where the stakes were planted shattered. Cracks spread instantly, causing the ground to collapse. From the fissures, blazing red lava erupted violently. The White Knights, who had been charging boldly, halted in confusion. This equipment was hastily developed right after it was confirmed that our opponents were the Apocalypse Knights. A terrain-shattering device, recreating the hellish landscape of the Hellhound Guards, made from their magic cores. Earthbreaker. Although it's designed solely for terrain destruction, its effect is devastating against cavalry. The White Knights, charging like a storm, were forced to break formation and slow down before the collapsing ground. And my automatic turrets, unwavering in any situation, precisely targeted the enemies and mercilessly unleashed a barrage of mana bullets. The leader of the White Knights urgently spread the mist, but it couldn't fully protect the cavalry in the collapsing terrain. Boom, boom, boom. The White Knights caught in the wide barrage collapsed, spewing blackened blood. Huff! Hearing the distant explosions, Torkel took a deep breath. Do. The Red Knights, brandishing huge greatswords and cloaked in red, were charging relentlessly towards the first forward base. The incarnations of war and slaughter, the ground beneath them ignited with a trail of embers. Shoot, don't let them approach. At Torkel's command, archers and artillery units unleashed a barrage of attacks. The Red Knights, however, deflected the attacks with their greatswords or barreled through, advancing relentlessly. They seemed like beings created solely to charge at enemy lines. They expertly deflected and absorbed all our interceptions, pushing forward doggedly. Damn! Realizing that ordinary ranged attacks were ineffective, Torkel glanced at the sky behind him and waved his hand. Damien, we need fire support. The airship La Mancha was hovering far above, monitoring the situation of all the forward bases. Would Damien notice his request and respond in time from such a distance? For a moment, Torkel worried, but it was unfounded. Damien immediately caught the support request and initiated the firing sequence. Right after Torkel's request for support, clunk, the lower hatch of La Mancha opened, thwoosh, and a Mana core missile was launched, heading towards the Red Knights. Made from the Mana core of the Mantis General, Bride Devourer, this missile flew accurately across the distance and struck the center of the Red Knights. Boom! With an enormous explosion, a fierce blade-like shockwave swept through the area. Indeed, the Mana core missile had one of the greatest destructive powers as a single attack means in Crossroad. If the opponents were an ordinary monster army, this single blast would have annihilated them. But this is the endgame of the Apocalypse Knights, a formidable army with the power of nightmare generals. Do. Through the dense smoke, the Red Knights emerged. Many had perished, and most survivors were injured by the immense explosion and subsequent shockwave, but the Red Knights did not stop. Torkel's eyes met the enemy commanders, covered in arrows. The commander of the Red Knights had reached the front of the forward base and was ablaze. The face of the centaur, whose blood-red cloak fluttered behind him, was engulfed in flames. At that moment, Torkel realized the current defensive equipment at the forward base could not stop their charge. If they were to face them here, significant damage would be inevitable. The forward base might be slaughtered by these incarnations of war. In that case, I will go out and buy us some time. What? Please follow the prepared plan. Then, Torkel, despite the surprised voices around him, Torkel stood on the edge of the fortress wall and jumped down without hesitation. Thud. With a heavy thud, Torkel landed on the ground and slowly stood up. His face was covered by a champion's helmet. His massive armor looked like a rock, a giant shield on his left arm, and a huge mace in his right hand. Torkel's appearance was no different from that of a mythical hero. Clang, clang, clang. Torkel banged his shield with his mace and looked ahead. My name is Torkel. Walking slowly forward through the dust he raised, Torkel introduced himself. I was the captain of the Leprosy Extermination Squad, the deputy commander of the World Guardian Front's melee unit, the greatest shield of Crown Prince Ash, and the gatekeeper of Crossroad, the entrance to the human world, standing alone in front of the forward base. The Red Knights gradually slowed down and eventually stopped at a distance from Torkel. Thud, thud, thud. The commander of the Red Knights stepped forward alone. Approaching Torkel, Torkel grinned and raised his mace. I challenge you to a duel between commanders. Will you accept? A duel between commanders. In this age where the romance of the battlefield has disappeared, it was an extremely anachronistic request. But the Apocalypse Knights are all ancient specters. Even though they have fallen to monsters, they still honor such an anachronistic request. Clang! The commander of the Red Knights slowly raised his greatsword, pointing it at Torkel. The tips of the mace and greatsword lightly touched each other, and then the two massive warriors charged at each other fiercely. The centaur warrior swinging a flame-wreathed greatsword and the human wearing armor like a mountain. Clashed, thud, the second forward base, where Evangeline was the commander. Doo-doo-doo-doo, the Black Knights were approaching. Damien, we need fire support. Evangeline requested bombardment, and Damien responded promptly. Thwoosh, boom, the Mana core missile of the Mantis General, Wingless Mantis Lord, exploded. Following the tremendous explosion, a harsh sonic wave swept through the area. Nice shot. Wow, that was awesome. Amazed by the power of the Mana core missile, Evangeline's jaw dropped, but soon she frowned. Doo-doo-doo-doo, many had fallen, but the Black Knights, still robust, charged out of the explosion. All the Black Knights, holding scales in their hands, were surrounded by water shields. Seeing this, Evangeline clicked her tongue. Who would have thought I'd see someone using scales as a weapon? Among the 4 units of the Apocalypse Knights, the only one primarily using magic, the Magic Cavalry unit. That's what the Black Knights were, and their magical tools were these scales. The commander of the Black Knights held a particularly large scale made of chains. As the Black Knight commander approached the fortress, Evangeline saw his face, a centaur with a face covered in swirling dark blue water. Come! Recalling the prepared strategy, Evangeline took a deep breath. Clink, the Black Knight commander, suddenly raised the scale in his hand high, then pointed at Evangeline with his other hand. Unable to understand the intention, Evangeline tilted her head. What does this mean? Shoosh. In the next moment, a water shape formed on both sides of the Black Knight commander's scale. One side resembled Evangeline, a girl knight, while the other, what, was the figure of a plump pig. The scale wavered, measuring the weights of Evangeline and the pig, and then tilted sharply to one side, towards Evangeline. The Black Knight commander laughed, covering his face. His subordinates laughed and pointed at Evangeline. What does that mean? Although she didn't fully understand, Evangeline, feeling extremely irritated, shouted, What does that mean? Why are you laughing? You bastards. Chapter 771. It's very common to taunt the enemy on the battlefield to break their morale. Evangeline considered that weight jibe to be that kind of attack as well, so she tried to brush it off without much impact. I'll beat the crap out of all of you, you monsters. Her fighting spirit was burning even more fiercely. However, this scale play by the Black Knight commander was not a simple taunt. Right after the giant scale judged that Evangeline was heavier. Clank! With a heavy sound like chains being dragged, Evangeline suddenly staggered. Her whole body feels as heavy as cotton soaked in water. Stumbling and grabbing the castle wall, Evangeline gritted her teeth. What is this? My body? Then the Black Knight put a new subject on the scale and said, a day's wages for a person is sufficient with 1 quart of wheat and 3 quarts of barley, a little olive oil and wine. Sins that exceed this become piled upon the soul, acting as a weight that drags that soul to hell. 2 subjects were placed on the scale. One was Evangeline, and on the other side was a calf. Clank! Evangeline was heavier. The pressure of weight on Evangeline's entire body also increased. Unable to withstand the suffocating pressure, Evangeline fell to one knee on the ground. Clank, clank, clank in succession. The weight of Evangeline's sins was compared to numerous other beasts, and Evangeline's sins were heavier than any of those beasts. You have committed numerous killings. Your sins are far heavier than any beast. The Black Knight commander slowly extended his hand, pointing at Evangeline. I shall take away your life accordingly. The scales spun around in circles, with the water-formed image of the young knight positioned in the center. An ancient powerful curse was loaded. Now when the Black Knight waves his hand, it will tear away as much life from Evangeline's body as judged. Sins, you say. At that moment, overcoming the pressure of the curse, Evangeline opened her mouth. Who are you to play judge of my life? Crack. Instead of dispelling the curse with magic, Evangeline endured it with brute force. Against the curse pressing down on her from all directions, she tightened her abdomen and managed to raise her body. Then she roared. I am Evangeline Cross, daughter of Charles and Elaine, eldest daughter of the Cross family, and heir to the Margrave of the Everblack Empire. Thud. Evangeline, gripping her spear and shield, stared straight at the enemy commander. I killed enemies to protect my people. Since I swore to defend this land, I have not been ashamed of my actions for a single moment. Don't judge my life by your standards. Monster, the Black Knight commander silently completed the curse. Clank. Countless execution devices made of iron chains appeared in the air around Evangeline and fell towards her. Evangeline raised her shield with all her might to block all those curses. Clang, clang. Evangeline's shield glowed brilliantly white, recognizing the incoming curses as enemy attacks and absorbing them all. And above all, don't you dare comment on my body weight. After completely absorbing the Black Knight's curse with her endless damage save capacity, Evangeline transferred that curse to the tip of her spear. My motto is eat a lot, work a lot. As long as I eat well and stay healthy, that's all that matters. And she shot the gathered curse forward with all her might. I'm not going on a diet. You bastards, Kiwarang. The curse returned in reverse through damage payback and exploded among the Black Knights. The Black Knights hit by the attack fell like autumn leaves. Ha! Ha! She perfectly nullified the enemy's first curse attack. The pressure that had been weighing down her entire body disappeared. Evangeline lightly bounced in place with her lightened body. Phew! I'm already hungry after doing this once. An extreme hunger assailed her, perhaps as an after-effect of withstanding the curse. As she quickly stuffed the supply snacks tucked inside her shield into her mouth, Verdandi, standing next to her, carefully called out to Evangeline, President. Yes, what is it, Sister Verdandi? Then Verdandi nodded with a serious face. I think it's cuter to have a little belly fat. Really, especially for our race. Since we have a constitution that doesn't gain weight easily, the chubbier ones are considered more aesthetically beautiful. You look really good right now, President. If anything, I'd like you to gain a little more weight and restore those round cheeks from 3 years ago. Anyway, let's keep it like this. Then she flashed a bright smile and gave a thumbs up. After looking incredulously at this elven king who seemed unlikely to worry about dieting, Evangeline shook her head and she muttered, I'll have to ask that old man later which he prefers. Well, whatever that man's preferences are doesn't matter. After all, she'll live as she just declared, eat as much as she wants, and work hard at her duties. There's no way such a process of life could be sinful. Now, come on in. The entire Black Knight unit raised their scales to place a curse on the entire second forward base, granting the final fortress effect to everyone in the forward base. Evangeline shouted, I'm going to crush all of you and eat until I burst for dinner tonight. Whizzing, a desolate wind blew in front of the first forward base. Hoo. Torkel, roughly catching his breath, and the giant burning centaur standing before him. The match between the Red Knight commander and Torkel was not easily decided. Both were brave warriors with incredible innate toughness. Every time the Red Knight commander stomped the ground with his hooves, flames erupted, and gales of heat and fire poured from the greatsword he wielded, but Torkel was a man who had even withstood the Nightbringer's breath attack with his body before. He could laugh off attacks of this level. Of course, he didn't just defend. Torkel swung his mace in between to attempt strikes on the Red Knight commander. While he didn't possess extraordinary attack techniques, Torkel's brute strength was not to be underestimated. The mace Torkel wielded carried enough power to easily crumple steel plates, but the Red Knight commander's martial prowess was impressive. Even when Torkel thrust out his mace like an ambush, he would easily deflect it with a swing of his greatsword. It was a repetition of the Red Knight commander unleashing fierce attacks, Torkel firmly defending and sharply counterattacking, and the Red Knight commander perfectly receiving those attacks. After dozens of exchanges, realizing that the match wouldn't be decided this way, the Red Knight commander changed his pattern. Whoosh! The raised greatsword was engulfed in fierce flames, and soon a fire tornado shot up with enough force to pierce the sky. The Red Knight commander then brought down this flaming greatsword. Torkel knew he should dodge, but the forward base was right behind him. If he couldn't defend against that terrifying attack, the forward base would be destroyed. HNNGH. Without hesitation, Torkel activated man is not made for defeat. He even threw away his shield and received the Red Knight commander's flame sword with his body. Qwarang. It was a sword strike powerful enough to easily split and burn down any ordinary fortress, but Torkel had withstood even greater attacks several times before. Torkel, who charged head-on while splitting the flames with his whole body, gripped his mace with both hands. The Red Knight commander couldn't move as he was using all his strength on this flame greatsword. Victory flashed in Torkel's eyes. Got you, Giok. The mace was swung fiercely, aiming for the Red Knight commander's head. But the mace didn't crush the Red Knight commander's head. Instead, it sliced through the air and smashed the ground below. This was because another Red Knight who had intruded on the battlefield grabbed his commander and quickly pulled him back. Flames flowed like blood from the head of the commander, who narrowly avoided the mace. Pushing their commander back, the rest of the Red Knights surrounded Torkel in a circle. Interfering in a duel between commanders, Torkel clicked his tongue. Friends who don't know honor. The Red Knights didn't respond. They just raised their greatswords, preparing to charge at Torkel all at once. Torkel slowly looked around and gripped his mace again. True to their cavalry nature, the encirclement was swift and perfect. There was no gap to escape through. I'm not taking damage now, but soon, once the effect of man is not made for defeat, ends, the enemies will rush in at once. How long will he be able to hold out then? As he thought this and adjusted his grip on the mace, thwack, with a refreshing impact sound, a part of the encirclement collapsed. A man who had flown in from the castle wall delivered a descending kick from midair, crushing the back of a Red Knight's head and sliding down like a sled. Hey there, Torkel, the muscular man with flowing red hair tied back was Quillan. You didn't come here as a mere warrior, but as a commander, right? On either side of the grinning Quillan, Crossroads' melee combat unit poured out through the now open forward base gates. Then trust your comrades a bit more. I'm saying to use us in the right place at the right time. Thud, thwack, boom, Quillan's penal units swung their weapons in an instant, pushing back the Red Knights. Quillan, in particular, overwhelmed the Red Knights in the area with his tremendous breakthrough power, unleashing brutal fist techniques. Realizing it was difficult to maintain the encirclement, the Red Knights broke the formation and retreated to one side. Quillan and the warriors who had come to rescue Torkel gathered behind him. Well, this is embarrassing. Torkel smiled awkwardly. Since it's my first time leading so many people in this position, I made such a mistake. It's all right. You were cool, you stalled for time well, and most importantly, Quillan grinned and nodded towards the Red Knight commander regaining his stance on the other side. You won. Ha ha. They're the ones who lost the one-on-one fight ungracefully and sent out their subordinates first. Quillan picked up Torkel's shield that had fallen to the ground and handed it to him. Our commander-in-chief appointed you as the commander here for good reason. Live up to those expectations. Torkel silently received the shield and equipped it on his left arm. Now then, Commander Torkel of the 1st Temporary Forward Base. Quillan clashed his two fists in front of his chest with a thud and asked, Give us your orders. How shall we crush those bastards? Torkel quickly grasped the situation of his allies across the battlefield with his equipped helmet, the Nightmare Slayer original sin, and he nodded. There was a way to fight honorably, like warriors, but since they broke the excitement of the duel first, Torkel slowly turned his body to look towards the forward base. Let's go for the dirty approach too. There stood Junior, holding her staff. Inside the opened forward base, mages could be seen spreading out a joint magic circle and gathering mana together. During that time, the mages had been gathering mana and transferring it to Junior, and now that process was complete. A duel between commanders has its romance, but Junior smiled bitterly as she raised her staff. This is what modern warfare looks like. Flash. A dazzling light gathered on Junior's staff rod of crimson, then shot towards the sky above the Red Knight unit. And the next moment, an incredible amount of dark clouds gathered at that point, and the counter to the Red Knight's fire attribute, and Junior's innate attribute of water poured down furiously. Rumble, fierce lightning and overwhelming gusts accompanied by torrential rain mercilessly struck the Red Knight unit. Chapter 772 Temporary Magic Fortress Forward Base. Kua! The White Knight commander kept retreating, spewing toxic fluid from his entire body. His face had no eyes, nose, or mouth, only writhing malice that was rotting black. But I could read the emotions they were emitting as they looked at me, bewilderment and fear. What's wrong? I was approaching them without stopping, equipped with the King of Flies armor Lord of the High Tower. Is this your first time facing an opponent completely immune to your attacks? While my auto turrets in the Magic Fortress poured out long-range bombardment, I personally sorted to physically block the White Knights from approaching any further. They poured all their pollution on me as I got close. But I am immune to all poisons. Even that Plague Master Raven couldn't contaminate me with a frontal approach. As if your poison would work on me. Bang, Kuwarang. Another barrage from my auto turrets in the fortress swept across the area. Of course, I was caught in the range too, but I easily withstood it with the overwhelming defense of Lord of the High Tower. On the other hand, the White Knights caught in the range couldn't withstand it and collapsed, spewing toxic fluid. Coo! The White Knight commander trembled along with his few remaining subordinates. I nullified their plague, and they had no other means to take me down. If they tried to bypass, Calliope would pour Step Crusher, again onto the already devastated terrain, and the auto turrets would unleash a precise barrage. The White Knight commander belatedly realized that this magic fortress forward base was essentially impregnable. Tat! He kicked the ground with his hooves and leaped back significantly. Then he began to flee in an instant, leading his surviving subordinates. Whoa, what the? They're running away, Ash! Celebi, startled, kept firing Step Crusher from atop the wall. A few more White Knights fell, caught in the collapsing ground and bombardment, but the White Knight commander and about a dozen of his subordinates managed to successfully escape. It's okay, Celebi. No need to chase recklessly. Watching the enemies quickly disappear as if flying, I nodded. The original reason for deploying the forward base was to blunt their spearhead, not to annihilate them. Pursuing and completely annihilating them is the job of another unit. For now, we've reduced the White Knights' numbers enough. I jumped up onto the magic fortress and nodded. Let's go support the other forward bases. Everyone must be struggling. All right, but are we dismantling this magic fortress before we go? Celebi licked his lips as he looked at the 100 auto-defense turrets. It's a bit of a shame. These turret friends will disappear too. I grinned at Celebi's words. Who says they're going to disappear? Ha! We poured 100 magic cores into making this. It'd be too wasteful to use it once and throw it away. I planted the flag firmly on top of the magic fortress wall. Then the magic walls, assembled in fortress form, began to disassemble in sequence, then reassembled themselves, clumping together, and eventually transformed into the shape of a massive train, with auto-defense turrets still attached all over. Oh, good golly! Celebi clung to the train, his eyes sparkling like a child with a huge toy. The other dwarves likewise drooled as they quickly boarded the empty spaces on the train. Even that Nightbringer bastard could transform between train and fortress. I can't lose out. If I think outside the box, there are endless ways to apply my abilities. After grasping the principle and form of how the mobile wall Nightbringer moves, I applied it to my magic fortress, and it worked out quite impressively. I grinned as I sat on the roof of the train's lead car. Come on, let's go quickly. Everyone aboard. We're going to rescue the other forward bases. Rumble. We began to move towards the direction of the first forward base on our turret train. The battle at the first forward base was almost over. Most of the Red Knights had been rendered incapacitated by the combined magic bombardment of Junior and the mages, and while the Red Knight commander was still resisting with his few remaining subordinates, honk honk, you bastard! Boom, rat-a-tat-a-tat. My magic train that suddenly appeared from behind rammed right into them, and the auto-defense turrets attached to this train poured fire at point-blank range, overwhelming them. Cry! At the Red Knight commander's short roar, the surviving Red Knights began to flee quickly, just as the White Knights had done earlier. Enough, let them go. Now's not the time to chase those guys. After stopping Torkel, Quillan, Jr., and others who were urgently trying to pursue them, I pointed towards the direction of the second forward base. Personnel who can immediately participate in battle. Board here, we're going to rescue the second forward base. The remaining personnel clean up the forward base, transform the walls into train form, and return to Crossroad. Execute. Yes, sir. The subordinates moved immediately according to my orders without a single word of objection. The on-site personnel Torkel, Quillan, Jr., and other heroes, soldiers, and mages joined additionally, and we began moving towards the second forward base. Everyone did well. Let's hang in there a bit more. After encouraging the subordinates on the train, I nodded to Torkel. So, Torkel, how is it? Is the role of commander manageable? Torkel smiled bitterly in response. At most, I've handled 5 or 10 subordinates before, but this scale is certainly difficult. I'm very lacking. Quillan chuckled and slapped Torkel's shoulder. So modest, you were doing great, Junior added. It wasn't bad, right, However, when I asked curiously, Junior shrugged. I thought it was a bit dangerous to enter enemy lines alone, without a word, or engage in one-on-one duels with enemy commanders. I wonder who he learned that from. Ouch. As everyone silently looked at me with meaningful gazes, as if they had made an agreement, I cleared my throat and turned my eyes towards the train's course. All right, we'll finish the battle evaluation later. Let's finish dealing with this. The second forward base came into close view. Here, an intense battle was taking place, with Black Knights clinging close to the walls, but reinforcements deployed ahead of us were crushing the Black Knights' heads. Flap, flap, a beast with a lion's body and giant eagle wings, a griffin, and the Sky Knights riding those griffins. Our Crossroads aerial cavalry led by Mikkel had sortied from La Mancha and launched a surprise dive attack on the Black Knights. Keek! The Black Knights kept raising their scales, trying to curse the Sky Knights, but evade. Each time, Mikkel gave instructions with uncanny timing, and the Sky Knights moved as one to avoid the curses. Reformat formation. Leading the Sky Knights at the forefront, Mikkel wore a crown-shaped helmet that he had equipped for the first time in this battle. This helmet, with impressively rising horns like a reindeer's, was the new Nightmare Slayer. The buck stops here. Its equipment manufactured with the magic core from defeating Cromwell. Its effect is consciousness resonance with blood-related kin. Through this ability, Mikkel became able to share thoughts not only with Sky Knight members, but also with griffins that share the same blood flowing in his heart. All griffins and riders literally began to move with one heart and mind. Swoosh! The scene of griffin riders in the air, simultaneously performing aerobatics and ravaging the enemies without a second's gap, was beautiful. Into this place, where the tide of battle had already turned, my magic turret train barged in once again. Sweep them all away. As I roared, the auto-turrets spewed fire, and the heroes who jumped off the train all at once swung their weapons. With the second forward base holding out strongly, the Sky Knights' air raids, and our rear surprise attack following, even the Black Knight unit could no longer endure. They began to flee quickly through the empty defensive lines. Senior, and everyone. As I waved back to Evangeline, jumping up and down on the third forward base wall, Mikkel and the Sky Knight members landed beside me one by one. Ash, you came at the right time. Mikkel. This second forward base fell into the most precarious situation first, so I came to rescue it first. I nodded towards the young king's new equipment as he spoke reliably. How's the new helmet? To my question, Mikkel smiled with satisfaction and tapped his helmet. The buck stops here. It's very good. I can fight as if I'm one body with everyone. It's both fascinating and efficient. By the way, Mikkel had driven out and purified the darkness embedded in this Nightmare Slayer within a day of receiving it. It wasn't equipment with a kill count option. But still, is this even possible? Just how much stronger has his mental fortitude become? He used to be the epitome of a fragile mentality. When I subtly asked about his secret, Mikkel turned his gaze with a slightly saddened face and murmured, He, marrying 5 people inevitably strengthens your mentality. Ah, then I saw 5 queens approaching Mikkel's surroundings with fierce glares. Mikkel, we are currently in consciousness resonance with that helmet's magic. How dare you think such thoughts openly? You're in for it now. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Ah, I quickly turned around, leaving behind Mikkel's screams as he was being mauled. Well, as long as he looks happy, it's okay. I gathered the personnel who could depart for the next battlefield immediately from the second forward base. We must go rescue the third forward base. It's where the strongest enemy in this battle is lurking, so only those with enough strength left should follow. The one in charge of commanding the third forward base is my right-hand man, Lucas. I think he's holding out well. We should still go to his aid as soon as possible. As I was thinking this and encouraging the subordinates tired from the previous battles, bang, boom, an explosion sounded from afar. Everyone looked that way in surprise. I hurriedly turned my head too, and we could see a pirate ship-shaped airship falling with explosions in the not-so-distant sky. Our Crossroads new airship that was stationed at the third forward base for retreat purposes. Blue Pearl, the Rompela pirate cruise flagship, was falling helplessly to the ground. Urgent report. Following that, a single cavalryman came rushing from the direction of the third forward base. That cavalryman, his whole body frozen, nevertheless desperately rode up to us, then dismounted as if almost falling off his horse and knelt before me. Opening his frozen, trembling lips, he reported, Ray reporting. Your Majesty, what happened? The third forward base has fallen. The blood drained from everyone's faces. We were holding out well, but suddenly the enemy commander exerted some unknown immense power. When casualties occurred, they suddenly became stronger. Then the tide of battle turned sharply. Oh no! Commander Lucas urgently retreated the remaining survivors, and then the soldier paused his report, taking a breath, unable to wait. I urged him on. After retreating them, what about Lucas? Then the soldier, with a deeply contorted face, barely answered, saying he would buy time. He remained at the forward base. Chapter 773. When the lamb opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth living creature say, Come! I looked, and there before me was a pale horse. Its rider was named Death, and Hades was following close behind him. They were given power over a fourth of the earth to kill by sword, famine, and plague, and by the wild beasts of the earth, third forward base. In this half-frozen, collapsed ruin, Lucas was barely standing, covered in blood. Ha! As he exhaled a long breath, the white mist that extended froze instantly. This wasn't a phenomenon occurring due to low winter temperatures. It was because an evil so cold and powerful that it could freeze even the soul was lurking before him. The fourth and strongest unit of the Apocalypse Knights, the Blue Knights of Death. These centaurs, with their blue capes fluttering, were clad in armor made entirely of blue ice. Especially the one at the front had ice proliferated and amplified all over his body, looking almost like a giant ice statue. The icicles spreading in all directions looked like a monster's horns. His face, too, was covered in massive ice, as if wearing an upside-down crown made of ice. Around the monster were the corpses of Crossroads soldiers who had frozen to death just moments ago, with cold still being extracted from those corpses in real time. Sarah, wrapping himself in the cold extracted from death, a faint laugh flowed from the ice-covered face of the Blue Knight. Knight, why did you remain alone instead of fleeing? Lucas didn't bother to answer and gripped the 2 swords in his hands. Originally, the third forward base had been holding out firmly against the Blue Knights, but when the enemy commander broke through a part of the front line and the first casualty occurred, it collapsed rapidly. The Blue Knights absorbed the cold from the first death, and strengthened by that absorbed cold, they unleashed fierce attacks causing more casualties. In this way, the collapse of the front line happened too suddenly and explosively. Originally, there was a prepared method to systematically retreat troops when the front line was pushed back, but in this situation, a safe retreat became impossible. In the end, Lucas chose to stay behind alone to face the Blue Knights and buy time while evacuating all the remaining survivors. It was an action born from confidence that with his combat ability and mobility, He could sufficiently buy time and then retreat, but cuck! Lucas looked down at his legs. They were frozen. No, not just his feet. The entire area of ground was completely frozen white. Even the great Lucas couldn't exert his usual mobility in this place where the entire ground was frozen and trembling with cold. He succeeded in evacuating all the surviving allies, but Lucas himself was in a dilemma, tightly surrounded by Blue Knights. Prepared for your own death to save your comrades, that spirit is admirable. Sring, the Blue Knight commander approached, spinning his giant scythe, but you must pay the price. At that, Lucas's frozen lips curled up with a sneer. What? Prepared for death? The Blue Knight commander showed a puzzled expression at the clear mockery. Between Lucas's white frozen golden hair, which he had briefly lowered, blue eyes colder than the snow and ice surrounding the area were revealed. Don't make me laugh. Monster, what? I'm going to live. Goo. Golden currents began to swirl behind Lucas's back. I sent my comrades away because their survival increases the chances of winning this war, and to win this war. A faint warmth suddenly brushed across Lucas's blue eyes, which had been swirling with cold hostility. A world where my precious people can live happily will come, and I want to live to see that. That's all there is to it. I never prepared for death. Lucas's gaze had long since left the dark cave. He too was envisioning the peaceful scenery beyond the flag led by his lord, the blue spring sky that would unfold beyond. And there's something else you're mistaken about. Lucas slowly overlapped the two swords in his hands, and he activated the new gimmick he had requested Calliope to add to the two swords. Click. Bestowed sword is a special sword with only a hilt and no blade. It's special equipment where a blade of light erupts from the guard position, and when the light blade isn't activated, it's just a guard and hilt. This sword with only a hilt attached to the lower part of Excalibur's hilt with magical sparks flying. At the same time, the separated guard parts also moved up along Excalibur's hilt with magical sparks flying, attaching to Excalibur's guard. Now Excalibur had a hilt twice as long as before, and a guard twice as long. And whoosh! Along the white and blue blade of the holy sword, golden light currents surged. Enveloping Excalibur's blade, bestowed sword's blade of light erupted massively, swirling around. After combining the two longswords into one greatsword, Lucas pointed the tip of that greatsword towards the enemy commander. I'm not running away. I'll take all of you down right here. A special transformation combination gimmick that was possible because both swords are holy Chinese letter and light Chinese letter attribute weapons. This weapon, where two SSR-grade legendary weapons synergize, too powerful for mere humans to wield, is named Ad Astra. It was an X-grade weapon that could only be used for a limited time that the two longswords and Lucas himself could withstand. This power is so strong that it's hard to use when allies are around. While deploying Ad Astra, Lucas also activated his ultimate skill Divine Descent simultaneously. Sarah, the ice around Lucas, enveloped in swirling light, began to melt. Surrounded by dazzling light, Lucas readjusted his grip on the giant sword of light. Both the weapon and its user had undoubtedly touched divine might, but Lucas's deep blue eyes still hadn't lost their human warmth, and that gaze, no longer containing any beastliness, darkness, or regret, stared straight at the enemy commander. Meeting that gaze, the Blue Knight commander muttered in a chilling voice, "For a human in this twilight age where everything decays, you're quite something." Dark blue ice crackled and clung to the Blue Knight commander's scythe, expanding the already long blade to an even more massive size. Yet all that resistance is futile. In the end, destruction will come soon, and everything in this world will turn to dust and disappear beyond time. What a tired story. Lucas smirked and slowly pulled back his greatsword. I've already realized the preciousness of all those moments that have passed. The process of the past 3 years flashed through his mind. All those days of pain, sorrow, regret, and forgiveness. Looking back, there wasn't a single moment in this long journey that wasn't precious. Even if they had flowed away and turned to dust, they were all beautiful. And now the end of this journey is right before us. The days to come will eventually pass by in vain and turn to dust in memory, but I'll cherish those too. So, he will live. He will definitely live to see it. The end of the grand battle his lord has led. And I will see the day when the child born after my lord marries Lady Serenade calls me Uncle Lucas. The confused Blue Knight commander paused for a moment. What did he say? But Lucas, ignoring this, quietly murmured his next wish. And my own happiness too. His own happiness as Lucas, which he had disregarded until now. He will obtain it. Lucas gripped the greatsword with determination. Well then, here I go. The next moment, flash, Lucas swung the sword of light fiercely, and all the blue knights who charged towards Lucas simultaneously plunged their ice scythes. Dazzling light and bone-chilling cold erupted simultaneously from the third forward base. The moment we arrived at the third forward base, an immense light and cold burst out simultaneously from inside the forward base. Whoa! Everyone hold on tight. Evangeline, who had jumped to the front of the train, raised her shield to protect the magic train. Qwarang, as we charged into the forward base interior, what we saw was the scene of all the blue knights surrounding and charging at Lucas, being cut in half by Lucas's slash of light. The sight of ancient ice knights being completely torn apart amidst the swirling light particles, and all the ice covering the area melting away, was truly mythical. Everyone's jaws dropped, but I knew now is not the time to let our guard down. Lucas, I shouted with all my might, get out of there. Lucas seemed convinced that he had taken down all enemies with this one strike, but at my words his eyes widened, and he hurriedly moved away, and my instruction was accurate. Ah! The commander of the Blue Knights, this centaur, whose entire body was covered in ice like an ice lord, has the ability to extract cold from death. In other words, he can extract cold even from the deaths of his own subordinates. Crack, crackle. The Blue Knight commander, his entire body covered in white ice, swung his now almost house-sized scythe, but Lucas had already moved away after hearing my instruction. Giok, winter bloomed where the scythe struck. A terrifying cold shook the area. Finish it, Lucas, who had retreated far, tried to charge at the enemy commander again, but okay, that's enough. Tat, driving the magic train to Lucas's side, I snatched Lucas onto the train, then turned north. Let's retreat to Crossroads' main castle. What? You've taken down all of his subordinates. That's enough. Now let's defeat their final phase with the method we prepared at the main castle. Lucas tried to voice a different opinion, but perhaps due to the aftermath of unleashing that terrifyingly powerful light attack just now, his ultimate skill, Divine Descent, was forcibly cancelled, and the two combined longswords also separated as if bouncing apart. Ah! The Blue Knight commander, transformed into a giant ice monster, tried to chase us, but he was slow due to the excessive ice clinging to his entire body. We were able to safely leave the third forward base behind him and head north. I patted Lucas's back as he caught his breath roughly. Well done. We lost soldiers. That's my responsibility as the commander-in-chief. You did your best as the on-site commander. Thanks to you buying time, the rest of the personnel were able to retreat safely. The deaths of allies are heartbreaking, but there's enough time to dwell on the sorrow after the defense battle is over. In the end, all four forward bases succeeded in blunting the enemy's spearhead. This defensive battle is being carried out according to plan. As I was thinking about the enemy's remaining course of action and how to deal with it, Lucas suddenly said, "My lord, yes, when this war is all over. Yes, you must be happy." I blinked. What's with this sudden nonsense? Lucas showed an inexplicable smile, because I'll be happy too. Then Lucas glanced at Evangeline beside him. Evangeline, who had been brushing off the frost powder stuck to Lucas's armor, blushed in embarrassment and said one thing. "Old man, I have something to ask too. What is it? Do you prefer having a belly or not having one? It's fine either way." "That's the right answer." Evangeline rejoiced and pounded Lucas's armor even harder. Lucas left Evangeline alone with a bitter smile. Listening to the two knights' incomprehensible conversation, I just gaped blankly. I really can't follow the kids' conversations lately. Is this a generation gap? Chapter 774, we retreated and regrouped with the soldiers who had withdrawn earlier at the main castle of Crossroad. Of the 3 mobile walls we had deployed as forward bases, only 2 returned. We positioned those 2 in front of Crossroad and formed a new defensive line. The Apocalypse Knights are composed of 4 units. They advance separately, each collecting their materials. I calmly explained. They extract the essence of plague, war, famine, and death from the humans they've defeated, and based on these collected essences, when they regroup, I couldn't help but sigh during the explanation. They combine again. It was the last phase combination gimmick that was starting to get tiresome. Take it easy, you monster bastards. When there's one knight from each unit, they combine into a single Knight of Doom. An entity that successfully combines like this becomes a complete being that can handle plague, war, famine, and death all by itself. When this happens, they become ridiculously strong. So theoretically, if they don't lose a single night during their advance, it's possible for 444 Apocalypse Knights to combine into 111 complete beings. If this happens, their combined abilities and numbers create a synergy that makes them insanely powerful. These 111 units of Apocalypse Knights will be comparable in specs to even that Black Dragon. Well, this is just in theory, but we've already blunted their spearhead. Their numbers have been greatly reduced. The captains of each unit survived, but their subordinates were almost completely wiped out. The subordinates who didn't fall at the forward base are still being shot down by Damien's aerial sniping. The ones who survive until the end, probably the captains of each unit with high probability, will tenaciously advance in some way and try to reach the walls of Crossroad. The combat situation during their advance isn't really their main concern. Their goal is for all 4 units to regroup in front of the main castle where the real war will take place, regardless of how they detour. That's why they fought moderately and then retreated. It's also the reason they didn't care much whether their subordinates lived or died. Their main objective is to create one Knight of Doom by combining the 4 captain-level knights who have collected essences from the battlefield. We need to show them that this judgment itself was wrong. As per our strategy, we've blunted their spearhead. Especially thanks to Lucas's efforts, the 4th unit, the Blue Knight unit, is completely wiped out except for the captain. Now, if we can just prevent the captain-level knights from combining, it's essentially game over. We have several means prepared to prevent that. I shouted towards the heroes and soldiers who were getting into defensive positions. All right, we can see the end of this defensive battle. Let's all do our best. Thud, 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 thud. The centaurs are charging. The 4 units of Apocalypse Knights split into 4 directions. Each collected the necessary essences from their respective battlefields. Now they were heading towards the southern plains spread out in front of Crossroad. The captains of each unit, confirming each other's presence from afar, nodded. Although their numbers were greatly reduced, the captains of each unit were safe. That's enough. The essences of the fallen subordinates are attributed to each captain, so if only the captain-level knights survive and can combine into a Knight of Doom, the siege is still possible. It's still possible to end this world. Tyrant. The 4 units that broke through valleys and forests via different routes simultaneously entered the southern plains, and slowly they adjusted their course towards the center of the plains to set a rendezvous point. That point was exactly in front of the walls of Crossroad. "Assemble!" the Blue Knight captain roared, raising his giant ice scythe. He intended to absorb the other 3 unit captains as soon as they all converged in front of the walls, becoming a single entity. Bring doom to this world, the iron hammer of repentance. The speed of the cavalry and centaur units on the plains was truly incredible. In no time, the walls of Crossroad came within reach. Sarah, as they entered within a certain distance of each other, white, red, black, and blue auras burst forth from the bodies of the 4 knights and connected. The Blue Knight captain shouted fiercely, "Come!" The bodies of the White Knight, Red Knight, and Black Knight captains began to dissolve and scatter into acid, fire, and water in an instant. As he tried to absorb them through the connected magical pathways, the Blue Knight captain commanded, "With sword and famine and death and beasts of the earth, kill the whole were," and the next moment, click, an unknown activation sound rang out from atop the walls of Crossroad. Whoosh! A strange sensation of time and space being compressed enveloped the Blue Knight captain's entire body. With a dizzying flash, he felt as if his whole body was being thrown to the other side of the world, and the next moment, the Blue Knight captain found himself teleported alone to the edge of the southern plains. What? The stunned Blue Knight captain frantically looked around. He was definitely right in front of the walls of the human world just moments ago, but suddenly he was forcibly moved to a place far away, to the edge of the plains far south from the walls of the human world. This was the effect of Start Over, the highest grade defensive artifact of the human side. But the Blue Knight captain had no way of knowing its true nature, and the effect caused by this simple, if simple, artifact returned with massive repercussions. In front of the crossroad walls where the Blue Knight captain had temporarily disappeared, the White Knight, Red Knight, and Black Knight captains, who had entered a standby state for combination, lost their target for power transfer and fell into a momentarily defenseless state. Aim! The commander of the human side was not one to miss such an opening. Fire! Bang! Bew, 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 boom. The crossfire that rained down tore the three knight captains to shreds. If they were at full strength, they could have easily withstood this level of bombardment and even launched a counterattack. But they were all in the process of gathering their power to transfer to their comrade. Naturally, they were not in a state to fight properly. Ugh! QR! How could this? The three knights fell miserably, spraying acid, fire, and water. Their subordinates were no exception. Not many had survived to begin with, but even those who remained all fell helplessly under Crossroads' bombardment. As expected, I smirked as I looked down at the annihilated enemy lines. It's the golden rule to attack the enemy while they're combining. It might sound like I'm taking the villain's stance, but who cares? The best strategy against combining enemies is always to beat them up during the combination. Well done, Lily, and the alchemist team. As I gave a thumbs up in praise, Lily and the alchemists who had brilliantly deployed start over smiled sheepishly. Now that's that. Lily, we need to prepare for the next step, right? Yes, yes, please work me to the bone. Lily sighed and wheeled her wheelchair forward. Then she joined Diarmuidin, who was preparing a joint aerial magic circle on the other side. HNNNGH. Diarmuidin was preparing his magic while sweating profusely. Lily also took a deep breath before starting to cast her magic. After confirming that the magic circle was being prepared, I looked south again. Thud, 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 thud. In the distance, at the edge of the southern plains, the Blue Knight captain who had been forcibly teleported could be seen charging alone. Although his subordinates and comrades had already been annihilated, he still seemed to be overflowing with fighting spirit. He still maintains the form of a giant ice knight. In fact, he's incredibly strong even in that state alone. However, if you show your attribute so obviously, it's the golden rule to counter with its weakness attribute, right? After all, if it's ice attribute, then all we have to do is beat him with its counter fire attribute. I'll go first. Junior used elemental disassembly that she had memorized in advance on Lord of Crimson against the Blue Knight captain. Zing! Elemental disassembly hit accurately, cutting the Blue Knight captain's magic defense in half. Casting complete. Following that, Lily, who had been gathering magical power, opened her eyes wide. Various magic support artifacts connected to Lily, and Junior and Bodybag assisted Lily's magic. Here we go. Lily is not fundamentally a combatant. It's been quite some time since she retired from field work. Her main job is artifact management, but she consistently helped in battles in various ways, and she was trained on the battlefield while managing artifacts. And at the end of all those battle experiences, she finally succeeded in awakening. She learned her ultimate skill, and today is the debut of that ultimate skill. Whoosh! A wall of flames appeared in front of the charging Blue Knight captain. Crash! The Blue Knight captain easily broke through that wall, and then he discovered a new wall spread out behind it. Crash, crash, crash. He broke through 3 walls in succession. But beyond that, the walls of flame stretched endlessly, because Lily is generating them in real time right now. The name of this ultimate skill, which reduces the power and size of the firewall Lily used to use and then fires dozens of them in succession, is Fire Wave. It's a simple magic that just deploys walls of flame in succession. But what is the virtue of a flame mage in the first place? Simple structure and therefore powerful effect. This is it. Sizzle. The ice armor on the Blue Knight captain's body, which seemed like it would never melt, began to slowly melt from the edges. Whether it's ice formed with spiritual cold or whatever, there's nothing it can do against the walls of fire that keep crashing in succession. The Blue Knight captain looked around, as if trying to find a detour belatedly, but already the procession of flame walls adjusted by Lily was closing in, surrounding the Blue Knight captain. In the end, he had no choice but to charge. Crash, crash, crash. After breaking through dozens of flame walls in succession, the Blue Knight captain was still intact, but his ice armor had gradually melted, reducing his massive size somewhat. Excellent, Lily. The one who praised Lily's ultimate skill was Diarmuidin, at the fingertips of Diarmuidin, who had received the magical power of dozens of people through the joint aerial magic circle. A giant flame spear was nestled. Let this old man add a handful to your military exploit. And Diarmuidin flew up into the sky, magnificently using his robe Old Phoenix, then used that ascending power to execute a powerful spear throw. Zwooong! A giant streak of flame spear shot out like a beam of light, and the next moment it hit the center of the Blue Knight captain's body. Crack! The sound of something breaking and splitting rang out. Crack, crack, crack! It was the sound of the ice armor worn by the Blue Knight captain breaking apart. Boom! The flame spear that had properly pierced exploded. The next moment, cracks spread all over the ice armor. Then it shattered and melted simultaneously. Ah! Though in agony, the Blue Knight captain was still holding back from swinging the scythe in his hand until the end. The failure of the Apocalypse Knights was already a foregone conclusion. If so, his intention must be to deliver a final blow to our defense line with that scythe imbued with ice and death. The Blue Knight captain, who finally reached right in front of the crossroad walls, pulled back his ice scythe with all his might. The flame mages have set the stage for us. Watching this scene, I raised my hand and drew a circle. Let's end this. Then Damien, still mounted on La Mancha, who had been waiting for my signal, fired a sniper shot from the sky. Thud! The falling magic bullet accurately lodged into the Blue Knight captain's scythe. With this alone, the final blow the Blue Knight captain was preparing was thrown off course, and its power was greatly reduced. And in front of such an enemy commander, Hup, Evangeline, who had deployed her armor snow white, and jumped down from the wall as if flying, stood blocking with her shield raised. Evangeline's shield of House Cross now houses 3 ice spirits, each after repairs and enhancements. Those spirits whirled around, covering the shield with ice. Crack! It easily absorbed the Blue Knight captain's ice scythe attack with the same attribute. Ice shards and snow powder whirled violently in all directions. But Evangeline succeeded in fully receiving the enemy commander's blow without being pushed back. Lucas, this is the opponent you were dealing with. I'll leave the finishing blow to you. Yes, my lord. Lucas, who had been waiting for my order, lightly kicked off the edge of the wall, flew in at a speed invisible to the eye, and landed in front of the enemy commander. Drawing his 2 swords, he spun as if dancing. Slash, slash, slash. After delivering dozens of sword strikes while grazing past the Blue Knight captain, he stopped spinning and sheathed his 2 swords again. Click, and at the same moment the 2 swords entered their sheaths. Ah! Boom! The Blue Knight captain's entire body burst outward with a flash, as if exploding from the inside. This was the end of the 48th defensive battle. Chapter 775, the battle had ended. While damage elsewhere was minor, the forces that fought against the Blue Knight unit at the 3rd forward base suffered considerable losses. This was due to being caught in the enemy's attack before they could retreat when the front line collapsed. I personally came with soldiers and workers to recover the 3rd forward base. Corpses frozen to death by the Blue Knight's cold attacks were everywhere. May you rest in peace. An unnamed soldier had died frozen in the very pose of charging at the enemy with his sword raised. I recovered his body and closed his eyes. Fortunately, amid the misfortune, Blue Pearl, which had fallen during the battle at the 3rd forward base, succeeded in an emergency landing, completed repairs on its own, and rejoined us. The 2 pirate kings driving Blue Pearl, the Rompler siblings, stuck out their tongues. Wow, I'd heard a lot about the monster front, but I didn't expect this. You're saying this is considered minor damage. They look like they were about to end the world, and this is considered a relatively easy defense. We all smiled bitterly as we loaded the fallen soldiers' bodies into the prepared hearse. The 2 pirate kings, who had briefly squeezed their eyes shut, also participated in recovering the fallen. Blue Pearl, having completed emergency repairs, flew off carrying all the recovered bodies of the fallen. Following that, the airship La Mancha flew in, picked up the 3 damaged mobile walls from the 3rd forward base, and returned to Crossroad. Sitting on the bridge of the returning La Mancha, I leaned my forehead against the window and caught my breath. Crossroad soon came into view. The city was busy, wrapping up the 48th defensive battle while simultaneously beginning preparations for the 49th. As I surveyed the cityscape that now moved on its own without my specific instructions, I thought, the next defensive battle, Stage 49, is essentially the final stage we need to clear. In the game, Stage 49 is the last defensive battle Crossroad can withstand. The final defensive battle that follows, Stage 50, is in the realm of impossible to clear. When Stage 50 begins, the final boss, the Sleepless Lake Princess, pours out of the Black Lake, leading an infinite number of monsters. There is no possibility of victory against an infinite enemy army led by the strongest monster. So the method proposed in the game is for a suicide squad to enter the dungeon before Stage 50 begins and defeat the Sleepless Lake Princess. To kill Nameless, who has become a monster, her who has become the embodiment of nightmares, with our own hands. If we succeed in this, we'll see that ending we encountered in the game. That final scene where Lucas stands alone on a field of enemy and ally corpses. But now I know, going towards that ending isn't the proper strategy. The ending I desire, and the strategy I've devised, lies elsewhere. The true ending that Ada and I sought to reach together cannot be attained by following the existing route. If we want to break free from being actors manipulated on stage and truly become masters of our own fate, we must change our perspective on the world. We must break the rules from outside them, dominate them, and establish new ones. The puzzle pieces for this have all gathered in my hands, and I've decided to move forward on a new path never attempted before in this endlessly repeated apocalyptic game. But to be truly honest, I'm afraid. It would be a lie to say I'm not anxious. Is the path I've chosen, the strategy I've found, really correct? If we go this way, will we really reach the true ending we desire? What if, due to my mistake, my wrong judgment, everyone following my flag meets a painful end? How amusing! I pushed aside my complicated thoughts and wiped my forehead with my hand. Looking back, my battles have always been like walking a tightrope. They've always been last stands. They've always been life or death struggles, always the final showdown. This anxiety creeping up on me now must be because the true end is near. Let's focus on the imminent defensive battle. To head towards the final battle, Stage 50, we must clear Stage 49. And in this Stage 49, there's a high probability that the current acting Demon King Crown will make some move. He's praying for salvation for his sister Nameless, but currently, perhaps due to the curse placed on him by the Demon King, he's clearly turned into an enemy commander. And as an enemy commander, he must have been trying to find ways to attack us while going through stages 46, 47, and 48. Whether he's really found our weakness, or if he'll try something else without clear results, is unknown at this point. One thing is certain, though, stage 49 will be incomparably more difficult than the previous 3 stages. Let's continue reconnaissance and prepare thoroughly. I examined the magic cores stored in my inventory, recovered from the previous 3 stages. 5 magic cores recovered from the Great Rat God, 3 magic cores recovered from Tamjinchi, 4 magic cores recovered from the Apocalypse Knights. The Great Rat God's magic cores are quite unstable. Let's use these to make relatively simple missiles. The Tamjinchi and Apocalypse 4 Knights magic cores are 2 high-grade materials. Even if the schedule is tight, it's better to make equipment with these. And we also need to open the boxes that have accumulated, speed up the process of modifying La Mancha into a dimension-shifting ship, and urgently repair the 3 damaged mobile walls. As I was mentally organizing the busy schedule between battles, as hectic as the consecutive battles themselves, the airship landed. I was about to hurriedly give instructions to my subordinates as we disembarked, but the atmosphere around the people was a bit strange. Ha! Everyone was gathered around a space in front of the hangar, with shocked faces, covering their mouths, pulling their hair, widening their eyes, and some even shedding tears. Kyra! Oh my, how could this? I can't stop trembling. To think such a day would come. The atmosphere was unusual. I quickly pushed through the people on the outskirts and entered that space. What's going on? Why is everyone? I had to shut my mouth mid-sentence. As I pushed inside, it finally came into view. He was walking, step, Sid, towards his mother, Lily, who had just returned from the battlefield pulling her wheelchair. He had left his nanny's arms and was toddling on his 2 legs. It was truly a historic moment, Sid's first steps. Oh my God! The scene of the small, fair baby shaking his fluffy red hair, his large brown and green eyes sparkling, toddling towards his mother was transcendently cute and also, somehow, majestic. I too, like the shocked people around, covered my mouth with my hand and trembled all over. Come to think of it, he's already a year old. Unfortunately, on his first birthday, we couldn't properly celebrate because it was the day of a defensive battle. I heard they had a quiet birthday party, and I sent a gift too. Anyway, Sid is already 1 year old. It means he's now old enough to start walking. I thought he would crawl forever. I thought he would only babble forever. I thought he would be our front lines representative baby forever. Wait a minute. Being able to walk means, could it be, now, or, towards Lily, who was stretching out her arms with a surprised and joyful face, saying, that's right, that's right. Slowly, Sid, who was toddling towards her with his arms stretched out too, suddenly smiled brightly. And then, Mama! He did it. The people surrounding Lily and Sid watching this scene all screamed and fell backwards. Sighs, exclamations, and joyful screams filled the surroundings. Along with taking his first steps, he spoke his first word too. Tears welled up in Lily's eyes as she silently bit her lips. Hurriedly wiping her reddened eyes with the back of her hand, Lily smiled brightly back and opened her arms wide. Yes, that's right, I'm Mama. Come here, my baby. Sid, excited, hurriedly took steps forward. Wobble. He fell forward. Lily, startled, was about to throw herself forward from her wheelchair, but there was no need. Heave-ho! Arjat. The two pirate kings standing behind me quickly stretched out their hands with strange shouts, creating a water cushion on the floor to catch Sid. Everyone in the place who collectively sighed in relief gave thumbs up to the two pirate kings. The Rompler siblings sheepishly scratched the back of their heads. Sid, who had fallen face down on the fluffy water cushion, seemed to find the sensation fun and giggled. Then he got up again by himself on the cushion and, Mama, he toddled towards Lily again. Lily gently embraced her son, who had finally taken these short but great steps. Well done, my son, you did so well. Lily held Sid and wept. She had been worried that Sid wasn't starting to walk, perhaps because she couldn't show him walking herself, that he couldn't speak because she couldn't always be by his side, busy with work on the front lines, or if it was because he was mixed race or an after effect of the difficult birth. I heard she had been consulting the temple, often due to her many worries, but this was the moment when all those concerns were resolved. Thank you for growing up so well. In Lily's arms, Sid smiled innocently. The people watching this scene could no longer hold back and all rushed in. Me. Call me too, say Uncle Lucas. Sid, it's Sister Evangeline, sister. Me too, say Sister Verdandi, hurry. No, if you have a conscience, say Auntie. It's Uncle Calliope. Baby, come on, say Uncle. Uncle, more like grandfather, I too shouted, squeezing in between the people acting childishly. Gee, Godfather. The baby's clear gaze turned towards me. I smiled brightly back and shouted, Call me Godfather. Sid, before stage 49 began. It was a peaceful and miraculous moment that came to our front line. And what happened after that? My consciousness, as if filled with noise. It's not clear. I am Godfather. Suddenly breaking through my hazy thoughts, a young and blunt voice was heard from beside me. Godfather, pull yourself together. Ha! My clouded consciousness gradually awakens. From a dream of the distant past, of happier times, I return to reality. I came to my senses in a cold that felt like it could cut through flesh. This place is the entrance of a cave in some mountain. I was crouched at the cave entrance, wearing an old and dirty winter coat covered in matted fur, having just woken up from a light sleep. Outside the cave, snow is endlessly falling from the sky. No, this is not snow. This is ash. In the distance, the white frozen earth is visible, burning black and splitting, surging up into the sky as if in a whirlwind. This earth that has surged up into the sky falls back down as ash, a black storm burning the completely frozen earth, and a rain of falling ash. For a moment, I blankly stared at the ruined world. Yes, after losing the final battle against the Demon King, the human world was completely destroyed. It's been 15 years since then. Godfather! At the voice calling again, I turned my head towards the inside of the cave. There stood a young boy, with red hair like his mother's fluttering in the cold wind, eyes mixed green and brown like his father's, gazing straight ahead, the last great mage of humanity. Sid, with a clear gaze just like 15 years ago, looked at me and said bluntly, Just now, Mom died. Chapter 776. I was defeated in stage 50. The final strategy failed and the world was destroyed. 15 years have passed since then. In this ruined world, survivors are still clinging to life, and I am still rebelling against the fate of destruction that has already come. While tidying up my appearance, I looked in the mirror. Through my black hair, which has grown long over 15 years of not being properly cut, I see my still young face. Since inheriting the power of two dragons, I no longer age. But in my deeply sunken, tired eyes, the undeniable passage of time can be felt. For some reason, I now look very much like my father, Traha, who is already dead. I turned away from the mirror, full of cracks and dirty stains. I had to attend Lily's funeral. Lily's funeral was held simply. For 15 years after the world's destruction, Lily had been a great help to us despite being unable to move her legs. She appropriately distributed our scarce resources, placed our limited manpower where it was most needed, and supplemented our lack of warmth with her fire magic. Without her, the remnants of our World Guardian front wouldn't have been able to carry out even our last resistance activities properly. But Lily, who seemed like she would endure strongly forever, fell ill recently and didn't last long after that. This is a good death, isn't it? Looking at Lily's face laid on the frozen pile of firewood, Sid spoke indifferently. In a world like this, to be able to die with one's limbs intact, in the arms of those who care for you, by the warmth of a bonfire, how fortunate is that? Sid remained calm even in the face of his mother's death. This wasn't bravado or pretending to be strong. Truly, Sid considered it fortunate that Lily died this way. This child, who grew up in a ruined world, sincerely thought so. And in reality, dying from illness was considered a relatively intact end, compared to the miserable deaths of other heroes who fell before. In this world that has become like this, cremation was indeed the only funeral method that could fully preserve the peace of the deceased. Other methods couldn't maintain the integrity of the body for various reasons. We prepared Lily's funeral near the entrance of the cave we were using as a hideout. We gathered what little firewood we had and sprinkled hard-to-obtain oil. At that moment, one of the heroes keeping watch around us approached me and quietly spoke. "Your Highness." I turned to see a woman with indigo hair dressed as a mortician. It was Elise, the mortician's swordswoman, one of the few remaining skilled warriors in the current World Guardian front. She wore an eye patch over her lost right eye and a magical prosthetic in place of her lost left arm. But the sword coffin on her back was the same as 15 years ago. Inside the sword coffin were the weapons of fallen comrades preserved. The belongings of Serenade, who was her lost master and my lover, would also be preserved in Eli's sword coffin. "Your Highness." While I was momentarily dazed thinking about Serenade, Elise called me again. Even though the world has been destroyed and Everblack no longer exists as a country, Elise still called me Your Highness, even in a world where status no longer matters, even though my coronation will never happen. If we light such a large fire, they will notice us. Their encirclement is already closing in on us. If we light a fire now and they pinpoint our location, we'll have to abandon this hideout we've just found. It had been only a week since the remnants of our World Guardian front moved to this cave, escaping from their pursuit. It was a comfortable hideout found after a long time. It was a shame to give it up. But even if we hold out longer, it's only a matter of days. After that, we'll eventually be discovered by them and have to find a new hideout, as we've done for the past 15 years. Do you have a place in mind for the next hideout? When I asked, Elise hesitated before slowly nodding. I nodded back. We can't carelessly conduct Lily's funeral, even if we have to move our hideout earlier than planned. Let's send Lily off properly. Understood. A faint sadness clearly swirled in Eli's eyes as she stepped back. Although she had witnessed the deaths of countless comrades and recovered their weapons, Lily's death seemed painful for her too. Funerals in this era were really nothing special. What use is there in praying for blessings in the afterlife in an already ruined world? We just quietly mourn and light the fire. ... In the past, priests would bless the afterlife, soldiers would fire salutes into the sky, and I would recite poetry. I suddenly recalled funerals from the world before its destruction. Come to think of it, when was the last time I recited poetry? After the destruction, with too many people dying and unable to hold proper funerals, I stopped reciting poems for the deceased. As much as I cared for Lily, I wanted to utter even a single verse, but now I couldn't even recall a decent verse properly. I kept my mouth shut. After everyone's mourning ended, it was time to light the fire. Sid, who had been standing quietly beside me with an emotionless expression, snapped his fingers. Magical fire ignited the firewood beneath Lily. We watched Lily burn, engulfed in flames, until the very end. She had been my comrade since 18 years ago, when I first faced the Black Spider Legion at the forward base. Now that Lucas and Damien, who shared those times with us, were already dead or missing, the departure of Lily, the last veteran hero, made my insides churn. The fierce magical flames soon subsided, leaving only ashes where Lily had lain. Sid waved his hand once more, and a gust of wind scattered even those ashes, making them disappear. This was a funeral in the age of destruction, and it was the cleanest ending among the funerals I had seen over the past 15 years, and for good reason. Squeak, 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 squeak. After the destruction, this world became infested with them. Before we knew it, a horde of rats had gathered around the entrance of our hideout cave. Moving like waves, they surrounded us from afar, their blood-red eyes glinting. It's unclear what these rat hordes eat to maintain such numbers in this ruined world. But one thing is certain, they don't leave the bodies of my heroes alone. To avoid desecrating the deceased, cremating and scattering even the ashes is the best option. At least Lily's death will not be defiled by those creatures. A good death, ha! Thinking of Lily, who had now disappeared from this world without a trace, I took a long breath. A good death! I could feel the rat horde, undulating like waves in the distance, gradually closing in. I looked around and said, "Let's move to the next hideout." Once the rat horde starts to swell, it becomes unmanageable. But more fearsome than the rat horde is the arrival of what comes next. The rat horde is merely the eyes, nose, and ears of the real enemies. Just scouts controlled by the real enemies. Before the real enemies arrive, we must flee. The survivors had already packed their belongings. In fact, it was an era where there wasn't much left to pack. We began to move, following the guidance of Elise, our pathfinder. The rat horde surrounding us scattered all at once, making way, while still fixing their bright red gazes on us. Trying hard to ignore the rat horde, we advanced into the frozen world where white ash fell like rain. In the distance, a black storm was approaching, on the way to the next hideout. With our robes or cloaks pulled up to cover our heads, we walked through the endlessly falling ash. Although it was such a fierce downpour of ash that we could barely see straight ahead, we remained calm. In fact, this level of weather was barely considered bad weather, just an ordinary day. That's the kind of era it was. "Do you regret it?" Suddenly, such a question came from beside me. I turned to see Sid. The small boy was calmly climbing the ash-covered hill where his feet sank with each step. I asked back, "Regret what? Holding your mother's funeral, leaving our hideout because of it?" "No." Clear eyes gazed at me from between the boy's heavily covered robe. 15 years ago, on the day of the last defensive battle, the choice you made. In the end, that choice of yours made this world like this. Didn't it? Do you regret it?" I was momentarily dazed. It was because my memory of what my choice was 15 years ago was unclear. Back then, when we reached stage 50, instead of killing the sleepless lake princess, I tried to save her. To do that, I met the Demon King separately. Throb, instead of the moment of choice that didn't come to mind clearly. Memories of the terrible consequences that followed the failed strategy overwhelmed me like a tidal wave. Crossroad burning. The final boss, the sleepless lake princess, finally breaking through and following her, an infinite, truly endless horde of monsters. Melting walls, the soldiers on them evaporating together. I tried to communicate with the sleepless lake princess until the very end, because I believed it was the only way of strategy that could lead to the true ending. But the final boss merely swung her sword mercilessly. At this time, Serenade pushed me aside and took the sleepless lake princess sword instead, dying in my arms. Lucas stood alone against the enemy commander to allow me to escape from the sleepless lake princess, and he continued fighting until he sent all of us out of Crossroad. I don't know his final moments. Torkel died fighting, guarding the front gate until the end. Quillan, Calliope, Verdandi, and the Rompula siblings maintained the resistance line until the very end with the blessing of their racial gods, but eventually collapsed before the endless wave of monsters. Numerous soldiers and kings sacrificed themselves to buy time, to save me. After escorting the group of defeated soldiers, I led to the outskirts of Crossroad. Evangeline turned back and rushed into Crossroad again at the last moment, saying she would meet an end befitting the heir of House Cross, saying she didn't want to leave Lucas alone. She ran into her hometown now swarming with demons and monsters. I don't know her final moments. On this day, the World Guardian Front was annihilated, and the world began its destruction. The endless horde of monsters led by the sleepless Lake Princess burned every land, sea, and sky in this world. We, the final remnants of the World Guardian Front, tried to organize a resistance force to fight back somehow, but they were infinite, and we had lost all our elites. Even those who managed to survive lost their lives one by one during the 15 years of life on the run that followed. And so, here we are now, in a world that has already been destroyed, where the earth is frozen and the sky is burning. We are living because we cannot die. I am wandering through this hell, searching for a non-existent move to turn the tables. I heard from Mom, Sid asked me again as I remained silent. That day, before the final battle, there was a chance to kill that monster. But you chose dialogue over war, and as a result, the world ended up like this. Do you regret it? I felt suffocated under the boy's clear gaze. If you could go back to that day's choice, would you change it? The answer didn't come easily. That's when it happened. Your Highness, Elise, who was leading the way at the front of our group, shouted urgently. Enemy! Thud, 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 thud. The sound of hoofbeats rang out in the distance and quickly drew near. All survivors hurriedly drew their weapons. Elise shouted at the top of her lungs. It's the Apocalypse Knights. As soon as her shout rang out, cavalry with fluttering cloaks charged at us from all directions, cutting through the ash downpour. Plague, famine, war, death. These enemies that have tormented us relentlessly since the destruction descended upon us like dark clouds, swinging their weapons. Chapter 777 Apocalypse Knights. These monsters we once defeated have appeared in this world again. But when you think about it, it's only natural. This is the world after the end of the world. It's not surprising that monsters symbolizing destruction, embodying the concept of annihilation, would revive and rampage. Boom, 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 boom. Through the hazy view caused by the swirling ashes, Apocalypse Knights charged in from all directions. Form a circular defense. Take defensive positions, I shouted, reaching for the flagpole at my waist, but it wasn't there. Only then did I realize. My flagpole, in the form of a ceremonial longsword, black square, black, 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 was destroyed 15 years ago. Huck! I tried to deploy my exclusive armor, but it was the same. Clink, clink, clank. The chain mail armor, black, 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 square, black, black, that once fully covered my body, had been damaged during the long battle, and with the remaining chain parts, I could only form something like a gauntlet that barely covered one hand. I grabbed that gauntlet and struck the head of an approaching Apocalypse Knight. Thwack! The one hit by my fist had half its head blown off, but soon it regenerated the injured part and stood up like a zombie. Damn it! These were tough enemies even 15 years ago, and now they've become even stronger with this apocalyptic era as their battlefield. They're too strong for us to handle, having lost most of our ace heroes and reduced to a group of defeated soldiers. Cuke! Even Elise, our strongest vanguard swordsman, couldn't withstand the fierce attack of the enemy cavalry and kept retreating. The rest of the survivors fell, spewing blood, or rolled on the ground screaming. In an instant, our defense collapsed. I gritted my teeth. At this rate, inevitably, I tried to awaken the dragon's power within me. There's a price I have to pay every time I use this power, but now is not the time to be picky. Lord! At that moment, a light touch landed on my shoulder. Leave it to me. Whoosh, with a sound of the air boiling. Sid, who had suddenly floated up into the sky, looked around with his characteristically emotionless eyes. Behind the boy, a dazzling rainbow-like radiance was bursting out in all directions. That's right. The reason why our World Guardian Front, weakened and tattered as we are, could still survive without being completely annihilated. It's all thanks to this boy. Flash. Countless magic elements poured out from behind Sid's back and began to merge into a massive ring shape. The mana chosen, a genius among geniuses who learned the basics from Diarmuidin, was trained by Junior and surpassed even their achievements. Now that the two previous archmages are dead, he is the last archmage of humanity, carrying on their legacy. This is the boy before my eyes. Sid, clap. As Sid lightly clapped his hands together and then spread them left and right, the rings of light that had been spinning around the boy's body flashed out in all directions. Black darkness gushed out like blood from the bodies of the Apocalypse Knights hit by these rings of light. More than half of the Apocalypse Knights died instantly and sprawled on the ground. while the rest barely pulled themselves together and quickly turned back. Boom, 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 boom. The enemies are retreating. As I watched them move away, I let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sid, we survived thanks to you. But many still died. Sid, who had landed next to me, muttered indifferently as he looked at the fallen comrades on the ground. The enemy's surprise attack was brief, but in the short time, until Sid unleashed his magic to repel them, it had inflicted great damage on our side. The survivors gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades. We lit a fire and blankly watched as the lives turned into another form of ash amidst the falling cinders. Let's go, Your Highness. Elise, adjusting her sword coffin, jerked her chin. The new hideout is far. We need to walk quickly before the enemies attack again. Leaving the pervasive death behind, we silently marched forward once more. How long did we walk like that? The place Elise guided us to was a ruined city. As the Earth's axis continues to twist and the land repeatedly decomposes and reassembles, it's impossible to know exactly where in the continent this city was before the apocalypse. We can only be grateful that we can shelter from the ash and rain for one night. The hideout I scouted is still half a day's walk away. Let's stay here for tonight and continue moving tomorrow. We unpacked in one of the ruined buildings and prepared to camp. After setting up watch shifts, people in the ruins collapsed one by one as if fainting. As usual, I sat at the entrance of the building, trying to think about tomorrow's plans. But extreme fatigue interfered with such thoughts. I was tired, my eyes closed involuntarily. Do you often have nightmares, Ash? A sweet voice, but one I never want to hear again, comes from in front of me. I glared ahead. I'm sitting at a table, and seated across from me is the Vampire King, Celendian, with his bright red eyes twinkling amiably, twirling a wine glass in one hand. He's smiling at me. Nightmares uncover the deepest fears in a person's inner self. They show you what you fear most in a tangible form. I know, this is a memory from long ago. Stage 5. Part of a conversation I had with him during the commander's meeting amidst the final battle with the Bloodkin Legion. But imagine this. What if that nightmare doesn't end with the dream, but comes out into reality? Celendian stared intently at the wine glass in his hand. If it crawls out from the other side as a living, breathing monster with a clear form, if that monster stands before your eyes and looks into you, how would that feel? This is a meaningless, empty koan. Well then, young human, let me ask you once more. Even though I know this, I found myself drawn into his words without realizing it. Do you often have nightmares? What is it that you fear most? What I fear most. That is, I hope it's not too terrible. Celendian slowly turned his gaze. There stood the familiar walls of Crossroad from Stage 5, sturdy and strong. Whatever it is, if you look too deeply into it, it might become reality. And on those walls, there are the figures of dear comrades who fought alongside me long ago. Someone among them is shouting something, desperately reaching out their hand towards me, as if earnestly hoping their voice would reach me. I can't hear the voice, but I can read their lips. My lord, lord. I opened my eyes with a start. Once again, I tumble from the nostalgic mire of the distant past into the barren reality. A ruined world where ash rains down. This is my reality now. Lord, please eat. Sid, who had approached me without my noticing, was holding out a skewer of meat. Along with the heat of what seemed to be freshly grilled, a pungent smell hit me. I waved my hand. No, I don't have an appetite. Then, can I eat this? I'm hungry after using magic. Sure, if you want. Sid then quietly began to eat the meat skewer that was meant for me. That skewer is made of rat meat. It tastes bad, smells awful, and has little nutritional value, but it's one of the few food sources available to us in these times. Is it edible? No, it tastes bad. Sid mumbled as he quickly finished the rat meat skewer while chewing. But at least we don't have to eat each other, right? Unlike his bleak and cynical voice, Sid's face as he licked his greasy fingers was still young, born in such an era, forced to become a premature adult. As I quietly watched this child, I suddenly asked, Sid, do you remember cotton candy? Ha, Sid tilted his head. Cotton candy, what's that? It's candy made by melting sugar into threads, then wrapping them up to make it look like a cloud. Sugar, cloud, candy. Sid kept tilting his head at this parade of unfamiliar words. It's food, right? What does it taste like? It's sweet, very sweet. Sweet taste. Sid furrowed his brow, as if trying to recall that taste he had rarely experienced in his short life. I think I knew what it tasted like, but what was it again? I swallowed my words internally. On New Year's Day, the first after you were born, your mother put a piece of cotton candy in your mouth. You probably don't remember. I can't recall it well anymore either. But even in this ugly world, there was once such a beautiful moment. I'd like to try cotton candy someday, Sid mumbled. Finally giving up on recalling the sweet taste, I chuckled. Yeah, that would be nice. It might sound like empty talk, but who knows if we're alive? Anything could happen. Really? Will anything actually happen? It was then. Your Highness. Elise approached. She looked tired and exhausted after tending to the wounded inside the ruined building. Many were injured in the earlier battle, and we've run out of medicine and bandages, so we've finally run out. At this rate, many will die tonight unable to hold on. It's been 3 years since Rosetta, our last healing priest, died. Since then, we've been treating injuries with always scarce medicine and dirty bandages, and now even those have run out. As it happens, this place seems to have been a city, albeit now in ruins, so I plan to search around. If we're lucky, we might find some useful items besides medical supplies. I'll go too. I decided to go along, not wanting to let Elise struggle alone. Then Sid hurriedly followed us, wiping his fingers on the hem of his robe. I want to go too. It's my first time in a city, so I want to look around. All right, let's go together. We don't know what threats might be hiding in this long-abandoned, ruined city, but the three of us, me, Elise, and Sid, are the strongest forces left in the world Guardian front. If there's a problem, we should be able to crush it. After leaving the night watch and guard duty to the other heroes and soldiers, we left the campsite and entered the ruined city. In a world that has ended, when searching ruins or structures for supplies, there are all kinds of threats one might encounter, starting from the danger of collapsing old buildings, ferocious wild beasts, all sorts of monsters like ghosts and demons, the horde of rats that surrounded us earlier and waited for an opening, the apocalypse knights that suddenly hunt living humans, and also, but more dangerous than any of these, there's a light, other survivor groups, people. That is, I can see a bonfire inside that building over there. It seems there are other survivors staying in this city. That's not good. That's my honest feeling. Meeting people is not good. In a world that has ended, it's actually easier to make judgments. Because every being you meet is an enemy aiming for your life. So I can be wary and kill them all. And that's that. But people are in a grey area that can't be simply treated as hostile. Because they're people, we can't just cover it up and kill them. They might be of help to us, and further, they might even become allies. However, in this changed world, with a very high probability, people are our enemies. The only beings that can gain our trust, then deceive us and stab us in the back. That's what people are, monsters that are only human in form. What shall we do? Should we bypass them? No, I sighed. We still need to make contact. We might be able to get medicine. I took the lead towards the building where the light was flickering. Elise and Sid, exchanging glances, cautiously followed me. As I walked without stopping, Selendian's voice from the dream I had earlier suddenly came to mind. Do you often have nightmares? What is it that you fear most? I shook my head vigorously and strode towards the campfire, not knowing if those around it were enemies or allies. Chapter 778. Fortunately, the survivor group wasn't hostile towards us. No, they were more than just not hostile. They were friendly, and for good reason. Prince Ash, how long has it been? They were familiar faces. King Miller Arian of the Aryan Kingdom greeted me warmly and offered a handshake. I grasped his thin hand and shook it. Miller, it's been a long time. I'm glad to see you alive. We Aryan people are used to this kind of weather. A mere blizzard can't kill Miller Arian. His once muscular body had shriveled unimpressively, but his eyes still shone as brightly as they did 15 years ago. I didn't bother asking about Yun. In a world like this, there's nothing more foolish than inquiring about someone who isn't present. After briefly catching up on how we'd been doing, I brought up my original purpose. Is there any chance we could get some medical supplies? We have many wounded. Medical supplies. We're not well stocked ourselves, but we'll contribute what we can. Miller instructed his subordinates to gather medical supplies. His subordinates, with dull, lifeless eyes, nodded vaguely before disappearing into the shadows of the dark city. After sending his subordinates away, Miller drew close to me and lowered his voice. So, Prince Ash, you have it, don't you? Pardon, have what? Why, the one thing that can turn everything around in an instant, of course. Miller clenched his fist with his one remaining arm. The one thing that can topple those cursed monsters covering this land and save the world in one go. You have it, right? I was at a loss for words. No such method exists. The world has already ended. It can never return to its former state. Even knowing this, I searched for a miracle that might not exist, because if I didn't believe in such a miracle, there would be no reason to live on. So the best I could manage was this response. I'm still searching for it myself. Miller's face, which had retained a hint of a smile, hardened. He must have read the resignation and fatigue in my voice, in my face. I see, so that's how it is. He chuckled hollowly while stroking his unkempt beard. Prince Ash, I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but I'm sure you'll find it in the end. No matter where or how long you search. If it's you, silence fell. An awkward atmosphere filled the area around the bonfire. Ahem, Miller cleared his throat and brightened up as he spotted his subordinates returning from afar. Oh, here come my men. Hey, how much medicine do we have left? Clink, clink. But in the hands of the approaching subordinates were blades instead of medical supplies. Moreover, their numbers had swelled far beyond those who had initially dispersed. It seemed they had gathered all their comrades scattered throughout the city. Elise, Sid, and I calmly remained seated in front of the bonfire, glancing at the survivors swarming to surround us, but Miller was visibly flustered. What are you doing, you fools? This is supposed to be a welcoming gathering for our esteemed guests. Put down those blades at once. Your Majesty, please step aside. Among those surrounding us, a gaunt middle-aged woman spat out words while gripping a rusty kitchen knife. We all know, Prince Ash, this man was the commander of the World Guardian Front. This man had the responsibility to protect the world. If he had done his job properly, the world wouldn't have ended so horrifically. I closed my tired eyes. The middle-aged woman screamed in a hoarse voice. It's all because of you, Prince Ash. It's all your fault. If you had done things right, the world would have been safe, and my children wouldn't have had to die so miserably. All these failures are your responsibility, so you should take responsibility. Why are you still shamelessly alive? The survivors surrounding us took a step closer in unison. The ominously raised weapons gleamed red, reflecting the bonfire's light and their hostility. Atone with your life. At least die now. Apologize to my children who died first, to this world that died first. Miller stood up abruptly and shouted, You fools, stop this nonsense. Don't try to stop us. Your Majesty, isn't this world over anyway? Stop being so formal. Let's kill these bastards and finally feast on human flesh. Miller's intervention was futile. The next moment, the survivors who had been slowly closing in rushed at me all at once, shouting. I didn't dodge. I had several means to block their attack, and I was too tired to even move to avoid it, but something completely unexpected happened. Thud, thud, thud. Miller intercepted the attack meant for me, taking it with his body. Q-hack. Miller. Several blades pierced his old, skinny body and were pulled out along with spurts of blood. Not just me, but even the survivors who had thrust their blades were shocked. Why, Your Majesty? Why? Huck, huck, cuke, spewing blood from his wounded body. Miller muttered, Who dares to throw stones at this man? Everyone who was on that front knows, without this man the world would have ended long ago. Because of this man, hope existed in this world. Miller raised his empty sleeve. It revealed the burn scar from the black dragon's flames. He still considered that wound a glorious medal. I remember that miraculous moment when this man brought sunlight back to the world. So, if you want to throw stones at this man, Huck, kill me first. Until I die, never. The survivors were taken aback, but gradually their eyes changed. Their hands gripping the blades tightened. Yeah, we're sick of your pathetic old tales. Your Majesty, give us one last meal to fill our hungry stomachs before you go. Kill all four of them. Let's feast tonight. Even in a situation where the people he once led had all betrayed him and were pointing blades at him, Miller stood firm on trembling legs, as if trying to protect me. I stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Miller. Huck, huck. Prince Ash. He looked back at me with trembling eyes. It was an era where everything was being tested. Humanity, beliefs, banners, will, all of it. I was no exception. In this ruined world devoid of hope, I was about to give up on finding salvation. I was about to accept the slowly withering fate. But even in times like these, this old king showed that there are still people who genuinely believe in me. So, I spoke with sincerity. Thank you, perhaps reading the determination returning to my eyes instead of resignation. A smile slowly formed on Miller's blood-stained lips as he stared blankly back at me. I see. That's enough. Thud. Miller collapsed. The old king was dead. I quietly looked down at him, fallen in the pool of his own blood, then turned to survey the survivors surrounding us once more, to those gripping blades and revealing their individual hatreds and desires. I spoke softly. I kill monsters, I protect humans. That has been my lifelong creed. I reached out my hand towards them, and still I want to protect you all. It's not too late, everyone. Put down your weapons, please. Don't become monsters. Remain human, especially in times like these. Someone must remain a lantern. Someone must remain a beacon. Someone must remain a flag. If the world's destruction is my responsibility, then protecting the last of humanity is also my responsibility. Rekindling that spark in people is also my responsibility. Don't become monsters like them. Even if it's difficult and painful, let's live as humans until the very end. The expressions of the survivors were varied. Some burned with even more intense hatred as if the idea was absurd. Some wavered and were confused. Some had trembling eyes. I calmly waited in front of these bewildered and restless people. But in the end, don't make me laugh. We'll kill you, Prince Ash. Once the faint emotions evaporated, what remained in the survivors' eyes was deep-rooted hatred. Save your pretty words for hell. Now that even that useless old man Miller is dead, we have nothing to hold us back. We'll gladly become monsters if that's what it takes to survive in this hellish world. Meat, meat, give us meat. Right, this is reality, I suppose. Still, I tried to persuade them until the very end. I tried to make even one person regain their senses. But then, boom, a sound echoed from afar. Everyone turned their heads towards it as if on cue. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sound gradually drew closer. The survivors swallowed their panic screams and one by one dropped the blades from their hands. Confusion and despair appeared on everyone's faces. They all knew the identity of this sound. Your Highness, Elise, who had hurriedly stomped out the bonfire, shouted. Hide! Elise urgently led me and Sid behind a ruined pillar. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the sound began to intensify, as if something very heavy was rushing across the ground. And the moment after we hid behind the pillar quabum, crushing all the collapsed ruins, 3 giant statues appeared amidst a cloud of dust. Beings that appear to hunt humans by reading the negative emotions that surge when people are hostile to each other. One of the worst monsters of the apocalyptic era, Tam Jinkai. The giant statues with heads of a rooster, a snake and a pig, their eyes flashing blood red, raised their weapons. Then they spoke in monotone voices. Always greedy, always full of anger, always foolish. Oh, humans, the 3 spoke simultaneously. Come, let us journey together towards Nirvana. And they began their hunt for humans. Whoosh, splat, with every dance of the giant crescent blade, twin halberd, and 4-pronged spear. The necks and heads of the survivors who were alive just moments ago separated, spraying blood in all directions. Ag! Run away! Run away! It's Tam Jinkai. We can't beat them. Hurry and Esk. A man who had been shouting at the top of his lungs was caught in the hand of a giant statue, and his upper and lower body were torn apart. The man continued screaming for a long time, even after his lower body was thrown far away. You damned monster! Back then, you took my children. The middle-aged woman from earlier charged at the giant statue with her kitchen knife. But the next moment she was struck by the statue's fist, and her blood and flesh exploded in midair, splattering everywhere. A massacre occurred. Those who quickly hid in various ruins like us survived, but those who were outside were horribly slaughtered. Cuck! As I slowly began to raise my magical power, a panicked Elise stopped me. Your Highness, what are you doing? But the people, we can't defeat those monsters now. You know that. We need to hide and look for a chance to escape. Then Sid muttered quietly, ... It's too late to escape anyway. What? More are coming, Sid murmured, looking around with eyes tinged with a faint magical light. Other monsters too. Whoosh! From beyond the ash-covered land, the ground approached like a wave. No, it wasn't a wave. It was an innumerable horde of rats. In the center of that rat horde was a single massive lump of flesh. Mother Rat. It was the monster I often called the Great Rat Mother, the mother of all rats. In other words, it meant that the main force of rats that had swallowed this world had arrived here. Ag! It's the rat horde. The rats have appeared. If we're swallowed, it's over. Hurry and run. Those who tried to flee outside the city were terrified and tried to come back into the ruins, but it was already too late. The wave of rats, moving at a speed far superior to humans, engulfed the survivors. Those swallowed by that wave couldn't even scream before their flesh was torn off and their blood sucked dry in a matter of seconds. The bodies, turned to skeletons in an instant, rolled on the ground, and it didn't end there. Clop, 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 the sound of hooves. Along with the swift sound of galloping hooves, 4 centaurs appeared. They were each wrapped in plague, flame, water, and ice, the 4 generals of the Apocalypse Knights. This is truly going from bad to worse. As I shuddered, Sid added, "This isn't the end." What? When I turned to look, Sid's face was paler than I'd ever seen it. "It's looking this way. It's coming towards us." Sid's eyes trembled as he looked at me. The real enemy. The next moment, boom. With an earth-shaking roar, the sky split open. The sky, always black with swirling smoke, cracked open to reveal the undulating darkness of another world. Countless eyes blinked incessantly through the crack, peering down at the ground. And following that path in the sky, under the clouds and in the starlight, 2 beings descended. One of them was a woman with her face covered by a mourning veil, its edges burned. The dress she wore also had its hem and sleeve ends burned, and the tall crown on her head was also scorched black. Even her long white hair, almost trailing on the ground, had blackened ends. The sleepless lake princess, the worst enemy and once my friend, and beside her, "It's been a while," Ash, wearing a blackened mask that constantly emitted dark smoke, with a crown of thorns atop the smiling mask. Dressed in a white royal outfit completely blackened at the edges, with a white cloak also blackened at the edges, there stood a jester. I spat out his name. "Crown." Then the crown jester smiled behind his mask and asked, in a low, deep, pleasant voice, "How is it? Have you gotten used to this nightmarish life yet?" Chapter 779. 3 types of monsters swirl around the ruins, closing in. Countless rats led by the great rat mother devour everything alive. Tam Jinkai and the 108 defilement statues chant corrupted sutras, driving humans mad and making them kill each other. The Apocalypse Knights, led by the 4 horsemen, negate human life itself through plague, famine, war, and death. They destroy human habitats, they destroy human hearts, they destroy human life itself. As if born for this purpose, the monsters ravage the world of the apocalypse. The ruined city is already filled with human corpses. As prey diminishes, the 3 monster groups begin to fight each other. The rat swarm surges like a wave, climbing over the giant statues, Tamjinkai. The colossal statues, unconcerned about the rats clinging to them, chant the most horrific sutras towards the Apocalypse Knights. And the Apocalypse Knights brandish their bows, greatswords, scales, and scythes to slaughter the rats. Ha! In the middle of this surreal battlefield, Sid let out a quiet sigh. We only came to find medicine. As we had done for the past 15 years, saying goodbye to comrades, moving our shelter, eating rat meat, searching ruins, fighting other survivor groups. We were just trying to live another day like that. But now, the destruction of everything was right before us. Boom, 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 boom. The monsters, having long since discovered our location, rushed towards us through the gaps in the ruins. Clap. As Sid clapped his hands and spread them outwards, a massive ring of light formed, cleanly erasing all the monsters that had swarmed the area. But pushing back the enemies was only momentary. Their empty spaces were immediately filled by the next wave of monsters rushing towards us. Thud. Elise, who had stepped in front of me, planted her sword coffin into the ground and spat out the activation words as if chewing them. Sword coffin, deploy. Without even looking back at the widely opening sword coffin, Elise charged towards the pouring monsters and shouted, "Sword 2, Sword 4, Sword 7, Sword 12, Sword 13. Damn it, just launch all the weapons we can use." Wooing, thwack, thwack, thwack. Various swords shot out from the sword coffin like rockets, raining down like a bombardment on Elise's position. Elise caught these swords in midair one after another and struck down the monsters approaching nearby. She brutally sliced through the grotesquely transformed ratmen, the defilement statues spewing evil sutras, and the apocalypse knights shooting curses with fluttering cloaks. Clang, clang, slash. As the enemies were also tough and resilient, Elise's swords didn't last long before breaking. But Elise paid no mind, discarding the used sword and grabbing the next one to thrust into the enemy's head. Sid cleared the surroundings whenever magic gathered, and Elias directly dealt with the enemies that broke through that magic. This alone maintained some balance on the front line, but we still couldn't break free from their encirclement. And far in the sky, two beings, the sleepless Lake Princess and Crown, were approaching us moment by moment. At this rate, escape was impossible, and we would be caught by them. Phew! I closed my eyes and opened them, slowly awakening the dragon's power within me. Gruwa! The earth vibrated slightly, announcing the dragon's descent to the world. A panicked Sid turned to me urgently and shouted, "Lord, you mustn't. What's there to mustn't in this situation?" More monsters swarmed in, the point where even Sid's magic could no longer fully drive them away. Kuok! I saw Eli's prosthetic arm being caught and torn off by the enemies as she fought bravely. There's no more time to hesitate. I awakened all the dragon heart and dragon blood within me in one breath. Ugh! My vision alternated between black and red. I felt my existence instantly distancing itself from being human. Having called upon the dragon's power too often after the apocalypse, I had now reached the point where my sense of self was corrupted every time I used the dragon's power. Memories are lost, and the wills of the black dragon and red dragon mix, repel, and clash within me. From the beginning, I was an existence patched together to continue fighting through stage 50. It's only natural that I'm going mad after using it for another 15 years. It doesn't matter. I took a deep breath, and towards the direction where the monsters were gathered most thickly, I exhaled with all my might. Hwarag, dragon breath, black and red flames that couldn't mix shot out, pushing each other aside and burning everything in their path. Ugh! I tasted blood inside my burned throat. As my winter coat burned away from the heat of the breath, my upper body, including my neck, was exposed to the world, my body covered in black and red dragon scales. Ha, cough, cough! I coughed violently and spat out blood. My body was a bit of a mess, but thanks to that, a path has opened. All the monsters in one direction were swept away by the breath and annihilated. Elise, who had run to me, supported me and shouted, "Your Highness, this way!" As we barely broke through the encirclement and escaped, the survivors of the World Guardian Front were rushing to meet us. They had been waiting, knowing a battle had broken out. "We must escape this city immediately," I shouted urgently. "Other monsters are a problem, but the two worst enemies of the Lake Kingdom are descending to the ground. Before we're caught, hurry!" But perhaps it was our downfall that we had spent time breaking through the monsters' encirclement. Before I could finish speaking, a woman in a dress, floating down from the sky, gently landed between me and my comrades. Under the split sky, shimmering starlight scattered around the woman, the ends of her pale white dress, as if not of this world, had turned black, glowing ominously with the darkness of another realm. Beyond the pure white morning veil covering her face, I could see teal eyes that were once familiar, but now devoid of human emotion. I uttered in a trembling voice, nameless, with the vain hope that my old friend might recognize my voice and return to how she was before. But of course, that was impossible. Whoosh! Black energy gathered in the sleepless Lake Princess's hand, condensing into the shape of a longsword, and the monster swung it vertically. Slash! Sid, who had rushed towards me urgently, pushed me aside. The blow unleashed by the sleepless Lake Princess narrowly grazed me, and the trajectory of that sword split the world from sky to ground. The torn sky pours down, and the split earth collapses. We can't win. She's not that kind of existence to begin with. She could only have been killed before she was completed as a monster within the Lake Kingdom. Having escaped the Lake Kingdom and become the embodiment of all nightmares, she is literally invincible. "We'll buy time, Your Highness. Escape!" Elise, gripping a broken sword, urgently commanded the people. "Sid, I'm counting on you with His Highness." "Yes." Sid, who had nodded silently, supported me. I shouted urgently, "What are you saying, Elise? If we're escaping, we should go together. Your Highness is our flag," Elise said, biting down on a navy blue dagger. "Especially in a world like this. Please keep flying until the very last moment possible. I'll entrust this sword coffin to Your Highness. The wills of those who fell before us remain inside." After pushing her sword coffin towards me. Finally, giving me a complex look, Elise dashed towards the sleepless Lake Princess. "Wara! Block the monster as much as you can. Buy time." All the remaining members of the World Guardian Front charged towards the enemy commander, shouting, "Take this, my master's enemy." The dagger Elise thrust out with her final shout failed to leave any wound on the sleepless Lake Princess's body. The next moment, after confirming Elise being shredded and blown apart by the black energy, I tightly closed my eyes and turned my body in the opposite direction. While my people bought time with their lives, I fled with Sid's support, carrying the sword coffin. Once again, as we had done for the past 15 years, perhaps it was because the sky had split, ash no longer fell. Sid and I were crossing a white ice field under an unusually clear night sky. Ha ha, ha, Sid exhaled irregular breaths. We walked like that for a while, leaning on each other. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Sid and I held onto each other and barely withstood the gale, and when the strong wind stopped, the white ash covering the ice field was completely swept away. The cleanly frozen plain perfectly reflected the clear night sky. Starlight bloomed like flowers on the earth. Wow! Forgetting the current situation, Sid let out an exclamation like an innocent child. I know this isn't the time to say this, Lord, but isn't it beautiful? Yeah, it really is beautiful, I murmured, surveying this landscape with Sid. It's like a flower field. A flower field? What's that? A field where lots of flowers are planted. Sid, who had never seen flowers or fields since the world became like this, didn't quite understand my words, but I guess that flower field thing must be this pretty too, he said, as if somehow understanding. Thud, right after. Sid collapsed. I hurriedly caught the child and checked his condition. This is. There was a long gash across Sid's chest. It seemed to be a wound from when he pushed me away from the sleepless Lake Princess's attack. He had sealed it with magic and walked this far, but it was a wound that couldn't heal, and he had reached his limit. Looking back at the path we had walked, I could see droplets of blood scattered here and there. My face contorted. Had I really walked all this way, gladly accepting the support of the child, not knowing my godson had such a wound? Ha ha! Looks like this is as far as I go. Sid, mumbling with blood in his mouth in my arms, looked up at me with clear eyes. Do you regret it, Lord? That choice that day? Do you regret it? I kept my mouth shut. It was the content of that conversation I had with Sid not long ago. If I had gone to find Nameless and killed her before the final defense battle began. If I had prevented the sleepless Lake Princess from descending to the human world. If I had given up on the true ending and instead achieved the ordinary ending we had in the game. We might not have seen this worst future. Then my people and Sid could have lived in a better world than now. That's when. Don't regret it, Sid continued calmly. Mom said so, that you fought to save the world, Lord, that if you hadn't been there, the world would have ended long ago. That you willingly took the lead on a path that everyone else in the world doubted, found difficult, and didn't want to take. You walked the path you believed was right, didn't you? Lord, if you have no shame in that choice, don't regret it. The child's young voice held clear conviction. I think the reason my mom and other people followed you with their lives was because that path of yours was right. So, for the sake of those who followed your flag, instead of regret, please fight until the very end. As I looked into the child's eyes, I asked, Sid, being born into a world like this, weren't you unhappy? Then Sid blinked quietly and looked up at the sky. Do you remember when I was very young, that day like this? The sky was unusually clear. A faint smile formed on the child's lips as he recalled the old memory. Everyone went to play on a hill covered in ash near our hideout. They said they'd give me a sled ride. I followed excitedly, not even knowing what a sled was. They put me on the last remaining sack of wheat, and Uncle Zennies and Brother Damien took turns sitting behind me. They gave me sled rides from the top of the ash-covered hill to the bottom. Sid's face, as he talked about the memory, had somehow regained the innocent and cute look that a child his age should have. Master Diarmuidin and Sister Junior nagged that we should have magic lessons while the weather was clear, but before long they were waiting for their turn on the sled too. Ha-ha, at the end, they even had a competition to see which was faster, the fire sled or the wind sled. After playing excitedly like that until the sun went down, when we returned, dinner was being prepared outside the hideout. I still remember what Mom said that evening. She said, the weather is nice today, so let's eat out. And since we're eating out, let's have a special meal. I know, everyone knows, this world is hell. It would be a lie to say it wasn't painful, but there were definitely happy moments. Absurd, nonsensical. Nothing goes as I want. Even if I painfully overcome the hurdle right in front of me, it's still only painful. a hell where no one but a saint could possibly live. But even in such a world, I like those moments. The child remembers moments that shone like stars. I remember too, those moments that bloomed between all those difficult days, beautiful like a field of flowers bloomed from weeds. Sid smiled brightly at me. It wasn't a bad life. I gritted my teeth. Clenching my fists, I widened my eyes as they grew hot. And I, too, smiled at the child. Same here. We are living in this wretched landscape. But does that mean we'll give up on the strategy? No. So, I won't have any regrets. The strategy must continue until the very moment life stops. I'll fight, believing in the path I've chosen steadfastly, without giving up. Thud. At that moment, someone landed on the far side of the ice field where Sid and I were. Sarah, the final boss, spreading a suffocating evil aura, the sleepless lake princess. And her brother, the demon king's proxy, the one who made this world like this. The Pied Piper, Crown. Is this as far as you go? Ash, he muttered from behind his black smiling mask. This nightmare lasted 15 years before reaching its end. Truly remarkable willpower. That's right. And now, I finally realized. Well then, shall we repeat it once more? The nightmare you fear the most, that this nightmarish world, is none other than stage 49 itself, chapter 780. Yes, this is inside your nightmare, Crown approached, speaking. To be precise, it's inside the world's nightmare, where all of humanity's nightmares gather and stagnate. As I listened to Crown's words, my hazy consciousness gradually became clearer, as if waking from a long dream, and I started to remember what happened before I entered this world of nightmares, after stage 48 ended, after seeing Sid's first steps and first words. A few days after we started preparing for stage 49, strange phenomena began to engulf Crossroad. Some of those who fell asleep continued to sleep, never to wake again. No one in this world, not even the strongest warrior, can avoid sleep. But once asleep, there was a high chance of losing consciousness. One soldier who woke up just before losing consciousness among those who had fallen asleep reported to me. I heard the sound of a flute in my dream. The sound of a flute. Yes, a very sorrowful and mournful and somehow eerie flute sound. People continued to lose consciousness. Everyone went to bed trembling with fear every night. They fell asleep terrified of hearing the flute sound in their dreams. And when there were far more unconscious people than those awake, when news started to spread that this endless sleep was spreading to other nearby cities and countries, that's when it appeared in the sky above Crossroad. A massive sphere of darkness, rippling like liquid. The Sky Knights attempted to approach it from the air, but the moment even a hair's breadth touched it, they immediately lost consciousness and fell. And these knights, too, never regained consciousness. The mages from the front didn't take long to identify the nature of this sphere. It's a materialized nightmare. This is a nightmare. Yes, we suspect it's formed by the nightmares of those currently unconscious, all gathered together. Materialized nightmares were separating from the bodies of sleeping people, bubbling up into the air. The sight was chillingly similar to the countless dark cocoons that exist in the Lake Kingdom. An emergency strategy meeting was immediately convened. We quickly grasped the principle of the magic, but the completion and intricacy of the spell are too exquisite. It seems to be using some lost ancient magic. I asked the front mages presiding over the meeting. So can we break it or not? To put it simply, we can't dispel it from the outside. Junior explained, breaking out in a cold sweat. The nightmares gathered in the sky are, so to speak, the result. What we need to dispel is the cause of this phenomenon, which is estimated to be in the core of that nightmare. You mean element decomposition won't work? That's right. What use is it to dry up a puddle if it keeps raining? It's the same principle. This phenomenon. It's not a mental status ailment either. Having nightmares is actually a natural thing for humans. Gathering them operates on a different principle from the mental realm. This means it's not the kind of phenomenon I can counter with unyielding commander. As I clutched my forehead, feeling a headache coming on, Junior continued. However, while it's difficult to dispel from the outside, if we can find the core from the inside, it shouldn't be hard to dispel. If we have a catalyst to send our elites into that nightmare, we can dispel the spell from within and save people from the nightmare. But what could we use as a catalyst? And how, after closing my eyes and pondering for a moment, I took a deep breath and said, I'll go in myself. I'll be the catalyst. Naturally, my subordinates protested. But I was certain. The only one who could act as a catalyst, maintaining their sense of self without being swallowed by that massive nightmare, and call in allies from the inside. It could only be me, because I was the most accustomed to this kind of trial. Above all, we're running out of time. Most of those affiliated with the front had already fallen, and this strange phenomenon had spread across the entire southern continent. At this rate, it seemed poised to engulf the entire continent in just a bit more time. Before the land was swept away by the waves of nightmares, I had to trust in myself and dive in. Finally, just after my deployment was confirmed, one hesitant hero asked, Your Highness, but even if you succeed in your mission, isn't it possible that we might fail? It was Violet, the illusionist. I quietly gazed back at her. Couldn't we all fall asleep and be swallowed by the nightmare, unable to endure? Then even if your Highness acts as a catalyst in there, wouldn't it all be meaningless? No, Violet. I smiled and looked around at the heroes gathered in the conference room. You will endure without fail. I know it. I surveyed the faces of my people surrounding me, one by one. My warriors who were still standing, looking at me with clear eyes, not yet succumbing to the nightmare. This wasn't a baseless belief. I knew very well that they would not yield to nightmares. So I'll be back, trusting in my comrades, and no one else. I decided to willingly plunge into the nightmares of my people. When I call, you must come to save me, okay? And so, back to now, at the edge of some nightmare. I'm holding the dying 16-year-old Sid in my arms, facing Crown, who stands right in front of me. Ha! Exhaling a white breath, I felt my consciousness gradually clearing. I felt myself awakening to my original self, escaping from the 15-year nightmare. The principle behind how Crown could control monsters with his flute all this time. It was because he had inherited the authority to rule over nightmares from the Demon King. And now, as the Demon King's proxy with all authority over nightmares amplified, he exercised his power to the fullest. He extended his dominion even to the nightmares of people in the mortal world, forcibly abducting their consciousness and collecting nightmares. What we have to face in this defense battle is none other than nightmare itself. And it was the nightmares of my people, no less. This is the world's nightmare, Crown uttered calmly. It's the culmination of everything humanity fears. And right now, what your people fear most is the end of the world. An era where doom approaches before our eyes. All sorts of mythical monsters invading the mortal world, an endless night falling. News of the annihilation of elite forces gathered from all over the world spreading everywhere. It was only natural for people to fear the end. And Ash, you represent everyone living in the mortal world. The worst future among your memories, the most terrible and painful one, has been realized as a nightmare experienced by everyone in the world, adapted to your current situation. In other words, this ruined world. Is it saying that the worst iteration I actually experienced in the past has been recreated as a nightmare shared by everyone in the world? I quietly looked down at Sid dying in my arms. This is not just a story in a dream. In some world line I don't remember, people continued such a difficult and miserable life after the end. Some young boy born and raised in such a world would have met such a pitiful and sad end. And if I fail and die in this nightmare, you make me repeat this post-apocalyptic world from the beginning. Is that it? That's right. Until you despair, give up, and declare surrender yourself, until the moment your heart breaks. This world repeats infinitely, and this time, no. Don't tell me how many repetitions it's been. I glared at Crown with a bitter smile. I'll fight to the very last end anyway. Do you really think you can bear the nightmare of all the people you represent? The nightmare that this world itself is having? Crown narrowed his eyes behind his mask. I know that this is similar to the hardships his younger sister, Nameless, experienced. That's why I answered proudly, chest out. That's why I'm here. Crown. Crown smiled bitterly in return and pulled out his flute. No matter how hard you try, your world will never be saved. Never. You'll just wander this hell for eternity. Then I will fight for eternity. I slowly rose to my feet. If that is my mission, I will simply do so. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of monsters approaching could be heard from afar. Countless monsters revealed themselves, surrounding the ice field where we stood. In an eternally repeating nightmare, like my poor sister, Crown blew his flute. Embrace all the nightmares of the people you tried to save and be crushed to death. P.I. With a long, sorrowful sound, an infinite number of monsters from all directions, and the sleepless lake princess advanced towards me. I quietly observed this massive tidal wave of monsters. Now, I could understand. This is my fear. The nightmare brought on by my fear that all those who follow me might fall into suffering due to my wrong choices. Perhaps even at this moment, I am afraid. Knowing well the meaning hung on my flag, the number of lives shouldered on my shoulders, I fear the path I must tread. But I also know that there are those who believed my path was not wrong even in a world like this, that there are those who told me not to regret, so I continue my strategy. I walk my path, I fight, in my own way. This is your nightmare, but it's also a world where monsters have triumphed. Crown shouted mockingly at me, surrounded by infinite monsters. Every time, always, you spoke as if you knew better, but you always lost. Nothing will change this time. No, I answered with conviction. This time is different. I lightly kicked open the lid of something at my feet. It was the coffin that this world's Elias had handed over, and Sid had carried all the way here. A collection of my comrades' relics. The sword coffin. Clank. Inside the open sword coffin were only shattered, broken weapons. They were all so completely destroyed that they were utterly unusable. They were so thoroughly damaged that I couldn't even remember their exact names. I picked up one of them. It was a completely smashed magic gun, with the barrel itself gone. Only the trigger and handle remained in an ugly shape. But as I grasped its handle, the battles I had fought with this gun came vividly to mind, clearing my consciousness, and the name of the equipment I couldn't remember began to come back clearly. Yes, the name of this magic gun is Black Square. No, Black Queen. The moment I uttered the full name of the equipment, Char-ra-ra-ra-ra-ruck. Click, 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 as particles of light gathered in the air, the broken magic gun was restored. A long barrel sprouted above the handle that had only the trigger left, and beautiful decorations bloomed in succession. And right after Black Queen was fully restored in midair, flash, the particles of light gathered even more intensely, forming a human shape, and snatched that magic gun. A young man with brown curly hair tied back and brown eyes shining like stars. The strongest sniper of the monster front and my eternal trigger. It was Damien. Did you sleep well, Your Highness? As Damien flashed a bright smile beside him. Flash, flash, flash. The other broken equipment also rose into the air one by one, shining brilliantly as they were restored, and their owners appeared in this nightmare as reinforcements, equipping their gear. A mage with a red staff, a martial artist wrapped in a silver cloak, a shield knight wearing a helmet combined with a laurel wreath, a dwarf wielding a hammer and chisel, an elf with daggers and a bow, an old man in a black feathered robe. My comrades appeared endlessly from within the dazzling light, forming a protective circle around me. I whispered quietly, "Welcome, those who have faced their fears, those who have already overcome their most terrifying nightmares. In my front, we call them this, nightmare slayers." Tearing through the dark night sky, into the world's nightmare, my nightmare slayers, who never succumb to fear, appeared one after another. Chapter 781, not only the equipment made with Legion-level magic cores, or their owners, those who have faced their fears, overcome their nightmares. They're all my nightmare slayers. All of them had resisted this world's nightmare and were waiting for my call in the outside reality. And they answered my call. Flash, flash, flash. At the end of the heroes appearing one after another, a spear knight in dazzling white armor and a knight in black armor with twin swords descended behind me. Whoa, long hair. Oh my, what's this? It's our long-haired senior. Evangeline exclaimed in shock upon seeing me, and, "My lord!" Lucas, who saluted me, stretched out his hand to the side. Char-ra-ra-ra-ra-ruck. Then, pieces of light gathered from inside the sword coffin, coalescing into the form of a long ceremonial sword. Lucas, kneeling on one knee before me, respectfully held it out. "Thank you." I took this nightmare slayer, light and shadow, then drew it in one motion, transforming it into a flagpole. A dazzling flag of light unfurled in the empty air, raising magical walls around us. Simultaneously, the armor that only fragments remained on my right hand, Lord of the High Tower, also restored to its complete form, covering my entire body like a coat. We stood atop the fortress, fully prepared. Behind the mask, Crown's face contorted as he looked this way, but that emotion didn't seem to be anger or dejection. Yes, of course. To me, that emotion seemed, as expected of the final player, you should at least do this much, closer to relief. Pei, with Crown's sharp flute sound, the monsters rushing towards us accelerated even more. Thud, 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 thud. Their numbers are infinite, truly making the entire horizon boil. An endless horde of monsters surges forward. We've never faced such numbers in all the previous defense battles combined. Yet, despite how daunting it should be for all my comrades, let's begin. No one is afraid. In fact, when you think about it, it's only natural. We are nightmare slayers, natural enemies of nightmares, masters of nightmares. Knowing this is a dream, there's no reason to fear the infinite enemies rushing towards us. Damien, smiling brightly, fired Black Queen without hesitation first. Boom! With a tremendous firing sound, a dazzling magic bullet pierced down, completely annihilating all the enemies in one direction from the infinite monsters charging at us. Let's go! Following him, Cuelan, Calliope, Verdandi, Torkel, Mikkel, Zenes, Evangeline, Lucas, everyone began the battle against the infinite monsters, wielding their weapons. Each time their weapons are swung, their ultimate techniques burst forth, literally sweeping away the pouring monsters. Everyone is 1 against 1,000, 10,000 against 1. In this world of nightmares, the nightmare slayers were all exerting near-invincible power. However, thud, 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 thud. The enemies are also infinite. Following Crown's Rat Legion, the army of greed, anger, and ignorance, and the apocalypse knights he had summoned in reality, all sorts of unimaginable, tremendous monsters flooded in ceaselessly. Eventually, a stalemate. The invincible warriors keep defeating infinite enemies, but the battle situation remains fixed, unchanging. Moreover, Sarah, the enemy commander, is approaching, the sleepless Lake Princess. Even in a dream, she is different in terms of existence, because she, too, is a master of nightmares. Therefore, what we must do has been decided from the start. Junior, I shouted to the mages gathered preparing magic. You've properly prepared the method to dispel the nightmare from within, right? And the nightmare itself. We came this far to use this method from the beginning. Of course, Your Highness, Junior, Diarmuidin, and the other mages all grinned at once. We even have an expert in this field with us. And so, standing at the center of the continent's best mages drawing a joint magic circle was this development again, our illusionist. Violet, stop making an ordinary person like me save the world all the time. What ordinary person? You're already a hero in an epic. Don't try to back out. I stretched out my hand forward. Tear this nightmare apart. Violet, when it's an order from you, of course I have to. Grumbling, but still perfectly completing the magic as always, Violet shouted. Illusion domain, maximum release. Boom. A dazzling light burst forth from Violet, and the next moment, rumble, crash, the world began to collapse. The sky cracked and shattered, pouring down, and the Earth's axis shook as the ground plunged downward. Violet is a nightmare slayer who has faced her inner darkness and overcome it, and moreover, has swallowed a dragon's orb and surpassed her own limits. She is one who deals with daydreams. When the illusion unleashed with full power by such a nightmare slayer collided with the world that is nightmare itself, cracks instantly appeared. And, in the collapsing and shaking world, found it. Junior discovered the source of the spell that created this world by collecting people's nightmares. Elemental disassembly, Junior's ultimate technique, fired without a moment's hesitation, detonated, clang. A halo appeared in the sky and the space began to shatter, and the next moment the source of the spell was shattered to pieces. It was the flute in Crown's hand. Through that flute he had been manipulating nightmares, gathering them and constructing this world within the nightmare. And, as the flute shattered to pieces and Crown swallowed a groan, Sarah, the world of nightmares began to quietly disappear from beyond the horizon. Having lost both the spell that gathered nightmares and the means to manipulate them, collapse was the natural course. After surveying this now completely collapsing and disappearing world within the nightmare, I looked straight ahead again. The sleepless Lake Princess. She stood motionless before me, gazing at me silently with dry teal eyes devoid of emotion from behind her burned mourning veil. In this world, and in countless past worlds, this evil being has always destroyed the mortal world and killed my precious people. Even though it's a nightmare, experiencing it made me realize how terrifying and fearsome the being before me is. Nameless. But, nevertheless, I still want to save you. My heart doesn't change. My strategy doesn't change. I think I understand your feelings a little better now. a world already destroyed, hope that doesn't exist, harsh life and accumulating fatigue, comrades who defect one by one, or wear down and fall. In the midst of all that hell, yet still refusing to give up and lighting a torch. Your kind heart that willingly tried to shoulder the nightmares of all your people. Putting myself in your position, I think I somewhat understand how arduous and difficult it must have been. I think I truly understand you a little now, at last. The nightmare is disappearing. The monsters in the nightmare, too, scatter into light. To the vanishing illusory enemy, no, to the real nameless who must still be suffering in the darkness of the Lake Kingdom beyond, I whispered, "Wait, I'll save you." When the world of nightmares collapsed, I found myself standing atop the southern wall of Crossroad. To my left and right, my comrades stand in neat formation, and below the wall on the southern field, Crown could be seen slumped on the ground. In his bloodied hands, he clutched the shattered flute, this man gazing blankly into space with seemingly transcendent eyes. "Crown," I spoke to him honestly. "Thank you." To him, looking puzzled, I smiled gently, for giving me the final trial, for making me face and overcome my last fear. "Thank you." Crown, who had been staring at me blankly, let out a hollow laugh. "Say whatever you want," grumbling. Crown reached into his pocket and pulled something out. It was a shining key. "Keep it. You'll need it on your final path." Carelessly tossing the key to the ground, Crown gazed at me intently. "Ash." And, after a long while of fumbling with his lips and hesitating to speak, "I wish you luck." He finally managed to say that, and the next moment, he scattered and disappeared in a gust of snowy wind. After staring blankly at the spot where he had vanished, I turned around. The nightmare is ending. My hair that had grown long shortened, and the dragon scales that had covered my body had all disappeared without a trace. And here, where the world of nightmares had almost completely dissipated, one last trace remained. "Oh," the boy from the nightmare who had collapsed and briefly lost consciousness. The 16-year-old Sid blinked his haggard eyes and looked around. Master Diarmuddin, Sister Junior, Uncle Zenny's, Brother Damien, everyone. "Ha ha, what's this? Is it because I'm about to die? Have you all come to welcome me?" The boy recognizes them, but they don't know who he is. My heroes looked at me in confusion. "Your Highness, this child is—" Without answering, I quietly knelt on one knee beside Sid. "I know, this child is not a real being. He's just a nightmare, a plausible mix of memories from some long-ago doomed iteration and my fears, a fleeting illusion passing through a night's dream. Nevertheless," I spoke to Sid from the nightmare. My comrades didn't press further about who that child was or what his identity was. They all would have known in their hearts, in their souls. Everyone, with resolute expressions, quietly turned to look inside the city. Voices and lights were spreading like ripples through Crossroad, which had been as quiet as a mouse, while people were swallowed by the nightmare. The nightmare ended, and people returned to their lives. The 49th Defense Battle was over. We survived once again. The world has not yet perished. Let's go. And it will not perish in the future either, because I will prevent it, because I promised to do so. Looking down at the brightening cityscape, I murmured with determination. To the final stage. Stage 49 clear. Stage MVP Ash X. Leveled up characters. None injured and deceased characters. None acquired items. Lake Kingdom Castle Key. 1. Only the final stage remains now. Prepare thoroughly before engaging in the final battle. Good luck. Player, get ready for the last stage, last stage. The only path. Chapter 782. Much time had passed while trapped in the nightmare, and it was now past mid-February. With the final battle, stage 50, set to begin at the end of February, the end of this long game was truly near. Fortunately, the city that had been plunged into the nightmare quickly regained its vitality and returned to normal. They say the paralyzed southern continent also normalized quickly. People couldn't remember what they saw in the nightmare. It just feels like I slept deeply for a long time. My body's a bit stiff from sleeping too long. But at the Aryan Kingdom military camp, King Miller Aryan of the Aryan Kingdom said, stretching his stiff neck. I faced him with an awkward smile. "Is that so?" "Why, Prince Ash, did I, or the people of my kingdom cause any trouble in that nightmare?" "Not at all. Rather, the opposite." I told him that Miller had supported me in the nightmare world, hearing my story. Miller waved his only hand. "That would have been true for anyone else in this front, not just me, Prince Ash. We've all witnessed the miracle you've brought about, and the legend that the people of this front have written. Whatever the outcome of this war, we will all support you until the very end. Right after, Miller scratched his head sheepishly. Ha ha. It's funny that I'm saying this when I was the first to try to leave the front, but still. Thank you. I gave a quiet nod, then stood up. Both Miller and I are busy preparing for the final battle. We shook hands lightly and headed to our respective tasks. Oh. As I left Miller's tent and headed towards the entrance of the Aryan Kingdom camp, I saw Yun's tent in between. Thinking I might as well pay a sick visit since I'm here, I peeked inside. I saw Yun sleeping soundly and Kuelan sitting silently next to him, knitting. Ha! Knitting. Looking closely, Kuelan was skillfully weaving a scarf. The already woven part of the scarf was wrapped around Yun's neck, and Kuelan was carefully knitting the remaining long part. Yun sleeping peacefully, and Kuelan focused on knitting, the warmth of the fireplace burning in one corner of the room. Somehow, the scene looked nice, so I watched for a moment before slowly walking out. The next place I visited was the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild's Crossroad branch had somehow grown larger than the New Terra branch. It might be because the land is cheaper, but I suppose it's mainly because they're dealing with military supplies in this situation. Right, that's the reason. They're not really thinking of moving the main branch. Here are they. Your Highness. As I entered, Serenade rushed out in her slippers. I smirked and asked jokingly, Serenade, how was it? Did you sleep well? What? Ah, yes, I slept so deeply that all work came to a halt. I've been sweating to get things back in order. After briefly discussing the front's supply situation with Serenade, I looked at the indigo-haired guard standing silently behind Serenade. Elise. It was Elise, as always in her maid uniform, carrying a large sword coffin. When I called her, she looked at me quizzically, and I gave her a small smile. You've worked hard. Yes, let's keep working hard in the future too. Ah, yes, sir. Elise seemed not to understand, but she answered quickly. I wanted to express my gratitude in my own way to Elise, who had been dedicated to the end in that nightmare. I smiled warmly, and Elise just blinked, not understanding. Serenade, who had been looking back and forth between us, suddenly approached me with a slightly sulky face. Your Highness, me too. Me too, please, praise. Ah, right. I gently took Serenade's hand and smiled brightly. Thank you always, Serenade. I'll be grateful in the future too. Heh. With her face bright red, Serenade wore a proud expression and rubbed under her nose. She's always had this tendency to act younger in front of me, but well, it's cute so it's fine. After finishing our brief conversation, I left the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Behind me, Serenade waved her hand big and Elise bowed politely. The next place I visited was the alchemist's workshop, or rather, Lily's house nearby. Ah, Your Highness, a surprised Lily greeted me. Inside Lily's house were several female heroes gathered, including Bodybag, Scarlet and Orange from the Gamblers Club, Violet, and even Evangeline. I blinked in surprise too. Isn't this the CR, whatever meeting? What are you doing here today? It's not CR whatever. It's the Great Female Hero Squad. And what else? We came to see our Sid while we had a moment. Indeed, as Evangeline said, everyone's faces were relaxed as they admired little Sid's figure. These days, all our activities are just Sid appreciation meetings. I wonder if we should change our name from Great Female Hero Squad to Sid Fan Club or something. Muttering, Evangeline lifted Sid, whom she was holding, high up and played airplane with him. The baby seemed to enjoy it, laughing continuously. Evangeline, you're not going to trigger error-prone there, are you? Well, that negative trait disappeared a long time ago, but still. I watched nervously, just in case. On the contrary, Lily, the baby's mother, seemed used to it now, calmly working on some documents while Evangeline played with Sid. Orwa. At that moment, Sid, floating in the air, flailed his arms towards me. Ha! What, is he asking me to play with him? I asked Lily for permission first. Lily, can I hold Sid too? Of course. Who else would be more qualified than you, Your Highness? With Lily's permission, Evangeline reluctantly handed Sid to me. I carefully took Sid into my arms. Hello, Sid. Oh, yes, Godfather is here. Say Godfather, Sid. Then, the child really said it. Diabu. I widened my eyes. After being frozen in shock and amazement for a moment, I asked in a trembling voice, did he just call me Godfather? Evangeline snorted as if it was nonsense. No, he said, Diabu. That's the same thing, Sid. You just called me Godfather, didn't you? Then Sid smiled brightly and raised his chubby hands to pat my cheeks. Diabu. He really said Godfather, Godfather. Diabu, oh my God. This is crazy. Our Sid must be a real genius. I was even tearing up with emotion. The women around us, whether they were the CR, whatever, or Sid fan club, all looked exasperated. But no, this is real. He called me Godfather, not Diabu. Sid. To the child smiling brightly with an innocent face, as if he knew nothing of what happened in the nightmare, I made a promise once again. Godfather will take you there, to spring, to the world of March, to a future where you can live as you wish, without fail, the blacksmith's workshop. This place, reactivated as soon as we escaped the nightmare, was hot with heat even in the middle of winter. Fortunately, while all the blacksmiths were collapsed, Kellerby kept the fire burning to maintain the heat, or so I heard. Anyway, equipment was being busily produced in preparation for the final battle. Basically, since Crossroad might have to endure and fend off infinite monster waves in the final battle, equipment for the soldiers and the entire city wall was the top priority. But even in the midst of this business, Kellerby was producing the equipment I had ordered. You had that invisible cloak you weren't using, right? Ah, yes, I did. There was a piece of equipment I got a long time ago, used once in the Imperial capital, and then left unused. It had a low stealth level, so it wasn't very useful on the battlefield and was being neglected. Recently, I gave all my unused equipment to Kelabi and told him to do whatever he wanted with it, whether to melt it or reforge it. I wonder if he did something with it. I upgraded that equipment using Payakian's magic core and Payakian's scales. Saying this, Kellerby pulled out a cloak covered densely with intricately crafted dragon scales. The name, how about Dragon Scale Cloak? What are its functions? Basically, it's sturdy, and it has inherited some of Payakian's characteristics. Inherited. You can walk on walls. It makes dragon claws sprout from the wearer's shoes, allowing them to freely walk and run on walls and ceilings. I was taken aback by this unexpected function. Come to think of it, that lizard did climb walls, and the effect of the original stealth cloak has been enhanced too, like this, ta-da. As Kelabi, who was trying it on, infused it with magic power, the dragon's scales all sparkled at once and matched the surrounding colors like a chameleon changing its body color. Wow, excellent camouflage effect. That's about it for special effects. Anyway, since it's equipment with Dragon Heart, you can expect effects like increased magic power and such. The person to receive this equipment was decided from the start. It was Violet. As soon as I called her, Violet came running breathlessly from Lily's house, which was right nearby, and immediately put on the cloak with delight. Ooh, Violet, who activated the stealth, shouted, I can't be seen. She really can't be seen. Only her voice can be heard from the front. Then Violet's voice, who had also activated the wall-walking function, could be heard from the walls and ceiling of the blacksmith's workshop. Can you really not see me? At all? Nope, not at all. How about this? La 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 la. I can't see her, but I can tell it's somehow irritating, hey? Violet, who had come down next to me and deactivated the cloak, muttered with a furrowed brow. Then maybe, if I wear this and go into the men's public bath. Hee hee. With that look on your face. By the way, public baths always have stealth detection magic operating. You'll be arrested on the spot, you idiot. Or I'm just joking, joking. Hey, hey, hey. Violet, who seemed to have been completely serious, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and then nodded with a serious face. But you know, this seems really useful for theft and cheating at gambling. I'll have to take that equipment back as soon as the final battle is over. As I inwardly resolved this while watching Violet running on the walls and ceiling again, Kellerby beside me brought out and showed me other new equipment. And this, I made it simply because we didn't have much time. It was 4 pistols, magic guns in the form of single-shot loading, capable of firing only 1 shot at a time. I made these with the magic cores of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse Knights. Oh, since they're pistols, they're only auxiliary equipment and can only fire 1 shot at a time. But I guarantee their power. They'll be your trump cards. 4 pistols in white, black, red, and blue. The magic guns were named Pestilence, Famine, War, and Death. They fire magic bullets of poison, water, fire, and ice attributes respectively. Those will obviously go to Damien. As I was pocketing the pistols, Calabi pointed to the next item. This is the item with the magic core of that greed anger ignorance monster being made as you ordered. Even though he was the creator himself, Kellaby looked worried, still not quite trusting my idea that brought this plan. Will this really move as you think it will? Not just us, but the stonemasons, carpenters, and alchemists too. Everyone's been working on it whenever they have spare time. I grinned and looked up at the large object Kellaby was working on. Of course, just trust me. After all, even in the game, the greed anger ignorance magic core was used for this purpose. As I left the blacksmith's workshop, heavy snow was falling. I thought about calling Lucas to ride back in a carriage, but somehow I wasn't in the mood for that. I wanted to walk through the city. Walking along the snow-covered streets, I slowly looked around my city. Amidst the soldiers from various countries, busily coming and going in preparation for the final battle, the city's residents preparing for dinner coexisted in one scene. The smell of baking bread mixed with the smell of oil, iron, and gunpowder. The sound of a couple arguing and children's laughter as they threw snowballs mingled with the sound of weapons and iron plates clashing. As I quietly observed this peculiar scenery, slowly moving towards my home, I suddenly murmured a verse that came to mind. Past the dignified hearts of the people of this village who have been born and died for generations, past the dull dreams on an ordinary night when heavy snow piles up on roofs, yards, and well mounds. It was a peaceful evening before the final battle. Chapter 783. A few days later, I stopped by the airship hangar. There had been a report of progress in the work. Grandma Coco. I approached Coco as she pulled her large body out of the engine room of the airship La Mancha and asked, "How's the situation?" The magic circle engraved with the dimensional movement technique we found on the demon ship. Coco had taken charge of loading this onto my flagship. La Mancha, it's all done. Now we just need to make the final adjustments. Coco chuckled and tapped the wall next to the engine room. Theoretically, this airship can now enter other worlds. However, the dimensional technique magic circle itself is unstable. It's extremely deteriorated, so you won't be able to use it for dimensional jumps many times. Use it carefully. I wasn't planning to use it much anyway. It's enough if it can cross the dimensional boundary once each way. The end is near. Coco looked south, in the direction of the Black Lake, where her homeland, the Lake Kingdom, would be. After a long silence, Coco suddenly asked, "Are you really not going to defeat Nameless? In a few days, that child will be completed as a monster, but it's not too late yet. We can still kill her now, but if you don't kill her now, everything will truly be out of control after that." "Even so, will you really leave her be until that child is completed as a monster and invades the mortal world?" I nodded. "That's the path I've chosen." "Are you saying you'll stake everything on an uncertain challenge instead of a clearly visible solution?" I kept my mouth shut for a moment at Coco's question, and I thought about the appearance of Nameless becoming the sleepless Lake Princess that I had seen with my own eyes a few days ago. Lake Kingdom Dungeon. Thud. I planted the World Guardian Front's flag in the last dungeon. As the conquest battle was finished and the heroes were cleaning up the surroundings, I stood on high ground and looked over the entire Lake Kingdom dungeon. This is the 10th area dungeon, Stargazing Tower. It's where they studied constellations by observing the stars in the sky in the Lake Kingdom. Naturally, it's located at the highest point in the 10th area. Ha! As I exhaled, white breath scattered, I quietly surveyed the entire dungeon, sprinkled with light like salt. Now, except for the 10th area final dungeon, King's Castle, the conquest of all places in the 10th area was complete. I retrieved the remaining pieces of Nameless's soul from the conquered areas. I examined her soul fragments swirling in my hand, and I looked towards the last unconquered area, the King's Castle. In the center of the fountain square in front of the castle, a form rippling with darkness could be seen. Inside that huge dark cocoon, Nameless would be transforming into the sleepless Lake Princess. In the game, we attacked before she finished her metamorphosis and descended upon the world as a monster and fought the final battle with her inside the final Dungeon King's castle. But this time, I intend to leave her be, to let her completely finish her metamorphosis, fully transform into a monster, and walk out of the dungeon on her own to destroy the mortal world. I plan to neglect her and watch. My lord. As I turned at the voice, Lucas, standing beside me and also looking towards the castle, said with a serious face, "We can defeat her now. If you give the order, I will end it with my own hands." No, I turned around. We're going back. We'll leave Nameless alone. But my lord, all this time, we've always chosen the difficult path instead of the easy one. As I tucked Nameless's soul fragments into my chest, I firmly declared, there's only one reason for that, because the difficult path was the more righteous path. Trust me and follow me, Lucas. Lucas, who had been silently watching me for a moment, slowly bowed his head. Anytime, anywhere, as I have until now, and as I will continue to do, present. Are you saying you'll stake everything on an uncertain challenge instead of a clearly visible solution? Towards Coco asking this, I smiled brightly. Because the solution that the world has already given up on is not necessarily the answer that my soul can accept. For the result I truly desire, I'll pioneer a completely new path if necessary, a path that no one has taken before or even tried to take. I intend to advance on that one and only path. This ship will be of great help in paving that path. Thank you, Grandma Coco. Coco, who had been quietly watching me, finally nodded with a bitter smile. I beg you, please save Nameless, our princess. I didn't bother to answer. I'll prove it with results anyway. In my spare time, I opened the last reward boxes. Most of the boxes contained trivial magic cores or unremarkable equipment, but there were a few interesting ones among them. I selected the new equipment and headed east of Crossroad. On this wasteland that had been burned pitch black during the Black Dragon invasion, the huge pirate ship Blue Pearl was docked alone. The Blue Pearl, which is also the base for the merfolk soldiers, was currently very busy. Flap, flap, griffins scattering feathers and the people of the Vermilion Kingdom controlling them were busily moving cargo. Since La Mancha, which was originally used as the flagship by the Sky Knights, was assigned a different role in this final battle, they were moving to the Blue Pearl, the only remaining airship. Ash! Mikkel, who was gliding on his griffin in the air, smoothly descended and landed in front of me. Mikkel, I greeted him back and nodded towards the Blue Pearl. How's the new ship? Not uncomfortable? The pirates? No, ahem. The merfolk are cooperative, so it's not bad. It's not as modern as La Mancha, of course, but the deck is wide, which is good for the griffins to take off and land. After asking about the current situation and points for improvement, I handed Mikkel the gift I had brought. Take this. It's a saddle, and I thought it would suit you best in our front. Mikkel's eyes widened as he received the saddle. This is. It was an antique-looking saddle with a slightly different style from those here, seemingly made in the eastern continent. The equipment's name was Ambition Lies in 1,000 miles. It means the heart is 1,000 miles away, and is also used to express the mindset of a fine horse. As an SSR-grade saddle, it's a rare equipment that affects mounts. Basically, mounts wearing this saddle don't tire easily and, by saving that conserved stamina, they can gain a momentary acceleration once a day. Simply put, it's a booster. A booster, it will be very useful for Mikkel, an aerial cavalryman. This is an amazing masterpiece. As someone who rides a griffin all day, Mikkel, who immediately recognized how good this equipment was visibly delighted. I'll use it well, Ash. Thank you so much. I patted Mikkel's shoulder and headed inside the Blue Pearl. Well then, prepare well. I have some business inside. All right, see you later. Inside the Blue Pearl, King Poseidon and the Rompula siblings were together on the bridge. Ah, Prince Ash. King Poseidon greeted me with delight as I entered. Welcome, King Poseidon and Rompellas, good afternoon. As I greeted them, I noticed that King Poseidon's eyes had regained their original deep blue color instead of the golden color of authority. And I also saw that golden color faintly emanating from the eyes of the Rompula siblings, who were standing awkwardly. I just finished transferring the rest of my racial deity's authority to these two. After transferring even the last of his authority, with his once deep blue hair now faded to a pale sky blue, and his body now skinny and gaunt, having lost a lot of weight, King Poseidon actually looked more at peace. I've given the authority to young ones who can use it better, but of course, I don't intend to completely withdraw from the front. I'll do my best until the final battle. I'll be counting on you. After paying my respects to King Poseidon, I faced the Rompula siblings. I'll be counting on you too as well. The Rompula siblings, who had been eyeing each other, simultaneously scratched their heads sheepishly. We're worried that we might just be a burden, since our joining the front was later than other races. Our contribution to the front is low, and our proficiency in fighting monsters isn't high either. With their late joining of the front, and even crashing once when facing the Apocalypse Knights in the previous battle. The Rompler siblings were a bit dejected, feeling self-conscious and having gone through hardships. Moreover, they had to accept the unfamiliar authority of a racial deity. I approached them and patted their shoulders. Whether you join early or late, whether you fight well or make a few mistakes, does that really matter so much? What's important is that we're all fighting together with one heart. Everyone who once opposed and fought each other now stands shoulder to shoulder, looking in the same direction, all countries and all races with free will in this world together. This alone gives enough value to this front. Sincerely, I was grateful just for them being here. King Poseidon will teach you well how to handle the racial deity's authority. I put down the equipment I had brought on the bridge table. I've brought a few gifts. This is. The first thing I took out was a large anchor. This skillfully crafted steel structure was clearly an anchor, but it had a handle attached so that a person could grip and swing it, and there was magic cast on it to reduce its weight for the user when gripped through the handle. In other words, the user can swing it lightly, but the attack hits the opponent with its real weight. The equipment's name is Weight of the Sea. It's classified as an SSR-grade blunt weapon. Among the Rompler siblings, the female Rompler, who is in charge of close combat, made an oh-ho sound and grabbed the anchor. Ooh, this feels good. As she held the anchor and posed like a baseball batter, I explained. It's fine to use it as a melee weapon, but the special effect of this anchor is interesting. The moment the anchor touches the ground, it allows the user's ship to dock immediately. The female Rompler tilted her head. Ha! What kind of effect is that? In a situation where the ship is about to crash, if you throw this anchor to the ground at the right timing, the ship will forcibly dock in that spot, allowing you to avoid the crash. The twin pirates' faces lit up. Having experienced an emergency landing in the last battle, this kind of safety device seemed quite welcome. Where did you get such equipment? As expected, landlubbers have many strange things. Thank you, Prince Ash. The female Rompler rushed towards me, trying to shower me with kisses. After barely fending off the rough skinship typical of seafarers, I handed the next equipment to the male Rompler. Here, and this is for you. This is. What I handed to the male Rompler was a multi-barrel harpoon gun. It looked like a large cannon with 3 harpoons loaded, but its effect is extremely simple. It shoots harpoons to hit and restrain the opponent. However, its special effect is powerful. The enemy hit by this harpoon absolutely cannot escape from this harpoon until you retrieve it. It's equipment for the purpose of binding and restricting the opponent's movement. Its name is Seize Obsession. It's an SSR-grade throwing weapon. I was thinking of placing it on the city walls, but it seemed like pirates would handle it well, so I decided to give it to them. After all, their specialty is connecting ships with harpoons and engaging in close combat. To give us such a delicious weapon. The male Rompler's face became moved, and he suddenly started rummaging through the treasure chest inside the bridge, saying he would give a gift in return. After politely declining the jewel-encrusted skulls and such that he was taking out, I finally brought out one more small piece of equipment. And I'd like to entrust this ring for this battle. Perhaps sensing the dangerous power residing in the equipment as soon as they saw it, both Rompellers gasped at the same time. This is. What I placed on the table was Kraken's ring. It's a special equipment that can summon the Kraken, the strongest sea monster. I've tamed it well, so if you summon it, it will fight well against the monsters. I'm lending it just for this defense battle, so use it well and return it. I stopped mid-sentence. It's mine. Don't be ridiculous, it's mine. The 2 Rompellers rushed to claim the ring for themselves, and then they started punching each other and rolling around on the floor. Such a pretty ring should obviously belong to me, the older sister. What nonsense. Good things obviously belong to me, the older brother. Bang. Crash, the twin siblings, punching each other as they rolled, tumbled out of the bridge. Sigh, I sighed, picked up the ring again, and handed it to King Poseidon, who was laughing beside me. I'll leave it to you, King Poseidon. Just trust me. King Poseidon grinned as he quickly put on the ring. I just laughed too. Ha ha, and so, the distribution of new equipment was coming to an end. Chapter 784. The special equipment manufacturing using the Greed Anger Ignorance magic cores I ordered a few days ago was completed. As I headed towards the blacksmith's workshop, there was something large covered with cloth in the open space outside, and people were gathered in front, murmuring. Among them, I saw the 4 production guild leaders gathered together for the first time in a while. I approached them. "Ah, your highness," the guild leaders who recognized me bowed their heads in unison. I returned their greeting and pointed to the large shape covered in cloth, asking, "I heard it was completed. Is this it?" "Yes. Would you like to see it right away?" "Let's do that. I'm very curious." The 4 guild leaders raised their hands towards it with beaming faces. Then Celebi, who was standing right next to the cloth-covered object, nodded and vigorously pulled off the cloth. Flap as the cloth was removed. The identity of the large shape hidden underneath was revealed. "Oh, this is." All the production guild people present and the onlookers who had gathered let out exclamations of admiration in unison. What was revealed from under the white cloth was 3 enormous golems, special defense equipment made with 3 magic cores extracted from the greed anger ignorance monster's artifacts called autonomous defense dolls. The final stage of the defense artifact tech tree that can only be made when all 4 production guilds, carpentry, masonry, blacksmithing, and alchemy, have maxed out their technology research and skill levels, creating a frame with wood and stone, covering it with steel armor, and connecting magic circuits with alchemy to allow this massive body to move. Not only does it require technical skill, but it's also a special artifact that can only be produced and operated with magic cores of the right aptitude. Even in the game, it could only be made with the right luck. I hadn't even thought about it, but fortunately, we were able to defeat the Greedang Ignorance monsters. Since the Greedang Ignorance monsters were golem-type monsters made of statues, their magic cores were well suited for golem production. The timing was good, and thanks to that, we succeeded in hastily creating these golems with their magic cores. "Start the activation test." As Celebi shouted, Lily, sitting in front of a control panel over there, manipulated something. Right after that, flash, flash. Blue light flashed simultaneously in the single eye on the head of each of the 3 golems. Thud, thud, thud. Then the 3 golems slowly moved their bodies and spread out around the area. Watching the 3 golems walk heavily and steadily, the 4 guild leaders all shed tears. Golems are the dream. Sniff. I'm glad I recorded all the data from the old golem core without missing anything. Well done. Pass me. I thought golem technology was lost in ancient times, but to think we could make them with our own hands like this. Now it seems there's no artifact we can't make. Heh. After 3 years of me constantly pushing, training, and working them to the bone, the technical skills of the Crossroad production guilds had truly reached the level of masters. Above all, I made various production workers always cooperate and think together, maximizing the synergy between them. The giant golems moving freely and striking poses were themselves proof of these production guilds' technical skills. We've made moving and transforming walls, repaired and built airships, and now even bipedal robots. Ah no, we've even made golems. Suddenly, I was reminded of 3 years ago, when we first prepared for defense with the production guild people, making wooden fences for the kill zone, repairing the dilapidated walls, hastily producing equipment, repairing dusty artifacts piled up in warehouses. Our clumsy selves back then. 3 years have passed since then. Just like the warriors standing directly on the front lines, those who help and support the front have also been trained and grown. Thank you all. Watching the golems strike the same pose simultaneously with precise movements, I quietly muttered, "You've done amazing things until now." Perhaps feeling the sincerity in my words, the guild leaders, members, and others who had worked together for a long time all smiled shyly. Then the boy watching the golems with sparkling eyes beside me, Celebi's assistant, Hannibal, asked urgently, "Then, these golems, like those greed-anger ignorance monsters?" At his following words, all the onlookers turned to me in surprise. "Can they combine too?" Everyone present, regardless of age or gender, looked at me with intensely sparkling eyes. "Combine, combine, combine. Is that true, Your Highness?" Faced with their fervent gazes, I waved my hand while breaking out in a cold sweat. "No, that's impossible." Immediately, the deflated people all pouted or let out sighs of disappointment. Hannibal looked up at the golems, biting his hand as if regretful. Combination is the pinnacle of golem dreams." I broke out in a cold sweat. Actually, since we have transforming mobile walls on the front, and even the original greed and ignorance monsters combined in their second phase, it wouldn't be technically impossible to give these golems a combination function. But in the end, everything is a matter of budget, manpower, and time. This time, we're in a situation where we're short on manpower and time. If we tried to add a combination function, it would have taken a few more months. It's also questionable whether it would be practical. Let's be satisfied with the three bipedal golem brothers. Honestly, isn't this enough to be cool? While I was consoling Hannibal, Keller became bouncing over, his face full of excitement as he snorted. So, Ash, what should we name these friends? Names? The owners of the original magic cores were greed, anger, and foolishness. Then, with meanings opposite to those, how about temperance, mercy, and wisdom for each? Ha, what's that? That's not cool at all. Kellerby snorted this time. Oh, damn it. Then, taking names from the weapons they're holding, Crescent, Four-Pronged, Twin Pole, to my second suggestion, this time Evangeline, who had come to watch with the close combat unit, tackled me. That's really boring. How about something easier and more intuitive? Give me an example. Like, roast, steam, fry, something like that. Why are you suddenly changing the golems into food? Then the people gathered in the open space started pouring out their opinions about the golems' names. Cheese, Choco. Barley, what are these dog names? Faith, hope, love. Priests, those are good words, but for golems it's a bit. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. If you're hungry, go eat something quickly. Evangeline, Prince, Your Highness, Hurrah, Lucas. Hey, is that you, Lucas? And other bizarre names that they just made up as they pleased kept coming out. After intense discussion, the names I finally decided on, ignoring all suggestions, were as follows. Iron Fist 1, 2, and 3. That's final. Boo-oh. Intense jeers immediately erupted from the crowd, but shut up, you guys. From the old days, we've never had proper results when we held a public contest on this front. Oh, Maple Fist Almighty, Iron Fist 1, 2, and 3. How can there be such cool names in this world? Only Quillan, the martial artist, shed tears of emotion. Iron Fist. Iron Fist. Not bad. Fortunately, Keleby, who was in charge of golem production, accepted it. Phew. This unexpected naming contest was thus concluded, with the three golems showing off their weapons in cool swings as a finale. The demonstration of the Iron Fist trio came to an end. The gathered crowd cheered in unison as they saw the Iron Fist trio's cool poses. Woo-ah! Golem, golem, golem. Next time, please make them combine. Anyway, I'm glad everyone likes them. As expected, robots are the dream. Preparations for the defense were progressing smoothly ahead of the final battle. Barricades and obstacles were installed at every point along the long road from the Black Lake to Crossroad. Various mines and traps were laid thickly, incorporating the know-how from the past 3 years. Appropriate defense tools were distributed at strategic points and locations to efficiently take down monsters. Above all, the defense preparations for Crossroads' main castle were carried out meticulously, checking cannons and firing lines, optimizing troop deployments, conducting training to keep artifacts operating non-stop. Also, in Stage 50, all kinds of monsters pour out from the Black Lake. In other words, monsters emerge as both ground forces and air forces. Naturally, our defense line also had to be divided into ground defense forces and air defense forces. The Black Dragon Wall, Nightbringer, installed on the outskirts, and Crossroads' original southern wall standing firm after emergency repairs inside it. Troops, supplies, defense equipment, and artifacts were densely packed on top of the double-layered walls. Infinite monsters. Lucas, the field commander for this final battle, who was watching the installation process, looked at me. If it's your lordship's order, I will defend until the end of this world. I smiled bitterly at this sturdy bravado, but was it perhaps not just empty words to give me courage? As Lucas spoke, the other heroes and soldiers standing on the wall checking the deployment all smiled and looked at me. Everyone was sincerely prepared to fight and overcome the endless monsters that would pour out in the final battle. Looking around at these wonderful people, the best warriors, I unconsciously clenched my fist tightly. Then I simply said, I'm counting on you. I trust you with this. The next moment, as if they had promised, everyone present raised their hands and struck their chests. Thud! Their hands hitting their armor resonated together, making a deep echoing sound. I too slowly raised my hand and tapped my chest with my clenched fist. The final stage. While everyone on the front here at Crossroad holds off the endless monsters, I will depart alone, for the one and only strategy towards the true ending, 1 week before the start of Stage 50 at the end of February. At this time, when non-combatants should start being evacuated to the north, a meeting was held before the final battle. All the kings participating in the World Guardian Front gathered in the banquet hall of Hotel Crossroad. I believe everyone gathered here already knows this, but after a brief greeting, I looked around at the kings seated and opened my mouth. In 1 week from now, the final battle that will determine the fate of the world will begin. Everyone is focused on me. I raised my voice. This is truly the last time. If we win this battle, humanity will survive. If we lose this battle, the world will be completely destroyed. Suddenly, I was reminded of the ruined world I saw in the nightmare. The frozen earth, the raging firestorms, the blackened sky, the rain of falling ash. People living in that hell, unable to die. I closed my eyes for a moment, then opened them, I promised, not to regret, to advance without hesitation on the difficult path I chose. So, I want to ask for your understanding in advance. At this moment, I become a tyrant. As the commander of the World Guardian Front, as the racial deity of humanity, representing the will of all people in the mortal world. Looking around at the audience, I declared without wavering, for the one and only path I have chosen, I intend to completely destroy our world. Chapter 785. I shared with the kings the strategy I would use in the final stage of this defensive battle. When the kings heard this strategy, they were first shocked, then horrified, and finally let out screams. That concludes my explanation. After finishing, I looked around at the frozen kings. Are there any questions? The kings immediately shouted. Prince Ash, no matter what. Isn't that going too far? That method would destroy the foundation of our world. It's unthinkable. It couldn't come from normal thinking. Reconsider, even for you. This method is too extreme. I listened quietly in the face of their fierce opposition. In truth, I had expected opposition, of course. If we use the strategy I proposed, some pillar that has built up human civilization until now will disappear. Even if we overcome destruction after the last stage, the world will change into a completely different form from the past. It's a condition difficult for anyone living in this world to easily accept, not just the kings. However, then, do you intend to accept destruction? When I coldly asked back, the audience immediately fell silent as if doused with cold water. Clearly, the loss the world must bear is painful. However, as the price for protecting the world from destruction, it may be a very cheap loss. No matter what price we pay, isn't it better than the world being destroyed and people dying? Amidst the silence as the kings just looked at each other, a low question arose. Is this the only way? There stood my father, Emperor Traha, peacemaker Everblack of the Empire. He was looking at me with a solemn, hardened face. I nodded heavily. This is the only way. Amidst the erupting sighs, the Emperor silently looked at me. Eventually his cracked lips parted, and a tired voice flowed out. Ash, whether you are the world's savior or a mad revolutionary, that judgment will be made not by us here, by future generations. His lips slowly curved into a smile. But that judgment can only be made if the world continues to exist for future generations. The Emperor slowly rose and declared, our Everblack Empire will go along with Prince Ash's path. There's no way we can overcome the world crisis before us without any losses. There are bound to be parts we all must give up and concede. The Emperor pointed to his chest with his one remaining arm. When we use this method, when a completely different tomorrow unfolds from yesterday, which country do you think will suffer the greatest loss? It's our empire, but it doesn't matter. We will accept it. Let's all bear the burden together. Let's hurt together. This is not a matter of choice, but a matter of life and death. The next moment, someone else in the audience abruptly stood up. Our Aryan kingdom also strongly agrees. It was King Miller Aryan of the Aryan kingdom. The other kings seemed quite surprised at the agreement of this king who had once been at the forefront of opposing the World Guardian Front's path at every turn. Miller, you. Those who have fought together here until now must know well that Prince Ash's proposals have ultimately led to the right path. Miller grinned at me. I will support his decision to the very end. Following that, several people stood up from their seats simultaneously. Celebi, Verdandi, Cuilan, and King Poseidon, representatives of each race. They faced me with unwavering expressions. We have already decided to entrust the fate of our races to Prince Ash, to the future path of the World Guardian front here. No matter what price we pay, it cannot take precedence over our lives. We've come this far anyway, haven't we? Let's go all out to the end. If I can just protect the lives of my people, I can bear that much of a price. Then Mikkel, Valen, and Hannibal stood up in turn. Vermilion agrees as well. So does our city-state alliance. We'll follow to the end, like a wave. All the kings who had fought directly alongside me stood up one by one, expressing their support for my strategy. Even the kings who hesitated until the end were those who had remained with the World Guardian front so far, trusting and following me. It's just that the method I proposed was too radical for them to easily agree with. But in the end, they too closed their eyes tightly and stood up. Just promise us one thing, Prince Ash. With one hand gripping his forehead, the king who remained seated until the last Diarmuidin, who leads the smallest independent country in the world, the ivory tower pleaded earnestly to me that even if that disappears from this world, we will be able to live well, that you will make it so. Promise us. I promise, I answered with a grin. We'll be fine, because I have already lived in a world without that, and because I know well that that world is beautiful enough too. I spoke with confidence. And finally, Diarmuidin also stood up with a sigh. The ivory tower will also share its fate with the World Guardian front. After looking around at all the kings standing around me, I nodded heavily. Thank you for making this difficult decision. Destruction is near. That's why we unite as one. With this united will, let's open the path to tomorrow. The future is not clearly visible, but it will be all right, because we have it. The courage to throw away everything from yesterday in order to move forward to tomorrow. After the meeting adjourned and all the kings had left, Ash, the emperor, approached me, who was left alone in the hall. Father, as I gave a simple bow, the emperor grinned at me. Is there a reason you sought consent for this matter, even though you could have handled it on your own? The emperor was right. There was actually no need to tell everyone in advance and seek consent. It wouldn't have been a problem if I had taken care of everything myself and notified them afterwards. No, that might have been safer. The battle was right around the corner, and if there were forces that didn't agree and deserted the front, it would have been another headache. But if the only goal was to overcome the imminent destruction, that would be fine. But my real purpose includes properly establishing the world after this battle. The world doesn't end with an ending. It will continue on endlessly, and the world will change completely after the last stage. Shouldn't we seek consent from the people who will live there in advance, and also prepare countermeasures together? It's not a world where I alone will live. It's a place we all must walk together, even though I've worn the crown representing everyone. The emperor examined me with inscrutable black eyes, then finally closed his one remaining eye tightly. Well, it's all talk for after we get through this final battle well, right? Ha ha, that's right. This father has become like this, so it's regrettable that I can no longer help in battle. While everyone else is preparing for battle, I'm just killing time alone in the rear. To the emperor, who was lamenting, I spoke in a stern voice. No, that's not true. Father, in this final battle, you'll need to lend your strength as well, father. The emperor pointed to his own body quizzically, his body missing one eye, one arm, and one leg. But I'm in this state. Though your body has weakened, isn't your mind still sound? Ha ha, not just sound, it's no less than any young person's. That's enough then. Come with me, father. In front of the still puzzled emperor, I grinned. There are other warriors who, like you, may not be physically whole but whose hearts are still burning. Please come along with them. At my words, the emperor didn't ask anything further, but instead let out a hearty laugh, and then he said this. Very well, let's go and see. To the end of the final battleground. Time passed quickly, the day before the last stage. A feast was held throughout the city before the departure. Heroes gathered for the final defensive battle shared drinks and food. I personally served drinks and food to everyone fighting in their respective places, from the soldiers in the barracks to the people of the production guilds. I went around with a glass in hand, toasting everyone individually and wishing them good luck. And at this gathering, my lord, suddenly, Ada popped up. It was in the central square of the city. I faced him without even being surprised anymore. Ada, hoo-hoo, you finally made it this far. It's the result of all our hard work. Unlike his appearance so far, Ada was wearing a very old formal attire. After putting a glass in his hand, I handed him something I had kept in my possession. Take it. It was a fragment of Nameless's soul. The last pieces of her that remained inside the dungeon sparkled and swirled in the air before being sucked into Ada's hand. Ada, who carefully tucked it into his bosom, smiled broadly. I finished my own preparations as well. Now all that's left is to give them one big hit. Snap. Ada snapped his fingers. Then the traitor's necklace around my neck flashed once. As you may have guessed, the achievement points you've used through that necklace are actually a concept of consuming the karma we've accumulated so far. The endlessly repeated destruction game. Ada, who participated as a human-side player here, and I his agent. The karma Chinese letter accumulated as we repeated the regression was burned and manifested as power. I smiled bitterly. Well, the explanation of achievement points wasn't entirely wrong. When you built fortresses materialized with magic or displayed various other miraculous powers, we've been assisting by consuming this accumulated karma. Ada smiled faintly. I've just released that limiter. It's the real final time, after all. There's no need to save the balance anymore, is there? The previous player, previous hero, prophet, Lord's advisor, director, this accomplice who plotted with me against the world said so. Burn it down to the last point, without regrets. You too, Ada, to this damned yokai director, I've grown fond of despite myself. I sincerely wished. Let's face it without regrets. The finale of this long game. We clinked our glasses together. A clear ringing sound of glass was heard, after conversing with each hero once, as the night deepened and dawn approached, near the end of the banquet. Serenade. I approached Serenade, who was standing alone by the window in a corner of the darkened banquet hall, looking outside. Serenade turned around, quickly wiped her eyes, then smiled brightly. Your Highness, are you all right? Of course, I'm going to stop seeing you off with tears now. I no longer doubt your return. Come back safely. Your Highness, I'll be waiting here with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, I carefully asked, can you call me like you used to instead of Your Highness? Pardon. Like back then, like in the imperial capital, before we broke off our engagement. Serenade, who quickly caught my meaning, blushed and smiled, then took a step closer to me. She whispered in my ear like a gentle breeze. ... Come back safely. My lord. I smiled silently and bowed to her. After kissing in the moonlight as I was about to step back, Serenade's long fingers caught my sleeve. Tonight. With her face bowed down, redder than I'd ever seen it, Serenade whispered in a trembling voice, I don't want to let you go tonight. Tonight, I want to spend it together. Instead of answering, I reached out my arms to tightly embrace her waist and kissed her once more. The next day, at the end of a long journey, Stage 50, the final battle, began. Chapter 786, the final defensive battle. On the day it began, thud, 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 the earth shook violently. The black lake bubbled and boiled, scattering foam around. And the next moment, whoosh, the water's surface erupted like an explosion. As the thick mist that had risen for an instant dissipated, the sight of monsters emerging and filling the black lake was revealed. Various kinds of monsters that had been attacking the human world mixed together, pouring out like sewage overflowing during the rainy season. Thump, 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 as if they had come out wearing the color of the black lake all over their bodies. All of them dyed pitch black. An endless number of monsters that rose to the surface, cutting through the water, began their march. Gulp! So many. Observing this scene from the air, the Rompola siblings aboard the airship, Blue Pearl, swallowed dry saliva simultaneously. Lucas, who was on board with them looking down at this sight, was calmly assessing the situation. There were many monsters during the previous zombie invasion as well, but there was a decisive difference from now. Thump, 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 red eyelights scattering obvious hostility, orderly ranks moving in groups. The monsters were all advancing northward at their maximum speed while maintaining their original intelligence. Unlike the zombies, they were in a state where they could exert all their abilities as monsters. Their combat power is incomparable. No, it's meaningless to gauge individual combat power in the first place. Infinite. As the final defensive battle approached, the lake was endlessly spewing out monsters. It didn't matter how strong each individual was. After all, the infinite wave of monsters would eventually capture Crossroad and destroy the human world. Our role is to hold out as long as possible. while Ash had gone off alone for the final strategy. Everyone in the World Guardian front must hold back these monsters and endure for as long as possible. I will believe and wait. My lord, Lucas gripped the scabbard at his waist. I will protect the human world with my life until you return. Not much time had passed since the Black Lake started spewing out monsters, but already the area was covered with an enormous number of them. And as flying-type monsters started to mix in intermittently, now they were dyeing the sky black as they flapped northward. Confirming this sight, Lucas nodded heavily. Guerrilla Unit, commence Operation Lightning and Tsunami. Then Lucas stretched his arm to the side and shouted to the artillerymen. Prepare the first lightning, Blue Pearl. Load the Mana core missile. Missile loaded. Entering launch sequence. The artillerymen who had been waiting tensely moved quickly. All the special-grade Mana cores remaining in Crossroad had been converted into missiles. It was an extremely wasteful tactical weapon that turned globally rare materials into a single explosion. However, on the monster front facing the final battle, there was no room to consider this a luxury. Standard General Mana Core, Ignition. Standard High Grade, Standard Highest Grade, up to Standard Special Grade Mana Cores. Sequential Mana Reaction in order. Launch preparation complete. Aiming complete. Sequence all clear, ready to fire at any time. At the ready signal, Lucas commanded, pointing his hand forward. Fire! Crush their vanguard! Boom! A Mana core missile was fired from the Blue Pearl's forward battery. Inside the fired missile, 4 stages of Mana cores resonated with each other, causing Mana to condense in a spiral whirl, and then the moment the missile reached its impact point, it burst all at once. Quarang! A white explosion erupted. With a tremendous boom, the air rippled, the ground in the area split, and frozen trees were uprooted and flew backwards. An enormous blast pressure swept the area, enough to make even the Blue Pearl, floating high in the air, sway. Inside the violently shaking airship, people struggled to steady their bodies while holding on to whatever they could grab. Ugh! As the dazzling light faded, Lucas confirmed the point where the missile had fallen. Relief flashed in Lucas's blue eyes. The Vanguard monsters were utterly annihilated. All the monsters within range of the tremendous explosion, whether flying or ground types, were completely crushed and shattered. Good! Lucas, who was cheering without realizing it, soon had to close his mouth tightly. The fallen and dying monsters dispersed and disappeared like black mist one by one. And right behind them, still intact and still infinite monsters marched on nonchalantly as if nothing had happened. Everyone felt fear at the sight of the enemies, casually nullifying the damage, precisely because our attack had been so powerful. But Lucas did not waver. The purpose of our guerrilla unit is not to annihilate them. Such a thing is impossible in this battle from the start. Our goal is to weaken the horde of monsters that will reach Crossroad appropriately by inflicting as much damage on them as possible. The guerrilla unit is the lightning. The final defense line of Crossroad's main castle is the tsunami. Weaken the enemy with surprise lightning strikes, and crush the enemy with a mighty tsunami. Endure for as long as possible like that. This was the gist of the operation named Lightning and Tsunami. Ignore the remnants that survive and march on. Just inflict damage on large groups. Don't waver and keep firing. We're putting holes in their forces. Load the next Mana core missile. Missile loaded. Entering launch sequence. And while Blue Pearl was loading the second missile, whoosh! The Griffin unit of the Sky Knights, which had departed earlier, shot down like an arrow over the heads of the monsters. On each Griffin sat one knight from the Vermilion Kingdom, and behind them sat one magician. The knights protected the magicians, while the magicians drew joint magic circles in the air and Second Lightning summoned a massive lightning bolt. Junior, who had completed an enormous lightning bolt at the center of the spell formula, swung her staff down sharply, and lightning that fell from the cloudy sky struck the ground and raced across the surface. Flash! Crackle, crackle, crackle. The lightning, appearing almost like a huge pillar of light, struck and pulverized the monsters at the impact point, then spread throughout the area where the monsters stood. The electrocuted monsters, charred black, could not withstand it and collapsed in droves. The effect of the lightning magic was even more excellent because the monsters were densely packed. The lightning rampaged viciously like a snake seeking prey, conducted through the bodies of the clustered monsters. Overflowing lightning was sucked into the Black Lake. Monsters electrocuted as lightning sparked on the lake's surface screamed. The Sky Knight knights cheered in unison, and the magicians sitting behind them raised their fists to the sky. Junior grinned broadly. "How's that taste? You bastards!" However, the joy over a well-landed attack did not last long. Bubble, 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 because the monsters were truly infinite. The interior of the Black Lake, where the lightning had penetrated, writhed as if it were a living thing, then began to spew forth malice from within like a volcanic eruption. Pop, whoosh, the next moment. Countless monsters that burst forth like a geyser all let out terrible screams at once. Kaira! The faces of the griffin riders instantly turned pale. It was truly on a different dimension from the volume they had experienced in previous battles. It wasn't just filling the horizon, as if to fill the land, sea and sky completely. The Black Lake was spewing out monsters madly. It was at that moment when everyone was momentarily shocked. Third lightning, firing soon. A calm voice rang out through the short-range communication device. Everyone please evacuate from the line of fire. On a hill overlooking the Black Lake, at the top of a spire built there, a fixed large-caliber sniper rifle seat similar to the special sniper equipment that had made a hole in the sky during the Black Dragon battle, with Black Queen converted into a form similar to a rail gun. Damien exhaled a long breath. Phew! The long barrel of Black Queen, combined with the fixed ballista, was aimed straight at the lake. The Mana bullet launcher had become so huge, with all sorts of artifacts stuck on it, that it was hard to tell where the barrel ended. Damien, sitting almost lying down in the shooter's seat of the launcher, stared at the lake full of monsters and slowly placed his finger on the trigger. Crackle, crackle. Black Queen's 7 mana bullets finished the process of rotating in the air and combining into one. This time, there was only one person enchanting this mana bullet, and the reason was simple. This single enchantment was too powerful. I successfully enchanted the mana bullet with the Wind Spirit King's blessing. Hannibal, who had been sweating profusely, finally raised both hands and stepped back. The power? I don't know either. Let's hope the Spirit King is in a good mood. Damien smiled gently at Hannibal and focused his eye power on the lake. A white flash flickered in his brown eyes, and fire, confirming that there were no allies in the path. Damien pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A tornado in the form of a mana bullet was fired. The recoil of the shot made the spire sway greatly backwards. Everyone waiting on top of the spire screamed and rolled on the floor. And the power of the mana bullet was overwhelming. Boom, 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 boom. Countless monsters that had overflowed and poured out through the lake's entrance were all torn to shreds. It was like a huge storm crushing an erupting volcano. With the already powerful shot of Black Queen and the Wind Spirit King adding his power on top, no monster caught in its path survived. Woo-ah! The soldiers cheered as they watched the monsters being annihilated. Clearly the enemies were infinite, but it seemed like they could hold out as long as the monster front's top forces took turns unleashing such powerful attacks. And then thump! Suddenly, the air changed. The surface of the lake, which had been undulating like a stormy sea, abruptly became calm, without a single ripple, as if time had stopped. An ominous silence filled the area as if it were a lie. Both monsters and humans instinctively held their breath and raised their hackles. Cold sweat ran down Lucas's back as he watched this scene. The knight knew well. This kind of situation is never a good omen. Everyone be on guard. Something doesn't seem right. And the next moment, splash. A circular wave spread across the water's surface. When this small ripple that spread from the center of the Black Lake reached the edge of the lake, whoosh! The central part of the Black Lake sank downwards, forming a whirlpool. This whirlpool deepened endlessly, as if connected to the bottom of hell. And at the very bottom of this empty black wave, step, 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 footsteps echoed, though it was a very small sound. For some reason, it was clearly heard by every being in the area, as if distinctly announcing to this world the advent of a being of a different caliber. Everyone who heard the sound could not move an inch. And when those small footsteps had climbed all the steps of the swirling lake water, finally, that being's appearance was revealed to the human world. Though it was merely a small human figure, all living beings who witnessed her trembled. It was a woman with her face covered by a mourning veil burnt at the ends. The dress she wore also had its hem and sleeve ends burnt, and the tall crown on her head was also scorched black. Even her long white hair that seemed to drag on the ground had its ends burnt black. Scattered starlight flickered around the woman. The ends of her pale white dress, which seemed not of this world, were discolored black, glowing ominously with otherworldly darkness. materialized destruction, the name of all those nightmares. She has appeared, a scout reported in a trembling voice. Entity name, Sleepless Lake Princess. Crack. As she descended, the sky split. Through the gap in the sky that split in an impossible way, countless eyes blinked greedily, trying to observe her existence. Lucas, who had been unconsciously facing the strongest and worst monster, suddenly came to his senses, because he definitely noticed that the gaze under the veil of the Sleepless Lake Princess was directed at him. Evasive maneuver. Now, Lucas shouted urgently. Blue Pearl, execute evasive maneuver. Ha! I said evade right now, hurry. Instead of the airship's helmsman who couldn't come to his senses, the Rompler siblings who rushed in gritting their teeth, grabbed the wheel and turned it sharply. Immediately, Blue Pearl attempted an evasive maneuver at the highest possible speed, but it was too late. The Sleepless Lake Princess slowly raised her hand, aimed at the enemy ship Blue Pearl, and then clenched her fist. The next moment, otherworldly darkness pouring in from all directions engulfed Blue Pearl. There was no way to avoid it. Boom! Chapter 787, as the Sleepless Lake Princess clenched her hand. Otherworldly darkness engulfed from all directions. The airship Blue Pearl had no means to avoid or block this attack. However, Flash, the acting commander of the monster front, had a way to do so. Ha! Lucas, who rushed out from the bridge to the deck, combined his two swords, bestowed sword and Excalibur. The two swords transformed and merged, reassembling into a giant greatsword towards the stars. Originally, it was a transcendent weapon that no living human could wield, but Lucas, using full divine descent, was temporarily released from all those restrictions at this moment, forcibly stepping into divinity for an instant, and, slash, he was able to swing the greatsword without issue. A dazzling flash erupted, tearing apart the darkness summoned directly by the Master of Nightmares. After crossing the boundary between death and life for a fraction of a second, Lucas shouted to everyone on the stunned Blue Pearl, no, to everyone on this battlefield. That monster cannot be defeated. All forces withdraw from the battlefield and regroup. The enemy commander has appeared, so we're moving to the next phase of the lightning and tsunami operation. On the bridge of Blue Pearl, the two captains and crew quickly manipulated the instrument panel. Blue Pearl, which quickly turned direction, urgently evacuated the airspace, followed by the Sky Knight Division. The snipers preparing to snipe from nearby spires also began to retreat quickly through teleport gates. Instead of launching the next attack, the Sleepless Lake Princess just silently watched the night on the departing airship. After separating towards the stars again and releasing full divine descent, Lucas also faced such an enemy commander and raised his head to the sky. I will wait, my lord. It's impossible to fight and win against that monster, but as ordered by his lord, it's possible to hold out while buying time. While his lord fights another decisive battle on another battlefield, everyone here in the World Guardian front must block the enemies by all possible means, and also survive. Please return with news of victory. The Black Lake began to spew out monsters endlessly again, to the left and right of the Sleepless Lake Princess, walking slowly and gently northward. The poured-out horde of monsters was crawling up, bubbling and covering the earth. With that sight as the last thing imprinted in his eyes, Lucas returned to the bridge from the deck. The final war had just begun. Thump, 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 thump. The ground shakes, far above. The world vibrates with the footsteps of monsters. Destruction has already risen right up to the neck of the human world. Praying that my warriors on the distant ground fight well, that they endure well, I was walking in the dark shadows. Lake Kingdom, 10th Zone, deepest core, Royal Castle. So you've finally come here. I looked up at the heart of the nightmare, a skyscraper spewing darkness, wrapped in pitch-black mist, soaring high into the sky, to the final dungeon of blood and death where the final battle always took place in the game. I silently stepped forward. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of insects gnawing on something echoes. It's the sound made by the otherworldly darkness surrounding the royal castle. No, this is not the sound of insects. If you listen carefully, you can hear die, perish, explode. This is a curse. Deeperish explode, 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 deeperish explode. That thick curse full of malice, so childish it's naive. I no longer fear it. Their wish for me to fall, their desire for this front to be defeated, Their hope for this world to perish. I'll shatter it all. That's why I came here. Thud! I stood before the entrance of the royal castle. The cursed mist enveloping the surroundings had thickened so much that now not only the castle gates but the entire surroundings were invisible. Ah! I took a deep breath. The sleepless Lake Princess had already left this place. This place no longer functions as a dungeon. It's not a target to be conquered. But I deliberately came here alone knowing that. I didn't come to kill the boss of the dungeon. My purpose for coming here is different. I assembled the ceremonial longsword light and shadow into a flagpole and grasped it. A bright light flag was generated and fluttered, and the cursed darkness invading around me retreated all at once. However, the darkness covering the castle gates remains the same. I silently put my hand in my bosom and took out the key that Crown had given me. The large golden key shaped like a single flower was blackened with pollution, but still held its beauty. After turning the key once in my hand, looking down at the key for a while, even if lightning and tsunami are the only way, I suddenly uttered an old verse that came to mind. Open the door, flower. Open the door, flower. I thrust the key in my hand forward vigorously. Flash! The key that the rightful successor, the legitimate rights holder of this royal castle, had kept hidden in their bosom all their life was a right in itself. No matter what curse, what obstacle blocks the way, it allows entry into the royal castle by opening the door. Whoosh! The cursed mist parts. Magical light spread across the entire door where the key was inserted beyond the mist, and I turned the key vigorously. Click, rumble, the sturdy gates of the towering royal castle slowly opened inward as if being sucked in. I stepped through that gap without hesitation. Thud, 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 my footsteps echoed in the wide corridor of the royal castle. The castle was quiet with all nightmares gone. Without any soldiers, any subjects, any political rivals, any historians, any people. Without laughter, crying, commands, sighs, or even breath. As if even the concept of silence had disappeared, it was just nothingness. At the end of this empty corridor where nothing exists, in the audience chamber, the Demon King existed alone, sitting buried in the lonely throne as if exhausted, looking into the empty sphere of nightmares with tired eyes. I quietly observed him, under the faded golden crown, made entirely of shadows, the root cause of all that has destroyed this world so. As if only now noticing my presence, the Demon King slowly turned his head to look at me. Claire, our gazes met, though he, covered in shadows, had no organs that could be called eyes. At this moment, we undoubtedly exchanged glances, though it's our first encounter. For some reason, it felt familiar, as if we had known each other for a very long time. I quietly uttered his name. Dot, 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 Demon King. The Demon King wearily rubbed his face with his hand. I don't know how you got in here, but, yes, have you come alone to kill me? Eliminating me, the real culprit hidden behind the final enemy, sleepless Lake Princess. Certainly, if successful, the destruction game would stop, and this world could meet a different ending than before. It's quite a good change of perspective, but even so, are you going to face me alone? The Demon King slowly rose from his throne. You don't seem to know how countless heroes have met their fate at my hands. Dragons that have existed since the creation of heaven and earth, the masters of the most brilliant myths, kings and generals whose achievements reached the heavens, supermen on white horses. None of them could defeat me, none could even reach me with the tip of a sword or a fang. Rather, they all fell to corruption before my temptation and degenerated into mere monsters. His hand made of shadows pointed at me. How are you different? With what exactly do you intend to kill me? What weapon? What deadly poison? What strategy have you prepared? Without answering, I slowly walked towards the Demon King's throne. Thud, thud, thud. With each step closer to the Demon King, the long adventure so far, the desperate journey my front has gone through, flashed through my mind. The faces of people who fell to monsters, comrades who died bleeding, vividly came to life before my eyes. My teeth clenched involuntarily, and my fists tightened. They are sinners for being born into this world. They must all be killed and eliminated. These monsters. Couldn't we say it's a sin that they were born into the world? It's a sin that we were born into this world. Blind hatred towards him still boils within me. There is an impulse within me to deny his existence from its roots. Between some people, there is a gap that can never be filled, a gap so deep and profound that it can never be bridged, a deep hatred that cannot be overcome no matter how hard you try. and cannot be ignored no matter how much you turn away. There is a distance between him and me that can never be narrowed. There is a valley that can never be filled. We will never fully understand each other until the very end, because we are destined to fight and kill each other. But come sit here. Vampire King, let's have a drink and talk for a bit. I request a commander's meeting. I'd like to stop fighting for a moment and have a talk. What do you think? As king to king, I propose to you a summit. Then why have I tried to dialogue with enemies so far? If they were really just opponents to hate and be done with, if there wasn't even a 1 in an iota chance that dialogue would work, why have I always tried so hard to understand the other's intentions? Why have I tried to look into the eyes of enemies and listen to their voices? I believed they could become people like us, because they too had human emotions. Because, I also know, although it was like a faint flame that disappeared before my eyes, I clearly saw the possibility. The moment when yesterday's enemy almost became today's compatriot. The path that I and our front have walked so far. It was a process of those who hated each other talking, understanding, and finally standing shoulder to shoulder together. Countries that waged war, races that fought for 1,000 years and lived as slaves for over 100 years, people who hated each other for indelible past grievances, finally forgiving each other, embracing, loving, giving birth to the next generation's children, and everyone willingly giving their lives to protect those children. I have clearly witnessed such miraculous scenes. The hearts of wounded people who realize that there is no such thing as the sin of being born into the world and finally forgive themselves. The desperate hearts of children who lower their guns and swords aimed at each other across an unbridgeable valley and try desperately to communicate by shouting. I have watched. This is precisely the path that I and my city, my front have proven over the past 3 years. I know this is idealism. This might be a stupid, foolish act, but because this is the path my heart points to. Even if you're in tatters, it's okay. Even if you're shattered to pieces, it's okay. Whatever form you take, I like you. Even if this attempt shatters me to pieces, it doesn't matter. If you don't lose your heart, even if you're split into 1,000 or 10,000 pieces, you're still you, because I believe this path is right. To be myself, I have no choice but to believe in my strategy and move forward. Ash, you have a heart stronger than anything in this world. The courage not to hate, a voice, already distant, warm and affectionate, echoed in my heart. One who knows how to embrace others instead of hatred and anger. One who knows how to embrace a divided world and soothe others' wounds. Truly strong. Goodwill. Whether this is really an expression of such courage, or whether it's a reckless act that will pay a desperate price, I don't know. Love. Ash, I'll live according to your last words. I'll love. Ha! I stopped in the center of the audience chamber. The Demon King's throne is close now. We're both at a distance where we can aim for each other's hearts and launch an attack at any time. After taking a deep breath, I looked straight at my opponent and declared, I didn't come here to kill you. A puzzled light settled in the Demon King's tired gaze. I gritted my teeth and refined my language. This is not forgiveness. This is not revenge. This is just a continuation of that winding road that I and my front have walked. The only direction leading to the future that my flag has been pointing to, and also the best struggle that I, a mere ordinary human, can wage. Demon King, towards the opponent I hate the most, squeezing out all the courage I have with all my might. I shouted, I have come to save you. Chapter 788. A long silence passed. After a while, the stiffened Demon King asked back with a bitter expression, Save me, you. His voice was full of unprecedented bewilderment. What nonsense are you talking about? I took another deep breath. Don't misunderstand. Demon King, you must receive due punishment. My world has suffered irreparable damage from your vicious game. It has been wounded in a way that can never be healed. You must certainly pay the price for your evil deeds. To him, who was showing an even more incomprehensible expression, I clearly uttered the next words, one by one. However, on the path I'm about to take, your salvation happens to overlap. The path to save my world and the salvation you seek lie on the same line. So I'm saying I'll save you. Demon King. I slowly raised my hand and clenched it to show him. If you prove your usefulness and do your best to help me, that is. Ha! The Demon King, who let out a hollow laugh, jerked his chin. What nonsense! Do you even know what my salvation is? Well, go ahead and explain. What exactly is this path you're going to take, that you say has my salvation at its end? I stared intently at the Demon King. I'm about to depart for the spirit realm, and there I will save one person. At the words that followed, cracks spread across the Demon King's composed face. The very person you've been searching for through eons of time. What? He let out an angry cry. That's impossible, don't talk nonsense. She wasn't in the human world, nor in the afterlife, nor in the spirit realm in between, nor anywhere. Do you think I didn't search? I scoured every heaven sea and land in this world, but she didn't exist. I quietly listened to the Demon King's frantic shouting. So, it's in the nightmare. She must be sealed in the cesspool of monsters collected by this cursed country. Because the humans of this country defined her as a monster and exterminated her, because the humans of this country kept all the monsters they killed in their nightmares. That's why I deliberately plunged this country into hell, and I've been searching through the nightmares collected by the humans of this country for eons of time to find her and save her from the Demon King's body. A terrifying evil energy that I had never experienced before spread in all directions. Covering the entire royal castle with his pitch-black aura, the Demon King roared. To find her, and this time, to corrupt her soul completely without a trace. But what? You say you know her whereabouts that even I don't know. Stop talking nonsense. 1,000 years ago, that person was certainly called a monster and exterminated. But, I explained with a bitter smile, now she's called by a different name. What? The name by which that person is called in this world now is, to the bewildered Demon King. I slowly uttered her identity. Goddess, I slowly recalled. The very old tale I had heard directly from that person when I visited her recently, 1,000 years ago, a small village by the lake. Here, humans formed a small settlement and lived. Humans couldn't even form a proper country and were torn apart, living divided into settlements and villages. This was because they were in a position of being oppressed and enslaved by other powerful racial nations. Other races could use magic, but humans could not. Races chosen by foreign gods received mana from their respective racial guardian trees and rapidly developed their civilizations. But the human race was not chosen. In the end, the human race was barely surviving at the very bottom, taking on the menial tasks of other races as the smallest and weakest race. The woman was born and raised in this small village by the lake, catching fish from the lake, gathering firewood from the nearby forest, tending to livestock in small fields and a few pastures. It was such an unremarkable small village, although other racial nations would often demand excessive taxes and come to cause trouble. The woman had no particular complaints about this reality, because she was already used to living like this, because everything was a natural sight, because humans were born as slaves. The woman married a simple and kind man, who was born and raised in the village with her, and they had a cute son. The woman thought she was happy and had no complaints about her life. There was only one worry, her father who suffered from madness. After her grandmother, who had also suffered from madness, passed away, her father inherited her grandmother's madness and turned into a madman who always mumbled strange nonsense. Now he was living alone in a small hut built in the corner of the lakeside, with no one visiting him. Only the woman periodically visited her father to deliver meals and check if there was any inconvenience in his life. Her father's symptoms worsened over time. The inside of the hut was filled with parchments covered in incomprehensible symbols and spell formulas, covering the walls and floors. Although she was worried about her father's condition, the woman was basically bright and cheerful in nature, so she spent her days without much concern. That day was the same. The woman visited the hut where her father lived, bringing a meal. She opened the door energetically. "Father, I'm here. Have you eaten? Today I cooked anew." The woman had to stop mid-sentence. In the center of the hut, her father was quietly dying in a pool of blood, having slit his wrist. "Father!" The startled woman ran over to try to stop her father's bleeding, but it was already too late. Her father, even as he was dying, seemed to recognize his daughter and mumbled in a fading voice, "I'm sorry, my daughter." "Father, no, no. I'm sorry for passing on such a terrible curse." Thud, her father's head tilted forward. The woman stared blankly at her dead father. She didn't know what to do in this sudden, unexpected situation. It was then. "So this is as far as it goes." A voice was heard from behind. When the surprised woman turned around, there was a huge figure made of shadows bending over, looking into the tragic scene inside the hut. He had more grit than his mother, but still couldn't hold out for long. The startled woman crawled backward and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "Ah, come to think of it, I should greet the new sacrifice first." The shadow spread its arms and gave a polite bow. "The devil who grants wishes, the owner of the monkey's paw, the fallen constellation. Well, I have many nicknames, but they all tend to call me this." A white mouth cracked open like a fissure on the shadow's face, showing a long smile. "The Demon King, they say. The Demon King." To the woman who was just trembling, unable to understand the situation, the Demon King babbled in a kind voice. "Your distant ancestor begged me. He said he had something he absolutely wanted to accomplish, so he asked for endless time to be able to do it. Anyway, why are there so many fools who end up wanting immortality, giving all sorts of reasons?" The Demon King, who got slightly annoyed, pointed his index finger at the woman. "So I counter-proposed to your ancestor, how about giving endless time to his descendants for generations to come, and your ancestor gladly agreed. Thus, your clan gained endless time. The curse of regression. Curse of regression," the woman mumbled dazedly in front of words she couldn't understand well. The Demon King nodded. "Now you have inherited the curse of regression. You, your son, his child, and so on, must continue to pay the price for the mistake your ancestor committed forever." The woman still couldn't understand the situation well. "My ancestor and my father, what did they try to do with that time they obtained?" He, that's another interesting part." The Demon King shrugged his shoulders playfully. "It wouldn't be fun if I told you. Your father seems to have left records, so look for them well. Now then, I wonder what tragedy and what corruption you will show me. I'm looking forward to it." The Demon King's huge body slowly disappeared. "I'll always be watching to see what destruction you'll head towards." After all the shadows disappeared, the woman could only alternately look at where the Demon King had been and at her father's dead body with a dazed expression. After her father's funeral, the woman visited her father's hut again. As before, her father's hut was full of parchments covered in incomprehensible diagrams and characters. The woman carefully organized the parchments and stacked the books. In the process, she found a bundle of memos written in readable characters. Did father write this? Whether it was written before her father's madness worsened. The memo, written in relatively moderate handwriting, began like this: "For the human race to escape slavery." The woman traced the following sentences with her hand. Although she had learned to read from her father when she was young, she hadn't used writing since then and was practically illiterate. Reading each sentence was a struggle in itself. "For the human race to escape slavery, we need the light of magic too." Just as she was about to read the next sentence, while the cry of a young boy was heard from afar. It was the woman's son. Startled, the woman covered the memo and ran back to her house to take care of her son. To her, her young son and her life of working and eating day by day were more important than these difficult-to-understand memos. Time passed. The woman tried to retrace her father's research several times, but failed each time. She had little knowledge and no sense of mission regarding the research carried on by previous generations. The number of visits to her father's hut gradually decreased. Once a week, once a month, once every 6 months. Life was harsh. The child grew up quickly, and time flew by in the blink of an eye. Before she knew it, the woman forgot about her father's hut. She forgot about the curse of regression. She forgot about the existence of the Demon King. She sealed and forgot that day's events in the hazy memories of her young days. Decades later, lying in a warm bed, the woman smiled peacefully among her grandchildren and great-grandchildren surrounding her. "You all came because it's time for Grandma to go. It wasn't a bad life. It was ordinary but peaceful. There were people she loved, and she worked hard to build her life. She had several more children, and those children had children. The clan prospered, and as if to prove that she had lived diligently, her descendants flocked like clouds to attend her deathbed. With a sense of satisfaction, the woman examined one by one the people who had come to see her off in death. And, among them, grin, showing a white mouth opened in a smile, she belatedly discovered a shadow-like figure. The woman's face instantly turned pale. She pointed at that shadow with a trembling hand. "Why you? You?" Everyone at the bedside looked in that direction in surprise, but they couldn't see anything. The huge, evil being spreading its shadow with its arms wide open, smiling wickedly, was completely invisible to them. "What are you saying? Mother, there's nothing there." While her son was speaking with a smile, the woman couldn't breathe, because the demon king, who had suddenly approached, pressed his face close to hers and whispered like a snake, "Did you enjoy your ordinary life? Well then, it's time to go back." As she opened her eyes wide, the woman took her last breath and click, 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 grey mana rotated, and there was a sound like some mechanical device engaging backwards. Gasp! The woman who opened her eyes wide exhaled roughly. Gasp, gasp, gasp. She looked around, barely catching her breath while breaking out in a cold sweat. She was definitely lying on a bed, surrounded by her family just a moment ago. But now this place was that hut where her father had slit his wrist and committed suicide. How? Unable to believe it, the woman muttered weakly, checking her young hands without a single wrinkle, then looking at her father's corpse dead in a pool of blood. So this is how your clan's curse manifests. Indeed, you return to this time when you die. A familiar voice was heard. Startled, she turned around to see the huge shadow, the demon king, laughing quietly. I told you, didn't I? This is a curse. You don't even have the right to die as you wish. Looking into the trembling woman's eyes, the demon king laughed maniacally, full of joy. Now then, during this endless time, let's see what you can do. What tragedy of despair and frustration you'll write your endless life with. Chapter 789. In her second life, the woman lived like a broken person. She couldn't bear the gap between her first life and the present. She was shattered. But her husband and son took care of her devotedly. Through her husband and son's dedication and effort, the woman gradually recovered, and in her later years she was able to regain a peaceful life once again. She breathed her last once more among her loved ones. Thank you, dear. Thank you, son. Because of you too, I truly had a blessed life. Click, 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 and another regression took place. Again, it's that day, one summer. The hut where her father slit his wrist and committed suicide. The woman looked inside the hut with trembling eyes. She stared without avoiding the mountain of records and memos her father had left behind. She realized that the task passed down from her ancestors, from her father, was as unavoidable as this curse. Anyway, time is endless. Life is infinite. She left her father's corpse and slowly walked into the hut and faced the ancestral task that came down with the curse. The woman wasn't brilliant, and the research was unfriendly. She had to use her entire third life just to organize and understand the research left by her father and ancestors. But there was definitely progress. At least, she was now able to understand the research so far. The foreign gods forcibly widened the boundary between life and death, this world and the afterlife, and began to interfere with this world through that gap. The gap created in this way is the midpoint between life and death, the other side of the shore, the spirit realm. The foreign gods planted trees of the races they chose in this artificial space and let them take root. This tree has its roots in the spirit realm and its trunk in this world, and it makes it transmit the external power received from the spirit realm to this world. This is the principle of magic, and the reason why only certain races can use magic. At this point, the woman had a question. Then why did the foreign gods give only certain races the racial tree, the guardian tree? The answer came from behind, because they're in the middle of a destruction game called Race War. When the startled woman turned around, the Demon King was standing there. As always, he wore a sardonic smile. Congratulations on getting this far. You've caught up well with that dull head of yours. The Demon King mocked, but instead of responding, the woman asked about her curiosity. Race war, destruction game, what's that? This world was chosen as a playground for the foreign gods. The Demon King explained willingly. So they created the space called the spirit realm and began to interfere with this world based on that space. They started playing with this world in various ways, and one form of entertainment is the race war. The foreign gods give power, blessings, and the grace of magic to the races they like. And then they watch as these chosen races fight, kill, and destroy each other. The woman asked bitterly, "Is that fun?" It is fun. Think about it. Let's say there's a hill full of ants. Several ant armies are in conflict, and you pick one ant army. You can vividly watch that ant army you support and lend strength to seize control of the hill after a desperate battle. There are few entertainments as fun as this. Before the entertainment of transcendent beings, the beings of this world were literally no different from a single ant. The woman, who was shaking her shoulders without realizing it, asked, "Is repeating my life also one of those entertainments?" "Seems your brain is starting to work. That's correct." The Demon King nodded. "While there's certainly fun in watching tragedies on racial, national, and world scales, the true taste of tragedy comes from watching an individual's destruction up close. You are also one of the subjects of such tragedy. Your ancestor sold your fate for generations to come." The woman carefully examined the shadow-like form of the giggling Demon King and cautiously asked, "What exactly are you?" "I am a mediator." Unexpectedly, the Demon King answered freely. "Once I was an observer, like those foreign gods, but I loved this stage full of tragedy so much that I jumped onto the stage myself, a fallen constellation. Such a worthless evil that mediates all this tragedy to outside the stage." Though she couldn't understand everything he said, the woman vaguely felt. "So please show me an interesting tragedy, your own unique and desperate tragedy." That the being before her, though powerful, evil, and transcendent, was somehow pitiful, those who can only find joy in such tragedies. Somehow she felt sympathy and pity for them. After her fourth life passed, and in her fifth life, the woman was able to master all of her ancestors' research, and she was able to theoretically establish the research results that her father had finally derived. If we steal branches from the trees of the four major races, the guardian trees, and graft them together, from her father's handwriting tainted with madness to the woman's clear and neat handwriting, she read aloud the conclusion drawn from the completely organized magic theory. We can create a guardian tree that doesn't lean towards any side, and then we just need to register humans as the owners of this guardian tree. This was what the ancestor who first received the curse of regression had tried to do. For the human race, too small and insignificant to be chosen by the foreign gods, the only way to escape their current state of slavery was to steal the flame of magic. "Do you think that's possible?" A taunt was heard from behind. The Demon King, who had appeared at some point, was looking over her shoulder at her research. "The guardian trees of each race are protected under strict guard. Not only are they national treasures bearing the fate of their races, but they are also the core pieces of the race war watched by all the foreign gods visiting this playground. How do you, a mere ordinary human, intend to steal a branch from such a tree?" The woman rose from her desk with a bitter smile. "I can do it because I have endless time. You will surely be broken and crushed. Well, that too will be a joy to watch." And, above all, cutting off the Demon King's words, the woman declared, "Because now I want to do this." She originally had no complaints about her life. She was content living quietly with her loved ones in a small village. But as she inherited the research passed down from her ancestors and learned more about the true nature of this world, she began to open her eyes to the truth. The fact that this village life, which seemed peaceful and happy, was actually a life managed as slaves by other races. They just didn't think it was strange because they had been subjected to exploitation, abuse, and treatment like livestock from birth. Once she awakened, everything looked different. The crops taken away every autumn, the young people conscripted and dragged away for wars of other countries, the tyranny of rulers who came every season to beat and destroy. She decided she would no longer watch with open eyes. "I don't understand the difficult things well, but this is certain." As she packed her bags, she spoke as if making a vow. "I don't want to pass on a slave's life to my child. I have to go. If I keep knocking, won't a path open up?" Not because of the task inherited from her ancestors, but entirely of her own will, the back of the woman moving without hesitation. The expression of the Demon King watching her changed slightly. The woman packed her bags and left the house. It was then. "Mom," her son, who had woken up, followed the woman out, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Where are you going?" The woman, who had been looking at her young son with complex eyes, eventually crouched down in front of him and stroked his head. "I'm sorry, son. Ha! But someday you'll understand, Mom." Pushing all the words she wanted to say deep inside, the woman forced a smile. "I'm sure you will." And the woman set out on her journey. It was a long way to steal the flame of magic. The woman failed countless times. She was shot with arrows while approaching the tree. She was caught in a trap while touching the branch. She was stabbed with spears, tortured, beheaded, thrown as dog food. Click, click, click. Hundreds of lives were repeated. The woman changed her approach. She decided to try gaining the favor of the respective races to approach the guardian trees. It wasn't easy for a human, treated as a slave race, but she didn't give up. Click, 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 hundreds more lives were repeated. Now she had succeeded in getting her hands on a branch of each race's guardian tree once. However, there was a limit to what could be accomplished in one lifetime. She optimized the route to bring back one branch from each race's guardian tree from the point of regression to the end of her life. Moreover, she had to establish methods to avoid being tracked or to shake off pursuit teams after bringing them back. The journey was arduous, long, and endlessly delayed. Click, 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 again, hundreds of lives. No, thousands or tens of thousands. Forgetting even to record the journal she always used to write, the woman was now moving according to the experience engraved in her body. A strange desire burning inside her, which she herself couldn't understand, allowed her to keep fighting without stopping. Even the Demon King, who had always mocked her from behind. As she advanced little by little with indomitable will, he gradually withdrew the light of ridicule from his face and began to watch the woman's journey seriously. Thus, with the body of an ordinary human, after countless attempts, she finally succeeded in obtaining branches from all 4 guardian trees, although she was in a state where her hair had turned completely white and she could barely straighten her back due to old age. Not only her physical body, but even her soul was in a state so aged that it was cracking, but she finally did it. The woman looked at the 4 branches gathered in her hand with eyes full of emotion. Evergreen, everblue, evered, evergold, the elf's evergreen tree, the mermaid's coral reef, the beastkin's maple, the dwarf's golden branch. Returning to the lakeside hut, now abandoned, she began to create a new tree by grafting these 4 branches together. The theory was perfectly established. It was something she had verified countless times in her mind while repeating her life endlessly. And, flash, she succeeded. The 4 grafted branches transformed into a single tree trunk, and the woman blankly stared at the transparent-colored sapling in her hand. Congratulations! The Demon King, who had appeared at some point, unusually spoke in a moderate voice. To think you'd really reached this far, I admit it, you've achieved a great feat. And now, finish what you've been dreaming of. The woman slowly breathed her power into this tree that didn't bear the light of any race, and she wished, a light of magic for my race too. Then, the transparent branch that had no particular characteristics began to change. Black color rose from within, and sharp thorns sprouted. The thorns pricked the woman's hand and drank her blood. Ah! Looking at the completed human guardian tree, the woman let out a sigh. This was the first birth of the black thorn tree. Ever black, hugging the thorny tree to her chest, the woman shed tears. I did it, I really did it. Father, she had completed the task passed down from her ancestors. Now humanity would gain the light of magic. They no longer need to live as slaves. Standing at the end of her journey, the woman smiled happily. However, as always, the world didn't flow as expected. Witch, we're all dead because of you. Execute that woman, we must show our innocence. In the center of the village where she was born and raised, tied to the execution platform, the woman looked around in bewilderment, at the pile of firewood under her feet, at the villagers throwing stones at her, and at her aged son. Looking at her with a devastated face among the angry crowd, the woman trembled as she faced this. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Didn't I tell you countless times? The Demon King, standing behind the woman, muttered softly, that your life can only be a tragedy. Chapter 790, The Small Branch of Humanity's Guardian Tree. Ever Black took root in the spirit realm as soon as it was planted on Earth. Immediately, humanity began to resonate with mana and learned to use magic. People quickly noticed the change, but they weren't happy about this fact. If it's discovered that we've gained magical powers, we'll be hunted by other races. The human race was born as a slave race. Rather than rejoicing in the suddenly given power, they feared more the repercussions if it was discovered they had this power. The other races that had enslaved humans wouldn't leave them be. It was obvious they would try to kill off the human race before they could develop their ominous power. People fell into panic and began to search for the culprit who caused this situation. And those who could now sense mana naturally found the source of mana, humanity's guardian tree, and also uncovered the identity of the person who planted it, a madwoman living in the lakeside village who had been a wanderer all her life. The woman was captured, and after a meeting, people reached an easy conclusion. They decided to execute her as a representative and beg for leniency. They were satisfied with their current lives and didn't need the light of magic. Everything was this woman's sole arbitrary act. They would kill this woman with their own hands. So please forgive them. And so now, the woman, tied to the execution platform piled with firewood, was watching the people throwing stones at her. The people of her hometown, whom she tried to save, but who were now trying to kill her instead. Look, pitiful woman, the Demon King murmured. Look at those who repay your grace with stoning and arson. This is the price for stealing the divine flame with a mere mortal body. You've obtained an unbearable result, so your destruction is only natural. Wara, the angry crowd throwing stones, pressed her son. Her son, with tears in his eyes but a cold face, threw a stone at the woman. Thud, the flying stone hit the woman's forehead. Blood flowed from the torn wound. Flames approached, flickering under the woman's bowed head. Someone had set the fire, along with the terrible heat. Voices condemning her poured from all directions. Thief, witch, monster, monster, monster. Don't you resent them, the Demon King whispered. Those who don't understand the sacrifice you made for them and treat you like a monster, don't you resent them? This is the true nature of those you tried to save. This is the ugly bare face of those you tried to protect. To the silent woman, the Demon King spoke even more fiercely. Look at the faces of those who hate you, ungrateful for your grace. Look at the face of your son throwing stones at you. Now, resent them. The Demon King's whisper inevitably dug into the woman's heart like spreading flames. Be honest with your heart. Resent them. Resent those who defile the achievement of your lifetime and trample on your noble intentions. Light the thousand fires of resentment in your heart. Then, the woman quietly asked back, then, what will happen? You can do anything and become anything according to your heart. The Demon King tempted with a voice even more passionate than before. I'll let you obtain whatever you wish for, as much as the achievement you've accomplished. You could become a fire demon that burns the world, a snake that swallows the lake, or a baptism of stone hail that beats all life to death. Your achievement is that great. It's not small enough to vanish in vain while being treated like this in a place like this. You should become much greater, crackle, whether due to the heat of the flames, or perhaps due to the intervention of some evil power. The rope that tied the woman to the execution platform came undone on its own. Suddenly freed, the woman staggered off the execution platform. Now, the Demon King's outstretched hand was in front of her. Take my hand. Only I know your journey. Only I know your sacrifice. Only I know your noble will and grand achievement. I will acknowledge you, mortal, so come with me. The Demon King was floating on the cold and quiet lake. The woman turned her head to look at the opposite side. She saw the spreading flames, the shower of stones, and the hatred in the eyes of the people glaring at her. It was clear what she should choose. Slowly, the woman pressed her back against the execution platform again. Though the ropes had fallen and the restraints were gone, she hung there of her own will. No, the woman murmured to the bewildered Demon King, I will die as a monster. What? I understand their hearts. I thought I was sprinkling the light of salvation on my race, but from people's perspective, it's natural that it feels like sparks suddenly flying onto their clothes. Flames climbed up the woman's body, but it's okay. Everyone will understand someday. Even if it's hot now, when they learn to handle that spark, a new era of life will dawn. Watching the woman turning to ashes in the smoke burning her flesh, the Demon King roared, so you'll die like this, without being understood by anyone, burned at the stake as a witch, stoned as a monster. You're saying you'll die so miserably. It's okay. The woman slowly closed her eyes, because it wasn't something I did to be acknowledged by someone. There was something she decided to accomplish on her own, and she just did it. She never cared about glory or infamy from the beginning. That's why the woman could accept death proudly without shame, even with a slightly happy feeling. Eventually, the woman's body completely crumbled between the rising flames and the shower of stones. The Demon King could only quietly watch her final moments. Click. Again. Click, 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 mercilessly. Click, 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 click. Click. Grey mana rotated, making an inorganic mechanical sound. The woman opened her eyes. Again, that young summer day, the lakeside hut. Ah! The woman looked around with a pale face. She had regressed. She came back here. To this time again. Life doesn't end. Life doesn't end. Ah, ah. A meaningless voice flowed weakly between her lips. Ah, ah, ah. Did you think it was over? The Demon King, looming like a shadow, was looking down at her with a sneer. Did you think this hell would end now that you've achieved your desired goal and even forgiven those ungrateful ones? No, foolish one, this is not such a peaceful curse. The demon king's cold mockery echoed in the woman's ears. No matter what you accomplish, no matter how much you fail, it doesn't matter. Your regression will just repeat endlessly. Forever, forever, forever. Only then did the woman truly understand why this is a curse, not a blessing. That endless time is such a cruel and inorganic violence. If you had followed my earlier proposal, you could have escaped the cycle of regression, but since you refused, I'll tell you another way to end this regression. Moreover, this method is very easy. The demon king whispered to the woman who was shaking in shock. Agree to pass on the sequence of all this tragedy to your child. Then, I'll allow you to end your life on your own. Your clan's curse is single-person inheritance, blood succession. It pools in only one person per timeline. In other words, if you transfer it to your child, you can escape. Only then could the woman understand the way her father escaped this curse. Did my father end himself like that too? That's right, not just your father, but all your ancestors. They eventually succumbed to infinite time and agreed to push this curse onto later generations. That's how it continued endlessly. They put forward noble causes, but in the end, unable to overcome their own pain, they transferred the curse to later generations. That is your ancestor, your father, and also human, and you will become the same. That whatever her life accomplishes is meaningless, and that her predecessors betrayed and fled from later generations for their own peace. To the woman trembling as she realized this, the demon king spoke with feigned kindness. Now, here are two choices. Either pass on this curse that will continue forever to future generations, or become a real monster that covers the world with resentment. The first choice is following in the footsteps of your ancestors, and the second choice is a new ending that has never been before. Whichever you choose, I'll respect you and let you act as you wish. To escape this infinite and worthless curse of regression, two paths were laid before the woman: either kill her child or kill others in the world. Now, choose. The demon king laughed maniacally with his arms spread wide. Will you pour all the curse accumulated by you and your predecessors onto your beloved child, onto all your future generations? The woman tightly closed her eyes. If you don't like that, will you become the resentment that destroys the world in exchange for your achievement, as per my earlier proposal? Which is it? Come on, choose. A long silence passed. Slowly, the woman rose to her knees, and passing by the demon king waiting for her choice, she walked out of the hut. The demon king's face became puzzled. What are you doing? Can't you see? Staggering, but not stopping, the woman was starting her journey again towards the world, outside the village. I'm going to light the fire again. Once again, I'll create a tree for humanity. Once again, I'll retrieve the light. True bewilderment flashed across the demon king's face. Then what about the choice? I won't make it. What? I won't curse my child, nor my world. Just, on the repeating world, just planting one tree. The astonished demon king shouted. Don't you understand yet? No matter what achievement you accomplish, no matter what journey you go through, everything is meaningless like that. You will come back here again, unless you transfer the curse to later generations, or become a monster yourself. The regression is infinite. No, the woman turned to look at the demon king with a bitter smile. There's a third way. No, what? I'll embrace this curse and die with it. The woman placed her hand on her chest. When my soul shatters, then the curse will end with my generation. Right. You're saying you'll repeat the regression until your soul can't withstand it. The shocked demon king shook his head. Even I don't know how many more lives you'll have to repeat to do that. Truly eons of years lie ahead of you. Do you really think you can endure it? Hasn't your heart already been broken once? It's meaningless, 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 even though you know it well yourself. Ignoring whatever the demon king was shouting, the woman silently walked forward. Don't do this. Instead, urgency tinged the demon king's voice. If you give up now, your soul can still go to the afterlife. But if your soul shatters, you will vanish from this universe forever. No reincarnation, no afterlife, nothing. Can't you hear me? Have you gone deaf now too? The demon king screamed at the woman's receding back. There is no salvation ahead of you. Chapter 791. Thus, the woman's endless cycle of life began anew, gathering the guardian trees of the four races to create a small sapling, returning to her hometown to plant the tree. and in return, being stoned and burned at the stake. Fall. Watching the woman's journey of meaningless sacrifice, the demon king was now pleading. Fall. I say. The woman no longer even glanced in the demon king's direction. She simply continued repeating her life in silence. Why won't you break? Why won't you give up? It was the demon king who couldn't bear it. Just why? Since leaping down from his constellation and becoming an intermediary, the demon king had never once failed to corrupt his targets. He had tempted countless lives and watched their souls be defiled in the muck. Observing all those tragedies up close was the demon king's pleasure and reason for existence. Even the most noble souls eventually broke in the face of endless trials. No matter how great their intentions or how long they climbed the dizzying heights of the mountain, everyone eventually stumbled and fell into the valley of corruption. The demon king enjoyed watching that fall. The higher and more treacherous the mountain of asceticism they built, the sweeter the fall. But what about this woman? What about this insignificant creature? Despite being as small and insignificant as an ant, wasn't she endlessly moving a task dozens of times larger than herself up the hill? Even as she was crushed, the woman planted the tree. She devoted her life to planting the tree that would end her life, endlessly, repeatedly. Though the woman didn't know it, this act was not actually meaningless. The tree had already taken root. The guardian tree of the races had a structure with its trunk in this world and its roots in the spirit realm. Even if time was turned back, since it was connected to the spirit realm which was detached from the flow of time, Everblack's roots could continue to grow. The tree was planted repeatedly, layering on top, and the combined roots expanded endlessly into the spirit realm below. With each iteration, Everblack grew slightly larger and stronger. Thus, by the time the woman had been stoned and burned countless times by humans, the human tree was able to extend roots larger and stronger than any other tree all the way to the bottom of the spirit realm. And finally, that moment came, the moment when the woman's soul would be completely shattered. A summer day, the hut. The woman opened her eyes and sensed it, that her soul had reached its limit, that this would be the final iteration. Gathering her fragmented consciousness, as the woman left the hut to embark on her final journey. Mom! She encountered her son. For some reason, the son's eyes were trembling more than usual. Though countless words echoed within her, wanting to be said, she held them back. The woman quietly embraced her son, then whispered in as gentle a tone as possible. Never forget that Mommy always loves you. And the son quietly watched his mother's departing back, the back of his mother, heading towards where she needed to go, even as she staggered and swayed. Decades later, the woman, who had now forgotten even how to walk, leaned on a cane and returned to her hometown, almost crawling. The tree, only those words remained in the broken woman's mind like a mission. Must plant the tree. And at the moment the woman collapsed forward, dropping her cane. Someone embraced her tightly. When the woman raised her blurry eyes to look, "Welcome back, mother." Her son, now also a full-fledged old man, was waiting there. No, not just her son. The children her son had borne, and the children those children had borne, they all stood there together with resolute expressions, waiting for her. Since this had never happened in her past lives, the woman was bewildered. "Here, mother, this way." As he supported the woman and moved her to the hut, the son explained calmly. "Actually, I've had a sense of déjà vu since I was young. I often felt like this world had repeated several times. Not just me, but my son too, and my grandson. Then I discovered the research and journals you left here, mother, and only then could I understand everything. Because they were born as vessels to carry the curse. All the descendants of the clan possessed the talent for time, and had felt déjà vu in the repeating world," the son explained awkwardly. "I understood what you've been doing all this time, mother. What a grueling battle you've been fighting alone all this time, mother." After seating the woman, who now lacked the strength to even move a finger in a chair, the son smiled gently. "Don't bear it alone anymore. We're family, aren't we?" The woman looked around at her son, grandchildren, and grown family surrounding her. The son carefully took the thorn tree sapling that was clutched in the woman's hand. Then he took the sapling to the spot where the woman had always repeatedly planted it. The grandchildren had already dug and softened the soil in preparation. "No, if you plant that tree," the woman stammered in a trembling voice, your children, all of us will be burned and stoned. It's all right." The son did not hesitate. "Now we'll share the pain together." The woman's children planted the sapling. As the sapling merged with the roots already extending into the spirit realm, the thorn tree drew up magical power. The overflowing magical power gushed out like a fountain pouring into the world. With his back to the bright magical light, the sun smiled at the woman. We're connected. Together, the surging magical power settled into the children's bodies. The first thing the sun did, as the first in human history to accept and wield magical power, was to use the purest magic drawn up from the spirit realm to extract the curse pooled in his mother's soul and have it settle within himself. Click, click, click. The grey magical power that had dwelled within the woman swirled and transferred to the sun's body. Ugh, however, the karma Chinese letter that curse had accumulated by the woman's generation had become too large and bloated, too much for the sun to bear alone. Demon King, the sun, who was already aware of the Demon King's existence, shouted, "Let our clan's curse flow without stagnating. Connect our clan down to future generations. Let us bear this curse even if that's what it takes." The Demon King quietly looked down at the woman's son and his children, who were heading towards hell of their own accord. "Even if that's what it takes, grant my mother peace." After a moment of anguished silence, "I am a demon who grants wishes, the master of the monkey's paw." Even though he had found new sacrificial lambs, for some reason the Demon King's voice did not sound very excited. "I will grant your wish. From your generation onwards, your clan shall be connected down to the distant future," he simply stated calmly. "Though the curse will only manifest in one person per generation, you must all share in the entire process together. You will be confined together without afterlife or reincarnation after death. You must watch with open eyes and suffer together eternally through all the journeys as your descendants regress and suffer. That is your connection." "That's fine." The sun smiled with difficulty. "If the price for illuminating the world is misfortune, then at least sharing in that misfortune together is what it means to be human." The curse spreads. The curse connects. Beyond the sun to his child. And to the young child held in that child's arms, the woman, watching what was happening before her eyes, spoke with difficulty. "My son, why I tried so hard not to pass on this curse. It's all right. Mother," the son placed his hand on the thorn tree that had begun to grow large. "This magical lighthouse showed us the future." "The future?" "Yes," the son whispered with a bright smile. "In the distant future, a child will be born who will finally break this curse." The village became noisy in the distance. An angry mob began gathering and heading towards the hut. The son calmly nodded. "A child who will not only break the curse, but change this world itself, that discriminates and enslaves based on power and race." While telling such a dreamlike story, the son gently grasped his mother's hand. "They will surely be born." The woman and her son were burned at the stake together. They died burning together amidst a hail of stones. They died being pointed at and called witches, monsters, a cursed clan. But the mother and son were not afraid. The two held hands and looked at each other affectionately as they perished. The rest of the clan had successfully escaped the village beforehand. Now they must wander the world eternally, living as the witches' successors, connected to each other by the curse of regression. The Demon King stood in the middle of the execution grounds, looking down at the two corpses that had become ashes. The woman's soul would have been freed from the bonds of the curse. A suppressed voice flowed from between the Demon King's teeth. "This time, I have been defeated." In the end, the Demon King failed to corrupt her. She did not pass on the curse to future generations by her own hand, nor did she destroy the world with resentment. She simply chose to quietly perish alone. It was none other than her children who saved her from annihilation, the seeds she had sown in the world. It was the first uncorrupted, noble will he had ever witnessed, and the first defeat he had ever experienced in his life. "Your soul has slipped through my fingers, still pure, but do you think I'll give up like this?" The Demon King clenched his fist made of shadows. "I will surely find you again." Whether in the afterlife, reincarnated, or wherever she may be, the Demon King resolved to find her soul once more. "And this time for sure," the Demon King vowed. "I will corrupt you without fail." The only soul he failed to corrupt, the only soul that defeated him. The black thorn tree she had bloomed was raising its branches over the world. The magical power that gushed out like a fountain began bestowing its grace upon all humans. And 1,000 years passed. Present day, Lake Kingdom, 10th Zone, King's Castle. "That person died as a witch," the Demon King roared at me. She died miserably in a curse, her whole body burning as she was stoned. The disgusting humans of that village, which would come to be called the Lake Kingdom, called her a monster. She was recorded as the first monster vanquished by the Lake Kingdom. The Demon King pointed at the empty glass sphere, that facility where all the nightmares of the Lake Kingdom were once collected. And that woman was not found anywhere in the afterlife. And the Lake Kingdom bastards sealed the monster they vanquished within nightmares at a national level. Isn't it natural that she would be trapped in here? But you say she was revered as a goddess, not a monster. That's impossible. It can't be. How could? That is, I let out a soft sigh, one of the cruelties humans possess. The one they called a witch pointed fingers at, stoned, and burned to death. They revered as a god when it suited their needs. I calmly relayed the story I heard from the goddess. She was enshrined as the racial deity of humanity and took on the role of eternally supplying warmth to humanity's guardian tree. Supplying warmth? Yes, a racial deity is, in the end, just a cog put forward for the survival of that race. Since Everblack was an artificially created guardian tree, its roots lacked the ability to sustain themselves in the spirit realm. They gradually froze and died. Don't tell me. Fuel was needed to supply warmth to the tree, and the collective unconscious of the human race found a sacrificial lamb. The witch who first planted this tree, unable to find peace even after death, recorded as the first monster vanquished by humanity, and the first to be sealed within nightmares. They associated her with the goddess of folk beliefs and elevated her to the racial deity of humanity, and she willingly took on that role. She felt that since she was the one who planted the tree, it was her responsibility to maintain it as well. She is still warming Everblack at the cost of burning her own existence. Eternally, at the bottom of the spirit realm, I added, without anyone knowing of her existence. What she is burning is, literally, herself, her very existence. Naturally, she cannot be perceived by anyone, because she has already burned everything and become a non-existent being, because she is using even her future possibilities as fuel, burning them all away. She became the object of the abstract concept of a goddess, but without fully receiving that glory or praise. She was such a foolish person, making unconditional sacrifices. In life, she transmitted the light of magic, and in death she maintains that light. She has become such a device. The Demon King lamented, what a foolish, stupid woman. Even if she sacrifices to the very end, even if she remains noble, what exactly is left for herself? I nodded slightly. I am her descendant, one who inherited the curse of regression. That is why I alone could perceive her. And now I depart for the spirit realm to save the goddess. The Demon King glared at me fiercely. Player, what is it that you desire? You said you would save her, but exactly how do you intend to save her? And saving her is not your ultimate goal either. Tell me, what is it that you truly seek? After taking a deep breath, my true goal is, finally I declared, to annihilate this tragedy called apocalypse calamity, the system itself. In other words, crossing my arms, I raised the corners of my mouth. I intend to rebel against you outer gods, against this entire universe. Chapter 792. I intend to rebel against you outer gods, against this entire universe. To you outer gods who cover a world in tragedy as you see fit, mock it with a game called Apocalypse and treat the beings living there as puppets. I intend to show you clearly that we are not simply marionettes dancing on a stage, that even if the strings are cut, even without a script, we are beings who can decide how to live by our own will. How? Perhaps unable to imagine a story on the scale of rebelling against the outer gods watching from beyond the stage. More flustered than ever before, the Demon King even stumbled over his words slightly. What exactly do you intend to do and how? Smiling faintly, I slowly and in detail revealed my plan. As I explained my plan, the Demon King's white crack-like mouth gradually widened until it was nearly gaping by the end. Do you truly believe such an absurd plan will succeed? After hearing my plan to the end, the Demon King shouted, the outer gods will interfere at every step of your plan, and the outer gods are powerful. You are now truly declaring all-out war against them. The chances of this plan succeeding are infinitesimally small. As you say, the chances are slim. As the Demon King pointed out, this is by no means a safe gamble. But isn't it worth a try, however? It's not an impossible challenge either. I have always defeated overwhelmingly powerful enemies with small and trivial tactics. I'm simply doing the same thing this time. If this plan fully succeeds, apocalypse calamity will disappear from this world. No longer will the people of this world be toyed with by vast beings. And above all, the woman you've been searching for. She will be freed from her eons-long duty, truly liberated. Slowly, I extended my hand forward. Our paths overlap, Demon King, because you and I are of the same kind. Those who didn't give up on countless battles through time, who clung to saving someone. Such foolish idiots, that's who we are. Even if we clash in every other aspect, even if we've strived to fight and kill each other for eons until now, if we have that one thing in common, we can understand each other, even if just a little. And if we can understand each other, we can look in the same direction, stand shoulder to shoulder. I came to save you, so you too save me. For this plan to be realized, we need each other, so please join me in my rebellion. After a long silence, the Demon King slowly shook his head. Don't dress it up with pretty words. He glared at me and spoke in a suppressed voice. Your plan not only has a low chance of success, but requires paying far too high a price. You'll lose most of the foundation that built up your world, starting with your world itself. It doesn't matter, I shrugged nonchalantly. I've already gotten people's consent. They said if they can gain true freedom, they're fine with paying any price. If Pinocchio, dancing on strings, could become a real person, if he had to set fire to the strings binding his body for that, he should be able to endure a few burn scars on his hands and neck. Above all, we don't need salvation secured by someone else's sacrifice. Thinking of the goddess, I put strength into my voice. If it's a world that can only be maintained by burning someone's existence, it will be better for it to collapse once. Perhaps realizing that I was truly prepared to stake everything in my world, the Demon King, who had been shaking his head, placed a hand on his chest. I am an intermediary put forth by the outer gods. I am essentially the same as them, fallen onto this stage to show the tragedy of this world to the outer gods. Are you urging me to betray my own kind? If I follow your plan, I must sacrifice my everything. Is there any reason I should agree to this rebellion, even burning my own existence? I answered immediately. The woman you sought to save achieved her goal by burning her everything, because she had the courage to not fear even her soul shattering. She remained a soul that even you could not corrupt. She became the only being to defeat you. A smirk spread across my lips. On the other hand, Demon King, what about you? How resolved are you? What? If you truly want to corrupt that person, shouldn't you be prepared to burn your everything as well? The Demon King's body trembled finely, as if struck by lightning. With my hand still extended forward, I took one big step closer. This is the last chance to save her, to corrupt her. And above all, Demon King, I gestured to him, you said you leapt down onto the stage yourself, but you've never once played the lead role, have you? What? You've always stood behind the curtain of the stage, only watching the process of actors crying, laughing, suffering, and rejoicing. Though you brought your gaze close, in the end, didn't you remain an observer just like those outer gods? To him, frozen in shock, one more step. Break free from being an observer. Cast aside being a mere intermediary. At this final act, this final scene, finally step into the center of the stage, become the protagonist of your life, staking your life and plunging into your life. With my hand still extended, continuing one more step. I'll prepare the grandest stage, there for yourself. You can unfold the final game you've always dreamed of. Now the throne is right in front, to my rival staring blankly at me. Finally, one more step. The greatest show of corrupting the most noble soul. Letting out a hollow laugh, the Demon King muttered softly. At this rate, I can't tell who's the tempting Demon King and who's the tempted sacrificial lamb. Demon King, I'll say it once more. My outstretched hand does not waver. I came to save you. I came to ignite a spark in your life that only repeats without purpose. This is the last game, the last stage, the last scene, the last chance. Such a stage will never exist again, before or after your life. If you want to leap in, if you want to burn, now is the only time. The trembling disappeared from the Demon King's face and body. The gaze within the swirling shadows stared at me intently, still extending my hand towards him. I grinned. Won't you stake everything with me and play the greatest game, a final match rebelling against the universe, the mortal world, the road from the Black Lake to Crossroad, the central point? Boom! The barricades piled high above the road collapsed explosively, and like a flood overflowing a dam, countless monsters surged up and writhed over the fallen barricades. The monsters trampled stone walls and wooden fences, climbing over each other and dyeing the ground black. Above the ground monsters, flying monsters slowly flew, filling the sky pitch black. Monster horde advancing, the scouts observing the situation shouted in succession. Third defense line collapsed. All traps, mines, and artifacts set up in advance, confirmed neutralized, from the Black Lake to Crossroad. Defense lines were formed like this in various places, and troops dispatched through teleport gates intercepted monsters with various traps set up in advance. But stopping the enemy was only temporary. The barricades soon collapsed, and the troops firing from afar had to retreat through the teleport gates again. South of the third defense line is now only monsters. The ground itself can't even be observed. All land and sky is covered in monsters. The airship Blue Pearl, retreating while maintaining a certain distance from the vanguard of monsters. Inside, on the bridge, Lucas, listening to the flood of reports, asked the soldier beside him, "How many Mana core missiles do we have left?" "Only 3 left. Sir, should we initiate the launch sequence, Lord Lucas?" Lucas pondered. They had fired missiles at crucial moments to delay the enemy's advance, but now they were running low on ammo. The enemy was still infinite. Then the remaining missiles must be fired even more carefully. At the best timing, hold the missiles. Lucas took a deep breath and looked south. If our Lord's words are true, they will appear soon. We'll use them. Pardon, by they you mean, at that moment. Boo-oo-oo, a roar like a whale's cry rang out. The atmosphere shook like a water surface hit by a storm. The airship also shook violently, and all the soldiers inside covered their ears in pain. This is, after the reverberation passed. The scouts observing the rear through telescopes shouted one by one with pale faces. Report, changes occurring in the enemy monster horde. Something is coming out from among the small monsters covering the horde. That's, like dark clouds rippling. The monster horde filling the sky and ground writhed and surged. Boom. Finally, something overwhelmingly huge burst forth, parting the monster horde, a veteran scout who recognized what it was shouted first. Ultra-colossal monsters, boo-oo-oo, with the cry of a giant whale. 3 enormous monsters revealed themselves, one who covers the sky just by spreading its 2 wings, favored by the sun. An ultra-colossal monster resembling an eagle, Ziz, one who shakes the earth's crust with each step, a moving mountain range. An ultra-colossal monster resembling an elephant, Behemoth, one who swims on land raising black spray, the avatar of floods and rainstorms. An ultra-colossal monster resembling a crocodile, Leviathan, letting out majestic cries. 3 beings so enormous they were hard to take in at once with human eyes appeared simultaneously. And not just the soldiers, but even Lucas was momentarily overwhelmed by this imposing sight. But that wasn't the end of the problem. Boom, 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 more were coming, with the 3 ultra-colossal monsters in the lead. Other giant monsters appeared one after another, letting out fierce roars and exuding oppressive auras. Eating, crushing, and pulverizing the small monsters blocking their way, they crawled into the mortal world, endlessly tangling and intertwining with each other. Rumble, just from their appearance, the sky distorted and the ground collapsed. The world could not withstand it and began to break down. The ultra-colossal monsters. They're endless. They're covering the world. Uag. The soldiers gritted their teeth and struggled to keep from going mad in the face of this apocalyptic sight. Though the monsters they had fended off in previous defense battles were also terrible beings, the horde of monsters pouring out for this final battle was on a different dimension. It felt as if the world of nightmares itself was being poured out to destroy this world. And in reality, it wasn't much different. Among the march of such enormous monsters, the figure of the sleepless lake princess, walking in the center of the monster horde, was obscured and disappeared. But Lucas could still feel the enemy commander's gaze. Glaring at the southern world, writhing black and filled with monsters, Lucas tightly gripped the handle of the sword at his waist. Cold sweat he didn't even realize was seeping out was soaking the handle. Chapter 793. Countless ultra-colossal monsters filled the sky and ground, advancing endlessly. After silently observing this, Lucas took a deep breath and said in a firm voice, Do not be afraid. At this, the soldiers on the bridge straightened their backs in unison. Lucas continued calmly. These are all enemies that have been defeated by us humans once before. The fact that they crawled out of the Lake Kingdom's nightmares was proof that they had already been subjugated by humans before. Then there's no reason we can't defeat them a second time. And above all, His Highness the Crown Prince has already given us the means to defeat them. No, it's the opposite. We must use these ultra-colossal monsters to effectively stop this infinite horde of monsters. Operation Titanfall, Lucas explained, using the operation name Ash had personally given. It's an operation to bring out all the ultra-colossal monsters we can use on our side. Lucas looked around at the heroes waiting on the bridge who could control ultra-colossal monsters. First, Yermangander. The serpent form Yermangander coiled tightly around Violet's neck made a hissing sound. Violet laughed hollowly as if she had reached enlightenment. It's me again. And the Kraken. King Poseidon nodded, stroking the ring of the Kraken on his hand. It was the ring he had received directly from Ash not long ago. Lastly, those who can seize control of ultra-colossal monsters on the spot. Lucas looked at the two captured monsters standing side by side. The two Legion commanders who have joined our side. There stood the Dullahan Legion commander and the Banshee Legion commander, also with expressions of transcendence. Another head-hunting operation, ha he he, all right. I've never seized control of such a large body before. This should be fun. The Dullahan Legion commander spoke first, followed by the Banshee Legion commander. Everyone expected her to cry as usual, or sing with her heavenly voice, equipment, or pretend to cry while making jokes with her grotesque sense of humor. But may I say one thing before we go? Suddenly, a normal voice came out. Violet, taken aback, looked at Banshee with cold sweat. What's this? Why are you suddenly talking normally? Regardless, the Banshee Legion commander spoke nonchalantly. Thank you for treating me like a real comrade while I've been on this front line. It wasn't a long time, but it felt like I returned to the time before I became a monster. It was enjoyable. Violet, who had been watching this scene in shock, shrieked. Why are you being so ominous? Don't leave strange last words. You have to come back safely. Got it? He, the Banshee Legion commander smiled, then lowered her veil deeper to cover her mouth completely. Huang. With that murmur, which could have been either laughter or sobbing, all the operation participants were decided. Lucas began explaining the operation. The overview is simple. Yermangander will take down that elephant-like monster, Behemoth. The Kraken will take down that crocodile-like monster, Leviathan, and the two Legion commanders will approach that eagle-like monster, Ziz, aboard the Blue Pearl. Lucas glanced at the ultra-colossal monster approaching in the sky, cut off its head, and seized control of that massive body. The head held in the Dullahan Legion commander's arms tilted sideways. I can seize control, but how are we going to cut the head off before that? I'll cut it, Lucas said simply, but everyone understood. He was not only the acting commander now, but also the strongest knight of the World Guardian front. If it's Lucas, it would be possible. No, it has to be Lucas. King Poseidon, who had been listening to the simple plan, asked, what exactly does takedown mean? They are ultra-colossal monsters. They're so huge that they destroy all terrain and structures just by advancing. Lucas relayed the operation as he had heard from Ash. In other words, if we can take one down, we can sweep away not only other giant monsters around it, but even small monsters. We don't necessarily need to kill them. Rather, it's better to repeatedly knock them down and in the process, sweep away other monsters to increase the damage. In this final defense battle, we cannot annihilate all the monsters. The enemy is infinite. It's impossible to fight and defeat them all. That's why all operations were based on the principle of delay tactics. This time was no different. The goal was to slow the enemy's advance using ultra-colossal monsters as much as possible. King Poseidon, Violet, and the two Legion commanders. You all have means to control ultra-colossal monsters. Please rampage as much as possible, accumulate damage to the enemy, and buy us time for as long as you can. But Violet raised her hand and rolled her eyes. Buying time is fine, but can we come back? Of course. Mikkel, the Sky Knight's commander who had been listening, stepped forward and proudly puffed out his chest. Our Sky Knights will be responsible for retrieving you. Trust in my knights. He. All right. Violet laughed briefly and tapped her temple with her fingertip. I must really be broken somewhere. I don't even feel like this is a crisis anymore. Consider it a crisis. Violet, Lucas added coldly. You should know well what kind of end awaits a gambler who can't sense a crisis. Ugh, the acting commander is so cold, Violet whined with a tearful expression. Lucas knew well that he could not become a warm leader like his lord. What suited him was the role of a cold and stern field commander, honed like a blade, and that sometimes the battlefield needed someone like him. Now, we don't have much time, instead of comforting everyone, after quickly familiarizing them with the points to be cautious of in this operation. Lucas commanded, from now on, we go to take down the ultra-colossal monsters. Flap, the large sails on the masts of the Blue Pearl, an airship in the form of a pirate ship, were fully unfurled. All right, let's go. The two captains, the Rompler siblings, who had drawn their weapons at the bow, commanded, full speed ahead. It's whale hunting time. Whoosh, blue wind generated from the magical anchor shot out from behind. The airship, launched like a rocket, instantly increased its speed. Instead of the Jolly Roger with a skull, it flew the black flag without insignia, the symbol of the World Guardian Front, as the airship rapidly advanced southward. In an instant, they approached the vanguard of the monster horde. The scouts observing the ground through telescopes shouted one after another, "We've reached the drop point." "Now," Lucas ordered. "Violet, King Poseidon, deploy." Violet and King Poseidon were already seated in the saddles behind the griffins. Two elite sky knights, Mikkel's two wives, were ready to sortie with them. Lucas nodded briefly. "Good luck." Those departing nodded back simultaneously. "Good luck." Thwack. Two griffins carrying two knights and two monster tamers kicked off from the deck and soared into the sky. Swoosh. The next moment, they began a rapid descent towards the ground. As the two griffin riders approached the ground, the monsters on the ground quickly noticed their presence and attempted to intercept. Bang, bang, boom, flames, poison, magical projectiles, and beams of light poured out chaotically. But the two griffin riders were the most skilled among the Sky Knights, and the griffins were also the strongest and most agile individuals. The two griffins spread out and performed all sorts of aerial acrobatics, avoiding all interception attempts as they continued their rapid descent. Among them, the griffin carrying Violet approached the elephant-like monster, Behemoth. Its body was so huge that it was like a moving mountain range, and thus very tall. The Sky Knight looked back, and Violet nodded. "I'll definitely come to pick you up." "I'll trust you, sis." Violet, after gulping hard once, closed her eyes tightly and threw herself out of the saddle. Wah! The wind brushing past her ears made a sharp metallic sound. The intense wind pressure was so strong that it was difficult to even open her eyes properly without using magic. Sorry to say this to the acting commander, but it's still hard to feel like a crisis. As she free fell towards Behemoth's head, Violet honestly blurted out, "It just doesn't feel real at all." Buo. Sensing something falling towards its head, Behemoth raised its enormous head. The monster's long trunk swung slowly but with tremendous force. Violet grabbed Yermangander, which was coiled around her neck, with both hands. The snake, as if understanding her intention, smoothly unwound and settled in her hands. "Yermangander!" Violet shouted powerfully as she threw Yermangander downwards. "Manifest!" Then the throne serpent's entire body glowed with an ashen light flash. In an instant, it transformed into a gigantic world serpent. The enormous snake that appeared in the sky gently extended its tail to catch Violet, then opened its huge mouth wide and firmly caught Behemoth's swinging long trunk. And with that, it fell onto the elephant's body. Boom! As the two ultra-colossal monsters collided, an explosion sounded and dust billowed up in the area. Shockwaves spread in all directions, and the small monsters marching forward all lost their balance and tumbled down. The second griffin rider, flying past the scene of this collision, flew even lower. Part of the dry winter land had turned into a swamp due to heavy rain and flooding, and at the forefront of this swamp, a huge crocodile-like monster, Leviathan, was slowly swimming forward, continuously spewing rain from its body. I don't think there was such a scene even in the mythical age. King Poseidon mused as he kicked off the griffin's saddle and fell. No, today is a new chapter in mythology. Delighted at the fact that his name would be etched into a line of history, King Poseidon focused his power on the ring. Kraken! He felt the writhing malice dwelling in the ring, but King Poseidon skillfully controlled that malice. He had already faced even greater malice, and moreover, we are children of the same sea. This monster, too, was from the same world, an ally who wants to prevent this world from being destroyed. Summon! Flash! Countless magic circles overlapped behind King Poseidon, and a giant cephalopod creature passed through those magic circles like a door. Gyu, the kraken, the strongest sea monster to reveal itself to the world, carried King Poseidon on its body and fell straight towards Leviathan. Large, thick tentacles poured down like heavy rain onto the crocodile-shaped ultra-colossal monster. Leviathan couldn't avoid it. Boom! The entire swamp exploded, spewing black and enormous water spray in all directions, while four ultra-colossal monsters began clashing on the ground. The blue pearl, continuing its flight, now reached right in front of the eagle monster, Ziz, and to take down the flying eagle-type ultra-colossal monster, Ziz, it was time for Lucas and Mikkel to sortie. "Are you ready, acting commander?" Mikkel, who had already mounted his griffin, smiled brightly. "Ready to cut the sky. I've already cut the darkest night." Lucas, who had lightly mounted the back seat behind Mikkel, answered dryly, "Cutting the sky should be nothing." "Ha ha!" Mikkel, letting out a light laugh, glared at the approaching ultra-colossal monster with his crimson eyes. "Still, to make it a bit easier to cut, I'll give it a scratch or two. It's an honor to fight alongside Vermilion's finest Sky Knight. That's my line, Empire's finest sword," Mikkel said jokingly, but at that title, Lucas suddenly caught his breath. Empire's finest sword. Once, to reclaim that title, his family had been so obsessed and tried so hard in the end, he reclaimed that title now, when he had been living completely forgetting that such a title even existed. A faint smile appeared on Lucas's lips. Mikkel, gripping his twin spears firmly, started the griffin. "Well then, shall we go? Let's show a collaboration that will be recorded in history. Everblack's finest sword and Vermilion's finest wings." Thwack! The king's griffin kicked off from the deck, spread its two wings wide, and leapt at a dazzling speed towards the overwhelmingly huge eagle pouring into view right before them. Without retreating, they charged straight ahead to meet it. Chapter 794. The Eagle-type ultra-colossal monster, Ziz. This monster had the ability to monopolize the sun's light and heat by covering the sky and turn it into its own power. Gruel. The red and yellow feathers covering the monster's back all stood up stiffly. With the power of solar heat and light it had gathered so far, the giant bird was transforming its body into a new form. Whoosh! Heat and light rippled and spread across the entire body of the giant bird. It was like a giant bird of flame. The overwhelming heat and light pouring from the monster's huge body made it feel as if the sun itself was right before their eyes. Towards this giant phoenix, Mikkel and Lucas were still charging forward without hesitation. Their appearance looked as foolish as Icarus flying towards the sun. If you don't have the courage to touch the sun. But because the griffin's wings were connected by solid muscle, not wax, and Mikkel's destination was set by conviction, not recklessness. How can you fly in the sky? This was not a fool's leap, but a hero's challenge. Flash, light scattered from Ziz's entire body covered in flames, and the next moment, condensed light and heat poured out in the form of beams, and Mikkel's griffin avoided all those beams of light completely. Whoosh! Using the new saddle Thousand Lie Rider received from Ash to accelerate instantaneously, maintaining an even faster speed than usual, moving horizontally, vertically, folding wings to spin around, then spreading wings to rapidly ascend and descend repeatedly. With intricate movements and flight, he avoided all the interceptions of the mythical age monster pouring down incessantly without allowing even a single hit. At the end of this dizzying acrobatic flight, the griffin rider succeeded in approaching very close to the giant eagle's head. "I am Mikkel Vermilion, king of the Vermilion kingdom," Mikkel declared, emitting a dazzling crimson light from the magic spears held in each hand. "I am the ruler of the skies in this era. Return to where you once slept, wings of the past." Just as Mikkel, rapidly approaching, was about to thrust his magic spears into the monster's neck, the giant eagle's beak opened wide. Kairara! An enormous roar burst forth. Due to the sound waves imbued with heat, Mikkel couldn't approach closely and had to urgently retreat, driving his griffin back. But even while making an emergency evasive maneuver to withdraw his body, Mikkel had a smile on his face. "You're too late. Monster!" There were no longer any spears in Mikkel's hands. Swoosh! From the closest possible approach to the monster, he had thrown them like javelins, scattering crimson magical power along their trajectory. The two magic spears flew through the sky like missiles. Thunk, thunk, they lodged in the giant eagle's neck. Not content with just lodging, they propelled themselves with magical power from their spear tips, pushing the entire spears in up to their ends. Splurt, Mikkel's crimson magical power and the monster's blood scattered in all directions. "I've made a scratch." Watching this scene, Mikkel shouted, "Show your skill, Empire's finest sword." Ziz's two eyes, bewildered by the pain of the foreign objects lodged in its neck, urgently looked upward, because something else was accurately flying towards its head. Whoosh! It was a knight grasping a sword of light in each hand, his body wrapped in a golden aura. Lucas had long since kicked off the griffin's saddle and soared into the sky, moving separately from Mikkel. The knight's body, drawing a gentle parabola, fell straight onto the giant bird's head. Kyra! And for the first time today, Ziz changed the direction of its body. With the toughness peculiar to ultra-colossal monsters and innate arrogance, it had not changed direction, no matter what attacked from the front, because it sensed an indescribably eerie premonition from this small human swordsman rushing towards it. Ziz tried to twist its huge body to change direction. Just the violent movement of the giant bird's wings caused gusts in the area and scattered distant clouds. "Don't bother." But Lucas didn't care in the slightest. "You're already within my range." The golden air currents rippling around Lucas's body due to the full body descent effect gathered behind his back, forming a golden halo. The next moment, it turned white-hot and expelled propulsive force forward. Whoosh! Towards the monster's neck, which was trying somehow to turn its huge body to avoid him. Lucas effortlessly kept pace. Kyra! Finally, Ziz spewed light beams from its entire body as a last desperate attack against Lucas, but Lucas lightly extended his two swords forward, instead absorbing the pouring light beams through the blades. "I'll put it to good use." Simultaneously landing on the monster's neck, the knight's two longswords struck down the two magic spears already lodged there like wedges. As the two magic spears completely burrowed into the monster's neck, carving a devastating gash in the giant bird's neck, the two longswords followed, digging into that gash. Slice! Following Lucas's movements, the two longswords lightly cut the monster's neck and emerged again. Lucas's longswords looked too short compared to the monster's huge neck. It seemed like they had only made a very small wound. Nevertheless, Lucas leapt sideways as if he had completed his mission. Mikkel, flying in right beside him, skillfully caught Lucas and seated him behind himself. Mikkel asked, looking at Ziz's still intact state, "Was it not enough?" "No," Lucas calmly sheathed his two longswords. "I cut it." The next moment, a long crack appeared on the giant eagle's neck. Then blood seeped out along that gap and, rip! The huge head was cleanly severed and fell. When the two swords dug into the monster's neck, Lucas had wrapped the blades in a slash of light and magical power, and in an instant, cut the monster's neck with the enlarged blades. The decapitated eagle's head slowly fell downwards. The monster's two eyes, shocked to the end, looked at Mikkel and Lucas with disbelieving eyes. "Ha ha!" The two magic spears flying back through the sky were retrieved into Mikkel's hands. Bursting into a pleased laugh, Mikkel waved his hand towards the approaching blue pearl. Another Griffin rider was already carrying the Dullahan Legion commander and the Banshee Legion commander. Thud! Before Ziz's huge body lost balance, the Dullahan Legion commander's head attached to Ziz's severed neck. Another grotesque appearance this time. The Dullahan Legion commander, who had instantly seized control of Ziz's body, muttered. The Dullahan Legion commander moved Ziz's huge legs to catch the falling decapitated head. The Banshee Legion commander, who had somehow moved along Ziz's leg to beside the severed head, placed her hand on the giant head. Then the giant bird's two eyes, which had been losing the light of life, widened, and a beautiful singing voice burst out from between its beak. "This is always what we do, isn't it?" Seeing this bizarre sight, Mikkel unknowingly broke out in cold sweat, but Lucas didn't even blink. "Legion commanders, I leave the rest of the operation to you both. Leave it to us. To be able to howl on the stage of the sky to my heart's content, he." Ziz's huge body slowly turned, and eventually completely reversed direction. "Such an opportunity won't come twice," and it vigorously flapped its wings towards the other flying monsters following behind. Countless beams of light shot out from the giant bird's enormous wings, and the head held in its feet continuously spewed out sound waves. The remaining flying monsters advancing towards Crossroad through the sky began to fall en masse, swept up in that attack. At the same time, on the ground, boom, shaking and splitting the Earth's axis, Behemoth and Yermangander were clashing. Buo, roaring like an elephant, Behemoth repeatedly tried to trample Yermangander with its huge body. Though it had no other special abilities, Behemoth was a disaster in itself with this overwhelming size and mass incomparable to any other monster. Every time it rolled its foot, the terrain changed. Mountains collapsed, rivers surged. Small monsters, even slightly close to the ground, were obliterated without leaving a trace, and even medium to large monsters were crushed and fell. However, Yermangander was also the world encircler, the earthquake bringer. Its body is hard enough to crush the hardest rock and twist the strongest earth veins. At least when it comes to physical collisions on the ground, it doesn't yield to any opponent. Yermangander narrowly avoided Behemoth's foot rolls and endured the shockwaves with its body, climbing up Behemoth's body while trying to break and crush it. With the collision of the two ultra-colossal monsters, severe earthquakes and dust waves like tsunamis rose in the area. Kyra, wah! In this process, Violet was having a hellish time. An ant's back breaks in a whale fight. With the constant barrage of dirt bombs and shockwaves bursting from all directions, Violet couldn't even tell where she was, whether it was good luck, or whether this too was all under Crown Prince Ash's calculations. She didn't know. Thanks to the dragon scale cloak she had been given before this battle, she was able to maintain her balance even on the rampaging monster's body. Due to the equipment's special effect, claws would suddenly protrude from her shoes and gloves, allowing her to cling to walls and run on them. And the high defense of the dragon scale cloak kept her body intact. At least, so far. The time limit must be ending soon. Yermangander could only manifest as the world serpent for about 10 minutes. It's the effect of the special equipment shell of the old god. When the duration ends, it shrinks to about the size of a python. They only have 10 minutes to fight. Instead, Behemoth has an innate weakness. If it falls even once, it can never get up again. This was a weakness due to its extremely large and heavy body. Even in actual ancient historical records, there's a legend that Behemoth accidentally stumbled, fell on its side, and starved to death, becoming the mountain range in the western part of the continent. So, Yermangander, with only 10 minutes of battle duration, had to squeeze out all its power during this time, aiming to topple Behemoth at least once within 10 minutes. But how much time is left now? Desperately clinging to something, Violet screamed ugly shrieks. Forget the remaining time, she was dizzy about where she was now, or even who she was. Help! Ha! That's when it happened. Suddenly everything around became quiet. Violet looked around, spitting out the dust in her mouth, and she could finally realize what the situation was now. It was pinned down. Yermangander was. One of Behemoth's 10 huge legs had finally succeeded in stepping on Yermangander's agile tail tip. Buell! Behemoth roared fiercely and put strength into its foot. Kyroruk, Yermangander in pain, had to give up climbing and coiling around Behemoth's neck and fall to the ground. Crack, crack. Starting from where Behemoth had stepped on it, Yermangander's scales began to shatter. Yermangander tried to endure, but Behemoth's other legs also succeeded in trampling Yermangander's body one by one. Sharak! Yermangander twisted its body in agony. The world serpent repeatedly spat out blood violently. Buo! Behemoth let out a roar. It was a proud and loud cry, as if sensing victory, and Ek! Violet was watching all of this. Ha ha! From atop Behemoth's head. Why am I here? Probably during the fierce battle, just before when Yermangander had coiled around Behemoth's neck. When the battle was most intense, the terrified Violet had closed her eyes tightly and crawled around, ending up here. That's when it happened. Violet's eyes, blinking in bewilderment, suddenly met Yermangander's far below. Yermangander's yellow eyes were clearly looking at Violet. Only then did Violet snap to her senses. Ah, whatever. Whether this situation was Yermangander's intention or her own good fortune, what did it matter? The enemy monster's weak point was right in front of her. Violet placed both hands on Behemoth's huge head and used her ultimate skill. Daydream, Chapter 795 Boom, as the giant crocodile monster and octopus monster, Leviathan and Kraken, collided. The surrounding ground burst apart, and an enormous amount of water gushed out from the underground water veins exposed below. Leviathan possessed the authority to control such water flows, so it raised several water tornadoes to attack the Kraken. Though the Kraken was a sea monster, it lacked the ability to control water. Instead, HNNGH, King Poseidon, riding atop the Kraken, had such power. With the authority over waves he possessed as the Merfolk King, King Poseidon controlled opposing water streams to counteract Leviathan's water streams. And under this curtain of water bombs and monsoon rains, the Kraken was approaching Leviathan closely, extending its long tentacles. Leviathan opened its long mouth filled with endless sharp teeth, trying to swallow the Kraken in one gulp, but slap. The Kraken stretched out countless tentacles, tightly wrapping around Leviathan's mouth before it could open. The crocodile monster's long mouth was forcibly closed. The two monsters, entangled in this state, rolled violently over the swamp. They rolled their bodies, struggling with all their might to gain the upper position, and each time the ground exploded and water spray rose. Not only the small and medium-sized monsters caught in the range, but even large monsters were crushed to a pulp and died. They're fighting evenly for now, but the Kraken is being pushed back. King Poseidon gritted his teeth as he assisted the Kraken. Though both were monsters that lived in water, this swamp terrain was a bit more advantageous for Leviathan. The Kraken was ultimately a sea monster. While it could fully exert its power swimming freely in the vast ocean, Leviathan was unhindered whether in swamps or rivers. From the start, since Leviathan itself had the ability to cause floods and turn any place into a water-filled area, paradoxically, it could fully exert its abilities anywhere, be it a desert or snowy mountain. The battle situation gradually became favorable for Leviathan. Poseidon, having already passed on his authority as a racial deity, was also struggling to intercept the water streams Leviathan was shooting out. At this rate, just as King Poseidon sensed defeat and gritted his teeth, suddenly, a shadow fell over the heads of Leviathan and Kraken locked in fierce combat. As the two monsters momentarily stopped fighting to look in that direction, it was falling, the giant elephant, Behemoth, right on top of where the two aquatic monsters were battling. What? In Poseidon's startled eyes, he saw Violet screaming far away on top of Behemoth's head. Violet had used her ultimate skill, Daydream, successfully infiltrating Behemoth's consciousness and making it lose balance. Though Leviathan and Kraken were ultra-colossal monsters, far surpassing the scale of ordinary large monsters, Behemoth was a being with an exceptionally huge body even among ultra-colossal monsters. It was truly like an entire mountain range falling on their heads. This can't be avoided, just as King Poseidon was bracing for impact. Along with the sense of a terrifying evil aura spreading, his skin crawled all over with goosebumps. King Poseidon, bewildered, urgently looked to the side. There she was, on top of the mountain of corpses of other monsters swept up in the battle of the ultra-colossal monsters. The sleepless lake princess, looking up emotionlessly at the falling behemoth heading towards her. Massive darkness gathered in the woman's hand, then shaped into a long sword. The darkness within the sword condensed and condensed endlessly, and the sleepless lake princess lightly swung that sword upwards. For a moment, King Poseidon felt as if sound had been cut off from the world, but it wasn't sound that had been cut, it was the world. Reap. As sound rapidly returned, the world tore apart simultaneously. The single stroke that the sleepless lake princess swung lightly split the massive body of the falling behemoth in half, left and right. No, it wasn't just behemoth. The sky and earth where that sword path was drawn split apart as well. The ground cracked and red-hot lava erupted, while the clouds remaining in the sky completely evaporated. It was transcendental violence. And through the split sky, pitch-black otherworldly darkness seeped in. Something white writhed and filled that gap. The white things pushed each other frantically, fighting, and then something round spun on top of the white bodies. Focusing tack, it saw below. Only then did King Poseidon realize they were eyes. The white was the whites of eyes. The round things were pupils, countless eyes, indescribably huge and simultaneously filled with evil intent, were staring directly only at the sleepless lake princess. What is that? King Poseidon, who had been muttering in bewilderment, snapped back to his senses immediately after. Bew! Behemoth, split in half, let out a miserable scream as it completely collapsed to the ground. The earth, already split by the sword of darkness, shattered completely with a tremendous impact, and Leviathan and Kraken could not escape its aftermath. Boom, the world collapsed. SHH, SHH. Violet's eyebrows twitched at the sound of hissing nearby. SHH, SHH. Then the hissing sound gradually got closer. Lick. Something moist licked Violet's cheek. Eek. Violet sat up abruptly, letting out an ugly scream. Wow, what just— Oh, Yermangander, it's you. Right beside Violet was Yermangander, shrunk to about the size of a python, flicking its tongue. As Violet came to her senses and looked around, she was in some crevice of the hideously collapsed ground. It seemed she had rolled down into a gap in the valley created by the splitting earth. How did this area end up in this state? It's a miracle I'm alive. Though Yermangander had safely caught Violet as she fell with its body. Violet, who didn't remember at all, clicked her tongue. Yermangander, squinting its eyes, also clicked its tongue in response. SHH, SHH. Let's look around for now. Come here. Yermangander. With Yermangander coiled around her neck, Violet activated the special function of the dragon scale cloak to generate claws on her gloves and shoes, easily climbing up the valley. And the first sight that met Violet's eyes as she crawled up to the ground was the huge corpse of Behemoth, split in half and dead, and the sleepless lake princess standing atop it. When the ultra-colossal monster, like a huge mountain range, was cut in half and died, a thick red mist had settled in the area due to the blood pouring from its cross-section. The avatar of nightmares, standing aloof in this red mist, had her hand stretched out towards the sky, and in the direction her fingertip was pointing. Gruck, grrrrrruck. Leviathan and Kraken were flailing about, floating in the air as if grabbed by the collar, unable to breathe. Though not as much as Behemoth, Leviathan and Kraken were also ultra-colossal monsters of unbelievable size for single living beings. However, the sleepless lake princess had lifted the two monsters as lightly as if picking up cotton balls with an invisible force. And, as the sleepless lake princess lightly clenched her hand, crunch, Leviathan's huge body floating in the air was instantly compressed, then tore apart and burst, spraying blood in all directions. This can't be, Violet unknowingly muttered. Though Violet had faced even Nightbringer on the battlefield, she could tell because of that. The woman before her eyes was on a completely different level. This was not an enemy that could be defeated by fighting. There was no chance of victory. As the sleepless lake princess lightly shook her clenched hand to the side, the ultra-colossal monster Leviathan, once the master of floods and monsoons, was discarded like trash, transformed into mere compressed meat. Next, the sleepless lake princess turned her gaze to the other captured ultra-colossal monster, the Kraken. King Poseidon was also caught and flailing atop the Kraken's head. The moment she confirmed this, activating the invisibility magic imbued in the dragon's scale cloak, Violet was already running forward. No, what am I doing? In contrast to her body rushing forward without hesitation, her mind was instantly filled with all sorts of anguish. Why am I playing the hero again when it doesn't suit me? No, it's the opposite now. This is who she is. If she did nothing while seeing an ally in danger, that would no longer be Violet, because she's already that kind of person. Really, it's so ridiculous. Swallowing curses inwardly, Violet deployed her illusion field at full power. Oh, look who's become a saint. After using the wish-granting pearl before, Violet had broken her limits and become the highest level illusion magic user possible for a human, with the illusion field enveloping the surroundings used by such a person, plus the highest level invisibility magic provided by the dragon scale cloak. In the best stealth state possible for a human, Violet rushed to save King Poseidon, and swish, the next moment, her eyes met those of the sleepless lake princess, who had suddenly turned to look this way. Ha! Feeling as if all the blood was draining from her body, Violet swallowed with a pale face. This can't be. This level of stealth could fool even that black dragon for a few seconds. Clang. The next moment, when Violet blinked once, the illusion field, the invisibility magic, everything shattered completely and scattered in all directions, leaving only magical particles. The sleepless lake princess pointed her index finger at Violet, who had stopped in the middle of running. Violet sensed it. This is death. Ah, really? That's what I get for meddling unnecessarily, Violet, resigned to death, squeezed her eyes shut. I stuck my nose where it didn't belong, so I guess I have no choice but to die. Oh well. Goodbye, world. It was a pretty good life. But Violet didn't die. Ha! When Violet opened her eyes slightly in confusion, she realized that the sleepless Lake Princess's gaze was directed not at her, but above her head. Swoosh! The ultra-colossal monster in the form of a giant eagle. Ziz! The Dullahan Legion commander and Banshee Legion commander, who had taken over its body, were descending towards the ground, roaring without restraint. "We are your opponents, Princess. You'd better cover your ears tightly." The Dullahan Legion commander skillfully gathered the sunlight and solar heat dwelling in Ziz's body. Flash! And the Banshee Legion commander transformed the gathered power into sharp waveforms and poured it out. The sleepless Lake Princess opened her outstretched hand. Then massive darkness gathered before her, forming a square shield. Whoosh! Though it was an attack that poured out all the power remaining in Ziz's body at once, it couldn't even scratch the sleepless Lake Princess's defense. However, Guo, in this fleeting moment, not missing that the force binding it had weakened, the Kraken unraveled the bonds of darkness and lunged at the sleepless Lake Princess. Because Violet had stepped forward, overcoming her fear, they were able to steal a few seconds from the sleepless Lake Princess. With that few seconds difference, Ziz was able to descend to the ground and pour out an attack imbued with the power of the sun at the sleepless Lake Princess. To block this attack that was elementally opposed to her, the sleepless Lake Princess had to gather all the darkness she could use, and in that gap, King Poseidon and the Kraken were freed and attempted a final counterattack. It was a miraculous momentary opening that appeared because everyone staked their lives and attempted the best cooperation possible. And the moment the tip of the tentacle the Kraken thrust out touched the sleepless Lake Princess, the moment it pierced inside the endless otherworldly darkness enveloping the princess's body. Guo! Instantly, the Kraken's entire body swelled up like a balloon. Rip boom. It burst apart in all directions like a balloon touched by a needle tip. What? Amidst the monster's bodily fluids and flesh raining down, King Poseidon looked at the ring on his finger with bewildered eyes. The ring of the Kraken cracked wide open, then the next moment it turned completely to powder and was destroyed. What? What is this? Faced with this sight, the Dullahan Legion commander and Banshee Legion commander who had taken over Ziz's body let out bewildered groans. Swish, thunk. The next moment, the darkness that the sleepless Lake Princess had transformed from a shield to a sword was lodged in Ziz's chest. Ha! Wait. A sec, right after the two Monster Legion commanders' dying words. Rip! Ziz's entire body burst apart from where the sword was lodged. The darkness that had filled its interior poured out like flooding, tearing the monster's entire body to shreds. In the heavy silence that followed the ear-splitting explosion, Violet blankly raised her eyes to look up at the being before her. Atop the scattered flesh of monsters, amidst the hellish scene of severed tentacles and bodily fluids, burst feathers raining down. Having slaughtered all the ultra-colossal monsters that had descended to the mortal world, standing alone and noble, connected through the split sky to the gazes of countless outer gods, the avatar of nightmares, the sleepless Lake Princess, creakily like a marionette, slowly gripped her sword of darkness anew. There stood the destruction of this world. Chapter 796. At that moment, when Violet lost her will to fight in the face of this transcendent evil, behind Ziz's wings, which were being torn apart and exploding, two griffin riders appeared. They were the same two who had transporting Violet and King Poseidon to the battlefield. Swoosh! The two griffin riders descended without a moment's hesitation into this hellscape where monster blood and flesh were raining down like a shower. As promised, to retrieve the allies who had entered this hell first, the sleepless Lake Princess slowly raised her hand, aiming at one of the griffin riders. Dance even without a head. Just then, the Dullahan Legion commander sprang out from Ziz's corpse. Sing even without tears. Following him, the Banshee Legion commander appeared, her torn dress fluttering. Those who have lost their heads, fight with me. Those with only heads left, wail together. Then, thud, the corpses of monsters that had died without heads all stood up in formation, and the corpses of monsters with only heads left all opened their mouths and began to wail. The pretense of being good ends here. This battlefield belongs to us monsters. Leading the army of the headless, Leading the choir of those with only heads, the two monster legion commanders glared with red eyes from within the pitch-black, evil aura. The rest of you, get lost. Leading their respective armies, the two monster legion commanders charged towards the sleepless Lake Princess. They who had once abandoned being human and become monsters to destroy the world, were now charging at the monster of monsters, opposing the world's destruction. Ah! A griffin rider approached and snatched the nape of Violet, who was blankly watching this scene. Thwack! Violet, clinging to the back of the griffin rider, flew towards where King Poseidon was. Merfolk King, Violet shouted urgently. Let's escape together, quickly. He. But King Poseidon waved his hand, refusing to board. It seems my tenacious life ends here. A large tooth was stuck and broken in the center of King Poseidon's abdomen. It was Leviathan's tooth. Despite suffering such a severe injury during the battle, the Merfolk King had endured by suppressing the bleeding with his authority. But it seemed to have reached its limit, as blood was pouring from his abdomen and back. I'll buy some time too, so hurry and go. But those who can live must live. That's how hope is born on this battlefield. Pushing away the griffin rider's hand, King Poseidon stood up, leaning on his trident, and he smiled faintly at Violet. Thank you for rushing to save me. Your Majesty, if I can die for young people like you, that in itself is fortunate. Boom, an explosion sounded, not far away, the sleepless Lake Princess, and the two monster legion commanders collided, and each time the princess's sword swung, the monster army recruited on the spot by the two legion commanders was being annihilated. The two griffin riders exchanged glances and shouted, "Higher!" as they made their griffins ascend again. Violet reached out her hand once towards King Poseidon and the two legion commanders, then tightly closed her eyes. Ha! King Poseidon, staring at the retreating allies, stretched out his hand to the side. Hey, Kraken! There the Kraken's body, with all its tentacles burst like balloons, was taking its last labored breaths. Surely it doesn't end with just this. King Poseidon drew out his last strength, connected the tip of his trident to his home sea, and as he spewed seawater from the spear tip, he thrust its end into the Kraken's body. As seawater filled its body, the Kraken regained its strength, as if experiencing a final burst of life. Let's show them the rage of the sea. Brother, filling its burst body with seawater in an instant. Letting out a final roar, the Kraken rose and lunged at the sleepless Lake Princess. Atop it, gripping his trident and leaping down, King Poseidon thrust his spear at the enemy commander with all his might. To his left and right, the Dullahan Legion commander and Banshee Legion commander charged in, roaring together. The sleepless Lake Princess only stared intently with emotionless eyes at these foolish ones resisting to the very end. In the back seat of the Griffin rider, returning to the Blue Pearl, Violet looked back with blank eyes. The mission was successful, using the ultra-colossal monsters. The ground was devastated, and the sky was completely cleared. The initial goal of delaying the monster's advance was admirably achieved. However, does any of this have meaning? Violet stared at the distant battlefield, and the enemy commander standing in its center. The countless gazes of the outer gods pouring from the split sky were clearly connected to the sleepless Lake Princess, like pitch-black strings of darkness. In that state, the princess danced a swaying dance of death, holding her sword of darkness. Before the lives she had struck down, atop the mountain-like pile of allied and enemy corpses, endlessly, truly, like a puppet dancing on the strings of fate. Lake Kingdom, 10th Zone, King's Castle. The monsters can no longer be controlled. After accepting my alliance, the Demon King suddenly said, Player, even if I cooperate with your plan, the monsters' advance to destroy the mortal world can no longer be stopped. The rules of this apocalypse calamity were devised by agreement between you and me. But what ultimately created and systematized this game is the will of the outer gods. The Demon King looked upward, towards the sky that couldn't possibly be seen from beneath this lake. They want to see destruction. They are beings who simply enjoy watching the destruction of a world, like pouring water into an anthill and observing. The sleepless Lake Princess is the agent of these outer gods. She is a puppet that moves directly connected to the will of the outer gods watching this world, that is, the observers. So, this means that the authority for the monster's final offensive has already passed from the Demon King to the outer gods. To enjoy this final game, What the outer gods are directly putting forth as a puppet and controlling is the embodiment of nightmares, the sleepless lake princess. I too hate you humans who treated that person as a monster and subjugated her 1,000 years ago. But the final offensive of Apocalypse Calamity is separate. This is not something that can be stopped, regardless of my hatred or this alliance. Even if you and I form an alliance here, the monster invasion will continue to happen by the will of the outer gods, and the outer gods will try to destroy your world no matter what. I smirked. That's exactly why. Demon King. What? Because the outer gods have directly intervened in this final monster offensive, because they are directly controlling Nameless as a puppet. I took out the black thorn staff, ever black, from my chest. It's precisely at that point that we gain a chance of victory. The Demon King was bewildered. What do you mean? You'll see if you watch. Now then, let's hurry and go. I drew Everblack through the air, then space split, and a magical passage was created. It was a door leading to the spirit realm. Standing in front of it, I pointed inside with a grin. Our battle to the spirit realm Shodan. Now two battles will proceed simultaneously. The battle to stop the endless monsters in the mortal world, the great monster invasion. The battle to rebel against the outer gods in the spirit realm, the spirit realm Shodan. These two final battles to be fought simultaneously are connected. To win, each needs the help of the other. Both will be tough fights, but we can do it. I believe in my people, and I believe in myself, whom my people believe in. I leapt into the door leading to the spirit realm, taking the lead. The Demon King urgently followed me, and now loading, teleporting. Tip, if you don't give up, there's always a way. The tip window I hadn't seen in a very long time flickered before my eyes. Then it disappeared with a crackle. Inwardly smiling at the director who had squeezed out his last strength to send me this message, I thought, let's go, to the path to the ending that lies before us. Splash. After the sensation of being swept up in a rapid current enveloped my entire body, I entered the airspace of the spirit realm. The Demon King, who had emerged from the passage right behind me, turned his head to look to the side. This is a thorn tree stretching from the edge of the spirit realm's sky covered in aurora, all the way down to the far-off snow-white ground. It was the stem and roots of the black thorn tree, ever black, just as the Demon King seemed about to sink into some complex thoughts. Screech! Along with a sudden intense mechanical sound, a huge airship revealed itself beside us. This is the more fighting power, the better. Right, I grinned and pointed at the airship. Let me introduce you, my ship La Mancha. And on the deck of the airship was my father, driving with magic circles floating on the back of his hand. Traha, Peacemaker Everblack, and behind him, 5 knights stood in formation, the Emperor's Imperial Guard. Glory Knights were standing with resolute expressions, waiting for me, the Emperor of the mortal world and his Imperial Guard. Neither the Emperor nor the Glory Knights can fight anymore in the mortal world. But here in the spirit realm, they move in the form of spirit bodies, not physical bodies. In other words, their physical damage has naturally recovered. And the Emperor and Glory Knights have all fought endless battles on the Empire's northern front, right here on the spirit realm's God War front. In other words, they can be called specialists in spirit realm combat. Among the heroes of the World Guardian front, there are no warriors more suited for the spirit realm showdown than them. Thud, the Demon King and I stepped onto the deck. The Emperor and all the Glory Knights looked at the Demon King standing behind me with astonished eyes. Ash, are you really going to carry out that crazy plan of allying with the Demon King? As expected of His Majesty the Emperor, blurting it out without hesitation, even though the person in question is right here listening. But the Demon King himself seemed to agree that this plan was crazy, as he didn't look particularly displeased and just stared at me blankly, so I answered cheerfully. Yes, crazy bastard. The Emperor snorted a laugh, then raised his hand to drive La Mancha. That's my son, all right. The ship gliding through the air began to descend rapidly towards the end of Everblack's routes. Meanwhile, I addressed the Glory Knights. Glory Knights, I'm sorry for bringing you back to a dangerous battlefield. Not at all, Your Highness. Hecate, standing at the front, smiled. We're glad to be able to join the final battle. This isn't why I left you all on the front lines, though. Scratching the back of my head awkwardly, I admonished them again. You'll be able to fight like before here, but the curse of immortality is gone. Always remember that you only have one life. We'll keep that in mind. Hecate scratched the back of her head sheepishly. We want to find something we want to do somewhere other than the battlefield, so we'll try our best not to die. These twisted patriots who had dedicated their lives to the country, the battlefield, the emperor. May they survive and find what they truly want to do. As I prayed, La Mancha had already reached the white sandy beach below the roots, and on this beach, where transparent water was rolling in, 4 giants were waiting for us. Dwarf, elf, beastkin, merfolk. They were the racial deities of the 4 heterogeneous races, the 4 great gods. Are we really allying with them and fighting together? Yes, I nodded at Hecate's question. We've already finished discussing this spirit realm showed on through the avatars put forth by the gods, Celebi, Verdandi, Huilan, and the Rompula siblings. Those 4 great gods will also fight alongside us, to weave those who were fighting to kill each other into an alliance again. Really, Hecate glanced at me. Your Highness is extraordinary. I do get called crazy a lot. I think I just heard it from the Emperor a moment ago, too. Thud, La Mancha landed on the beach. I went to stand at the bow of the ship. The 4 great gods who had walked out from the beach approached the front of the ship. Turning my back to them, I addressed the Emperor, Glory Knights, and Demon King standing on the deck. All right, since it seems all the personnel who will join us immediately are gathered, I'll explain the operation outline for this spirit realm Shodan once more. Taking a deep breath, I said, First, we'll burn all the guardian trees of every race. All of them. A moment of silence. The Emperor, who had been listening quietly, muttered with a low sigh. As expected, he's my son. Chapter 797. After the outer gods chose this world as the stage for their apocalypse calamity, they forcibly widened the boundary between life and death, this world and the afterlife, and created a new space in that gap. That artificial space is this place, the spirit realm. And the outer gods began to interfere with our world through the spirit realm. They planted the trees of the races they chose, guardian trees, allowing those races to use magic, and thus began to spread their influence throughout the entire world. The spirit realm is the channel through which outer gods interfere with this world. In other words, I explained, looking around, if we close the spirit realm, the outer gods will no longer be able to play with this world. To expel the outer gods, we must inevitably close this spirit realm. And to completely close the spirit realm, we must eliminate the trees of each race rooted between the spirit realm and the mortal world, the guardian trees. The guardian trees have their roots in the spirit realm and their trunks in the mortal world, because they have a structure that draws up otherworldly power from the spirit realm to the mortal world. And above all, because they root between the mortal world and the afterlife, widening the gap between life and death, and also perform the role of a wedge, maintaining that separation. Only by eliminating these guardian trees, first can the connection between the spirit realm and the mortal world be severed, and the spirit realm can be completely closed. That was a long explanation, but to sum it up, to drive out the outer gods, we must first eliminate all these trees. That's when the Emperor, who had been listening, spoke up. If we burn and uproot the guardian trees, all magic, all mystery, all authority will disappear from our world. Even though this had already been decided at the World Guardian Front meeting, the Emperor deliberately asked me once more, as if to confirm whether my resolve was firm. All the laws that have sustained our world for the past 1,000 years will collapse. Civilization will decline, and the royal authority of all countries ruled by magic will weaken. You are no exception. Are you truly saying that you will give up everything that makes you special of your own volition? I am an ordinary human. The value of a human is not determined by what power they possess. If there is a moment when I, an ordinary person, become special, it would be when I risk everything to take on a challenge, just like now. I believe that the value of a human is determined by how much they do not avoid the challenges they choose for themselves. I'm not a special or great human. However, I intend not to run away from the challenge I now face. The Emperor smiled, showing his molars. Do as you please. Bowing my head once, I continued my explanation to the Suicide Squad. As I said, the roots of the guardian trees are also wedges maintaining the spirit realm. The outer gods won't leave us alone as we try to eliminate them. I glanced upwards. So the great monster invasion in the mortal world, the World Guardian Front facing the monster's needs to draw as much attention as possible. Currently, the outer god's attention is focused on the sleepless Lake Princess invading the mortal world. They are focused on the destruction of this world, the greatest tragedy that she brings. We will take this opportunity to carry out the operation to destroy the guardian trees in the spirit realm. While the mortal world holds out, we will finish our preparations and burn all the trees at once. When the guardian trees disappear, the supply of magical power from the spirit realm to the mortal world will immediately stop. Then my heroes currently fighting on the front lines will immediately struggle with magical power supply. They will have to fight squeezing out only the remaining magical power, without any further supply. But this applies to the monsters as well. Monsters are beings revived by refining nightmares. Their very origin stems from magic. They will take a hit to their very existence. Moreover, since the connection of the outer gods will be immediately disrupted, the sleepless lake princess, who is being directly controlled by the outer gods, will also be weakened. And after that, the demon king asked coldly, the outer gods will immediately notice your attempt at rebellion, and even if we eliminate all the guardian trees, it will take time for the spirit realm to close completely. The outer gods will try to forcibly open the spirit realm by extending their power directly here. In the process, they will try to slaughter us as well. The demon king folded his arms and tilted his head back. Of course, the outer gods face several constraints when trying to extend their power directly to this world. Even if they use their power, it will be in a considerably weakened state. Right, that's why they exerted influence on this world through intermediaries, constellations who jump down directly. Like you could say the levels of existence are different, or to put it differently, their frequencies don't match. The outer gods are powerful but distant beings. Being in the far-off outer realm, it's difficult for them to exert full influence on our world. That's why they've intervened through intermediaries like the Demon King or White Knight all this time. They can use their power without going through such intermediaries, but its effects don't properly reach this world. It diminishes and gets cut down. In other words, it's sufficiently endurable. On the other hand, you seem to have raised your level of existence through various methods, so you should be able to face the outer gods even if they attack directly for a while. But it won't last long, I nodded. No matter how much their power can't be fully exerted without an intermediary, no matter how much it diminishes and gets cut down, the difference in power is fundamental. Those outer gods are vast and infinite, while I am a small and finite being. I can hold out for a while, but in the end, I'll be crushed. This is where the one shot prepared by Ada comes in. The original player of this apocalypse calamity, Ada, when the name of the previous hero who entrusted me with this task came up, the Demon King's eyes narrowed. That stupid fool of a director who staked his long life to create a card that can only be used once. It's being prepared in the mortal world. If we use this card, we can definitely deal a blow to the outer gods. If the mortal world takes the baton again and delivers one shot, in the gap when the outer gods are hit and retreat, we completely close the spirit realm. Taking the baton once more in the spirit realm and finishing it, I look straight at the Demon King. This final closure, Demon King, you must do it, after a moment of silence. Since I originally selected this world as the stage for the game as an intermediary and opened the door to the spirit realm, the Demon King slowly nodded. I can close it as well. And when the spirit realm is completely closed, the intervention of the outer gods will also be completely cut off. All magic, mystery, and authority will disappear from the world. The monsters, having lost the driving force of nightmares, will also disappear, and thus our war will end. Now, this is the rough outline of the spirit realm showdown, I summarized, looking around at the suicide squad. I'll give detailed instructions for the operation separately, but this is how the big picture will unfold. The final battles in the mortal world and spirit realm must help and complement each other, interlocking as one. One can say anything in words, but the Demon King exhaled a low sigh. At least, it's a theoretically possible operation. That's why you've come this far with me, right? As I grinned at him, the Demon King was silent for a moment. Then, before we start, I want to confirm something. His voice trembled faintly. Whether she is really here, I nodded. Follow me. The operation began. The four great gods all moved to where their respective guardian trees were planted, and the Emperor and Glory Knights boarded La Mancha and flew into the air again. Meanwhile, the Demon King and I headed towards the space under Everblack's roots. As we stepped onto the white sand beach, heading towards the roots of Everblack, For some reason, the Demon King seemed a bit tense, and we entered the narrow space under the roots. Ash, there, as always, was a woman burning, her entire body bound to the thorn tree. What's going on? It seems a bit noisy outside. The goddess, who had been asking kindly, widened her eyes as she saw the being behind me. You! The Demon King entered this space under the roots following me, maintaining silence. How is it? Demon King? I asked him as he silently looked around. Can you see her? The Demon King, who had been staring intently at the space where the goddess was, finally answered slowly. No, he shook his head slightly. I can't see her. The goddess bit her lip tightly. The Demon King continued. But there is a complete void here that I'm facing for the first time. Such a complete absence is here. And somehow, this void is warm, as if trying to warm this tree, this world. The Demon King slowly looked straight up at the space that, to his eyes, was just empty air, the place where the goddess was. That's how I can tell you are here. You've burned even your own existence completely and are here alone, paradoxically, because there is a complete absence there. Because pain, emptiness, loss are unmistakable evidence that something existed there. You really are here. The Demon King brushed with his fingertips the empty space beside the cheek of the burning goddess, which to his own eyes was just empty space. You foolish person. You who lived only for others, not for yourself. In the Demon King's voice, as he took a deep breath, all delusion disappeared. 1,000 years repeated infinitely is already enough. He turned around and left the space under the roots. Let's end it now. After the Demon King disappeared outside, the goddess, who had been breathing heavily, looked at me. Ash, what are you trying to do? I smiled at her. I'm really sorry about this, goddess, deliberately. A little more than usual, like a mischievous child, with a grin. You'll have to fall. Ha! To the very end, completely, without a trace. The goddess, who had been blinking in confusion, muttered in shock. What? I grinned once more, then turned around and followed the Demon King out. This world was built wrong from the start, like a Jenga puzzle shaking from the bottom, full of gaps. It was a world wrong from its foundation, without power accepted from the outside. One had to live as a slave, and in such a world, a being who tried to save her people volunteered for sacrifice for eons of time. The laws of the world injected from the outside. Salvation secured by someone's sacrifice. All of it was wrong from the beginning, so I'll break it. I'll shatter it to pieces. I'll eliminate everything, collapse everything, and smash it all. And, on those ruins, I'll start over from the beginning. No longer a world where someone depends on someone else, but a world where we can walk looking at each other equally, at the same eye level, because I want to create that. So I'll challenge it, towards this huge wall standing in my way. From now on, I challenge it. As I stepped outside, the Demon King was waiting for me, standing on the white sand beach. I met his gaze. There was no need for conversation between us anymore. We understood each other's intentions just by looking. Of course, we were sworn enemies who had exchanged moves with each other to the point of tedium. From here, I stretched out my right hand to the side. Then a huge pillar of light fell into my right hand, and I caught it. The pillar of light soon changed form into a huge flag of light. I declare rebellion against the entire universe. I planted my flag in the white sand beach with all my might. Then, flash, along with a dazzling burst of light, a brightly shining ash-colored fortress began to rise from beneath the beach. Chapter 798, the first and last fortress of humanity. Crossroad. The southern plains stretched out before it. The kill zone, a barrier area surrounded by countless wooden fences. Enemy monster core. Vanguard, a scout observing the area, shouted urgently. Entering the kill zone. The ground rumbled faintly. Rustle, the winter forest spread across the southern plains, seemed to shudder, and then the next moment, crash, monsters poured out of the entrance to the plains. Like an overflowing muddy stream, black monsters endlessly surged forth, filling the southern plains. Lucas, aboard the airship Blue Pearl, took a small breath as he looked down at this scene. They've come this far. Earlier, the operation to topple the ultra-giant monsters, Titan Fall, had succeeded. They were able to devastate both the ground and air completely. The ground, in particular, was split and shattered, effectively hindering the advance of the monsters following behind. Moreover, an enormous number of monsters had died and fallen in this process. Nevertheless, they were infinite. Nevertheless, they advanced, clinging to the collapsed land and sky. The endless horde of monsters crawled northward over several days, and they finally succeeded in reaching this southern plain where Crossroad was clearly visible. Throughout this process, delaying tactics were continuously deployed, but it was literally just a delay. Complete blockade was impossible from the start. The vanguard of the monster horde that had stubbornly advanced finally arrived here. In the end, we must defend from the main fortress. In the lightning and tidal wave operation, the lightning had ultimately been pierced through, but the final barrier, the tidal wave, the main fortress of Crossroad, remains. We'll try to hold them off. Lucas took a breath, steeling his resolve to fight. Because it's what my lord ordered, and also his bright blue eyes stared directly at the incoming monsters. Because I too want to protect this world. Bang, boom, boom, boom. A distant sound of artillery fire rang out from Crossroads' main fortress, and the next moment, qua guang guang guang, artillery shells rained down on the kill zone. Lucas was in charge of commanding the guerrilla forces aboard the airship Blue Pearl. Evangeline was in charge of commanding Crossroads' main fortress defense line. Evangeline had also become thoroughly experienced as the captain of the infantry unit, and she was the rightful heir to Crossroad. The defense command of the future lord was flawless, without a single gap. It seems we don't need to worry about the defense of the main fortress. Lucas looked around at everyone on the bridge. Let's do what we need to do. The heroes organized into the guerrilla unit all nodded in unison. The lightning and tidal wave operation is still ongoing, and the heroes on this ship are the final lightning. The defense battle of the southern plains began in the same manner as previous defensive battles. The monsters that had advanced northward crashed their forces into the entrance of the southern plains, the kill zone. While they were caught in a bottleneck, tangled in obstacles, crossfire from Crossroad rained down, grinding them to pieces. But soon everyone realized it was different. This battle was different from before. Bubble, 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 the monsters, tangled and clumped together, continued to pour out like a seething swamp mixing from within. Endlessly, continuously, without stopping, they crawled out from the south, filling the plains. They had faced terrifyingly large numbers of monsters during the previous zombie march, but this was on a different scale, literally infinite. It was a truly enormous scale befitting the monsters' final all-out offensive. There's no end to them, really. Evangeline, directing the artillery while looking through a telescope, groaned as if appalled. By now, the entire area south of the plains was completely covered with monsters, to the point where there was no space that wasn't black. A massive black wave, a black tsunami. No, a black world itself was pushing towards Crossroad. However, we're fully prepared for this. They had anticipated this situation from the start. They entered the battle knowing the enemy would be infinite. They had stockpiled enough ammunition to fire for a week straight, expanded the artillery positions to be wider and higher, and prepared manpower including reserves. Artillery, continue to, raising the cavalry lance in her hand and waving the black flag tied to its end. Evangeline shouted with all her might. Fire! Bang! Boom, boom, boom. As if answering her cry, the neatly fired barrage split the sky and fell on the entrance of the southern plains. Qua guang guang guang. It exploded. Currently, Crossroads artillery was set up in a structure where 3 units fired in rotation. By shooting, loading, aiming, and shooting again, these artillery units could create an uninterrupted barrage that could devastate the impact zone without a moment's pause. Moreover, it didn't end with just 3 units. 3 more reserve units were also on standby. A total of 6 units could alternately create barrages and rest, theoretically allowing for an infinite curtain of fire. Additionally, even the people from the production guild, who were usually evacuated for safety, all remained in the city to help produce and repair war supplies. The enemy is infinite, Evangeline smiled fiercely. Then we'll just pour out infinitely too. The monsters appeared endlessly, invading through the entrance of the southern plains. But bang, bang, boom, boom, boom. They were pounded by the endless crossfire pouring down from above, melting and collapsing. Quite some time had passed since the battle began, but not a single monster had even made it halfway across the southern plains. The experience from the zombie incident was good practice. After repelling up to 100,000 zombie monsters at that time, various improvements and ideas were proposed within Crossroad. Ash adopted several of these for application in this final battle. This system of expanding the artillery and setting it up for infinite rotational firing was one of them. At this rate, We should be able to keep repelling the small fry indefinitely. And just as Evangeline thought that, thud, 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 a series of monsters broke through the crossfire and charged out. Small, high-speed monsters that could dash through without being swept away by the barrage. Large monsters advancing with thick armor that could withstand the crossfire, and flying monsters that appeared in the sky, piercing through the thick smoke of explosions. Oh no! Evangeline hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. This mouth of hers is always the problem. How does it happen right after she speaks? No, I didn't even say it out loud. I just thought it. Anyway, she shouldn't even think such things. The group of swift, small monsters that safely escaped the kill zone created at the entrance of the southern plains, the group of large monsters armed with thick armor, and the group of flying monsters approaching through the air. As she glared at them while tapping her forehead, Evangeline's lips eventually curled up slightly. Carelessness is not good, but there's no need to cower unnecessarily either. We're fully prepared to deal with this level of situation. Evangeline waved the end of her cavalry lance with the flag attached as she ordered. Sniper unit, target the approaching small monsters. Mage unit, handle the large monsters unaffected by artillery fire. And artifact team, prepare anti-air artifacts. As soon as the order fell, click, 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 the sniper unit led by Damien aimed their guns and bows, then opened fire. Bang, 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 with each slow gunshot. The speed-type monsters frantically rushing towards the castle walls fell one by one. The marksmanship of Damien, the world's best sniper, and the elite snipers he led, was already transcendental. While Damien, with his 1,000-mile eyes, was exceptionally extraordinary, the snipers now under his command were all top-class archers and hunters from around the world. Each of them was renowned under aliases like Hawkeye, Sharpshooter, Baba Yaga, and Smoking Gun, the best snipers of the current era. Add to this the original snipers that Damien had trained and drilled from the beginning. When the sniper unit of 30 members opened fire, the monsters' heads began to explode en masse, even from an incredible distance. Of course, Damien stood out even among them. Bang! With a single rifle shot, he penetrated and instantly killed 4 monsters simultaneously, then prepared for his next shot with a nonchalant expression. The snipers around Damien all wore dumbfounded expressions. We've lost. We've lost. The other snipers grumbled as they continued sniping. Then there was the mage unit led by Junior. Use magic that consumes little mana and is highly efficient as much as possible. Junior carefully coordinated the mages lined up in formation, humanity's strongest tactical weapon. Mages. They had not yet exerted their full power. To conserve mana for a prolonged battle, they formed ranks and fired even the smallest spells in resonance with each other. And that was enough. When the basic elemental magic, shot by the mages, who were now completely skilled in joint magic, intercepted the large monsters collapsed and perished without much resistance. Arrows of flame, rain of ice, and blades of wind flew alternately, and the large monsters that had broken through the barrage all fell to the ground with screams. Additionally, activating anti-air artifacts. Lily and the alchemist team activated all the artifacts they had prepared. The artifacts took effect across the entire airspace of Crossroad. The flying monsters that had been pouring down, blackening the sky, all flinched at once. Speed reduction, defense reduction, disorientation, though the effects were minor, they were applied to an overwhelming range. All the flying monsters were afflicted with harmful effects at once. And towards these flying monsters, humanity's strongest aerial force rushed in. Let's go! The Sky Knight division led by Mikkel launched from the airship Blue Pearl, plunging into the front of the pouring flying monsters. The sky belongs to all of us. Don't let the monsters violate it. Behind Mikkel was the healing priest Zennis, riding along. This was to heal the knights and griffins on the spot. The entire Sky Knight division was equipped with holy power armor on their bodies and various elemental enchantments on their weapons. They had showered beneficial effects on the griffin riders, who already possessed combat power far beyond ordinary flying monsters. Conversely, they had showered harmful effects on the flying monsters. The difference in combat power became overwhelming. Quang! Like lions leaping into a flock of sheep, the Sky Knight division tore through the flying monsters as they dove in. We are strong. Evangeline unconsciously clenched her fist. We are strong, pouring six-shift crossfire to completely block passage through the kill zone. Enemies that break through are crushed by snipers, mages, artifacts, and air forces. The movements of the first-rate troops working in perfect coordination were beautiful to behold. As a knight and an officer, Evangeline was moved almost to tears for a moment. Humanity's efforts honed on the monster front over the past 3 years were not in vain. They had blossomed so magnificently. It was then. Reporting, a scout's shout that completely dispelled that emotion pierced Evangeline's ears. The sleepless Lake Princess has appeared. Evangeline hurriedly raised her telescope. Sarara, far away at the southern end, scattering thick darkness, fluttering the ends of a white dress burned at the edges, the incarnation of nightmares appeared. A burned veil fluttered in the wind, revealing the face behind it. The pale face was expressionless, so much so that it was hard to believe it was once the woman they had shared joys and sorrows with. Finally, the worst enemy commander had arrived at Crossroad, after quietly observing Nameless, who had completely become an enemy. Evangeline slowly raised her telescope upwards. The threads of darkness connected to the body of the sleepless Lake Princess crossed the world vertically, reaching the end of the split sky far away. Beyond the grotesquely torn sky were countless glistening eyes, the greedy gazes of outer gods watching the final battle unfolding on this earth. Senior, Evangeline lowered her telescope with a resolute expression. We'll keep their attention well. So she smiled with all her might. Go all out as much as you want, with the rebellion Ash had incited and the opening of the spirit realm Shodan. Here in the human world too, the great monster invasion had entered its final stage. Chapter 799, as the monsters advanced northward, roaring and stomping, tearing through the earth and sky, the sleepless Lake Princess moved forward with quiet, graceful steps. Amidst the pitch-black wave of monsters, she stood out in her white burned dress. It's time for our guerrilla unit to take action in earnest, Lucas said, looking at the heroes checking their equipment and preparing to deploy. We'll use every possible method to delay the sleepless Lake Princess from advancing towards the city, apart from blocking the infinite monsters, holding back and dragging out time against an invincible enemy commander who cannot be killed or stopped. This guerrilla unit, the final lightning, was tasked with executing this impossible operation. The main fortress will handle the monsters. We'll do our part. Lucas took a deep breath and looked at the team to be deployed first. Sword Demon, Spear Demon, led by the disheveled couple, Sword Demon and Spear Demon, the immortals who had joined from the bottom village, and the immortal adventurers who had joined from the base camp. All the immortals who had joined from the dungeon under the lake were ready for deployment and looked at Lucas. Lucas carefully asked one last time, are you really sure about this? It was Sword Demon and Spear Demon who had first proposed this operation, and it was Lucas who had recognized its efficiency and planned the operation. But he had to ask one more time at the end, are you really okay with this? Sword Demon and Spear Demon grinned simultaneously. What's good about being immortal? We have nothing to boast about, except that we come back to life under that lake even if we die. In return, make sure to tell the prince later, okay? Hee. Tell him we've accomplished such a great feat. Make sure. The mission these nonchalant immortals were to carry out was to lure the enemy, to provoke the sleepless Lake Princess, and make her turn back southward, away from Crossroad. Monsters attack the nearest living being. This behavioral principle was no exception for the sleepless Lake Princess. Ash had confirmed it from past experience, and it had been verified during the recent northward advance. So the immortals had volunteered. They, who wouldn't die and would come back to life anyway, would act as bait to try and stop the enemy commander's advance. Hugh! The immortals lined up at the edge of the airship's deck one by one. Sword Demon and Spear Demon slapped their own cheeks. Even though we know we won't die, even though we've trained so many times, my legs are shaking seeing the ground so far below. We've lived long enough to fall from the sky before, isn't it strange? Old man. That's right. We can still try something more because we're alive. All the immortals were equipped with emergency landing parachutes on their backs. It was an improved version of the equipment Lucas and Evangeline had used when they encountered the Beetle Legion before. Everyone was ready, and Lucas commanded. Airborne unit. Lucas made eye contact with the immortals and nodded heavily. Good luck. Sword Demon and Spear Demon smiled back, and Lucas extended his arm to the side. Descend. Yeehaw. Let's fall into hell. The immortals ran across the deck and fell one by one, each letting out piercing screams and shouts. The total number was 20, 4 parties, watching those embarking on a literal suicide mission. Lucas pressed his lips tightly. Whoosh! The 20-member airborne unit fell from the airship to the ground, then deployed their parachutes at the exact timing. This equipment, designed by Ash, was crude compared to Earth's parachutes, but it had one excellent feature: the ability to set the landing point. By combining wind magic, earth magic, and flight magic, it could gently guide them to land at the desired point. Despite this feature, 1 out of 4 parties landed in the wrong place, but 3 parties were able to land at the planned points, in the midst of the advancing monster horde, and at a precarious distance south of the sleepless Lake Princess. Charge! Out of the way, you monster bastards! Led by Sword Demon and Spear Demon, the airborne unit rampaged and slaughtered the local monsters in an instant. All of these were those who had been living unable to die in the darkness of that Lake Kingdom. They were all proficient in close combat ability to handle monsters. But our original purpose isn't the monsters. Sword Demon and Spear Demon rolled their eyes and looked back. They had to catch the princess's attention. Let's rampage spectacularly. We need to go absolutely crazy to catch the princess's eye. And fortunately, or unfortunately, there was no need to try to attract attention. Crack! The one party that had fallen behind and landed much closer to the sleepless Lake Princess than the planned point died with their entire bodies crushed. The Lake Princess had clenched her fist once, instantly taking the lives of the 5 immortals. Then, the sleepless Lake Princess slowly turned her head southward and stared at the remaining 15 members of the airborne unit. Goosebumps rose all over Sword Demon and Spear Demon's bodies. They thought they had become as numb to death as possible, and had long forgotten things like pain or fear. But just meeting those empty eyes under that veil of the sleepless Lake Princess feels like I'm gonna piss myself. Aye, south, Sword Demon muttered honestly, and Spear Demon, who came to her senses first, shouted urgently and led the airborne unit members. Run south. Lure the enemy, Commander. We need to buy time. As soon as the words fell, the airborne unit members cut down all the monsters blocking their path and ran southward. Their purpose was solely to lure the sleepless Lake Princess. However, now they were truly running away, sweating cold sweat in fear, to avoid being caught by the incarnation of nightmares. In the sky, Blue Pearl. Lucas observed the battle situation with the scouts. It was going according to plan. The sleepless Lake Princess had turned around to slaughter the airborne unit members and was now heading south again, reversing her northward course. However, it doesn't seem like they'll be able to buy much time. Lucas groaned as he observed the situation. The airborne unit members, all immortals, were powerful heroes with above-average combat abilities, but their mission was too difficult from the start. To break through the endless rising monsters, flee southward while luring the enemy commander. It was successful for now, and they had secured an escape route by clearing the southern monsters with air missile support from Blue Pearl, but the encircling monsters were infinite, and if they entered the range of the sleepless Lake Princess, they would die in one hit. Still, they've already succeeded in delaying as much as we aimed for. The airborne unit had gloriously accomplished their mission. We must not waste the time they've bought for us. We'll use every delaying tactic we can. Dozens of measures had been devised to delay the end of the world even by 1 second. Lucas turned his head to the side, mentally counting the remaining options. Prepare for the next operation. While Blue Pearl and the guerrilla unit were holding off the sleepless Lake Princess with various delaying tactics, the main fortress of Crossroad was struggling to push back the intensified main body of monsters. Artillery fire was completely nullified in the center of the battlefield where the sleepless Lake Princess had appeared, and monsters that had infiltrated through this gap were now crowding right up to the castle walls. The endless mines and traps that had been laid, as well as the medium-range ballistas for interception, were doing their job, but it was undeniable that the front line had been pulled in significantly. To drive away these monsters, the artifact team and dwarf engineers were working together to prepare a defensive field artifact. Good, just a little higher angle, that's it. Evangeline, who was commanding this, suddenly sensed something unusual and opened her green eyes wide. Ha! Evangeline looked down at her hand. She clenched her fist, then opened it. An unprecedented emptiness, as if the whole world was being drained away, ran down her spine. The flow of magic power is weakening. The blessing of the guardian tree is disappearing. The connection with mana, the source of magic, is being severed. Realizing what this situation meant, Evangeline exclaimed happily, It looks like the first phase of Senior's plan has succeeded. Sniff. Calliope, who was adjusting the angle of the field artifact, sniffled and grumbled. It's already tough dealing with monsters, and now they're taking away our magic power too. That Ash, he's just recklessly reckless. But we prepared for this, didn't we? Evangeline grinned like a mischievous child. Those monsters probably didn't prepare at all, right? Indeed. The monsters were now easily torn apart by artillery fire. They had been able to withstand until just before, and their tough skin that arrows couldn't pierce was now penetrated in one shot. The supply of magic power from the spirit realm to the mortal world is weakening. This meant that the defensive measures on the mortal side would lose power, but it also meant that the monsters would lose the power that was the source of their existence. Meanwhile, we've stockpiled plenty, because they had planned an operation to cut off the supply of magic power. Of course, they had stockpiled magic power to the limit in advance. Of course, they couldn't hold out forever, but the same was true for the monsters. On this battlefield where both sides are declining, Evangeline, firmly grasping her shield, flashed her emerald eyes. Let's see who can last till the end, you bastards. Meanwhile, sensing this anomaly, a change occurred in the sky as well. The countless eyes watching the sleepless Lake Princess and the destruction of this world through the crack in the sky began to spin round and round. The outer gods urgently turned their gaze, not to the final battlefield of the mortal world, but to behind the scenes, to the spirit realm where a rebellion was being plotted. Whoosh. I quietly observed the four massive pillars of fire burning in various parts of the spirit realm, the guardian trees of the four major non-human races. These trees were already in a weakened state. This was because most of their trunks had been removed in the mortal world, leaving only the roots remaining here in the spirit realm. Of course, they were still fully functional even in that state, but when each racial god uprooted and burned them, they quickly lost power and perished. The problem was the tree before us, humanity's guardian tree, Everblack. The last remaining tree here in the spirit realm did not perish easily, even when I issued an eviction order with the authority of a racial god, and the emperor forcibly set it on fire while riding La Mancha. The tree stubbornly held on, as if it were trying to survive on its own. It's definitely weakening, but at this rate, this tree will endure. The Demon King, who was watching beside me, spoke up. And if this tree continues to act as a wedge, the spirit realm cannot be closed. It's like a doorstop preventing the door from closing. How do we remove this? As I groaned, the Demon King faintly sneered. Do we have time to worry? It's starting now. Look at the sky. I raised my head following the Demon King. Rumble, the sky of the spirit realm filled with aurora. The sky split open, pushing aside the aurora like parting curtains, and like the Milky Way appearing in the night sky, countless eyes began to appear, twinkling like stars. The outer gods have noticed our rebellion. As the Demon King's words fell, the gazes of the outer gods that had been spinning round and round all fixed on us at once. No, not just gazes. Crash, clang, breaking through the sky of the spirit realm like glass. Transparent and gigantic hands began to stretch endlessly towards where we were. The sight of enormous fingers filling the entire sky and falling to the ground was so surreal it was absurd. Well, the Demon King asked leisurely, what will you do now? Rebel, as if watching a fire across the river, despite being an accomplice himself. What else can I do? I grinned. There's no way things would go exactly according to the initial plan, right? Of course, errors occur, flaws emerge, and accidents happen. Then we just modify the plan accordingly and continue the offensive. That's why I'm here. We'll accomplish both removing the guardian tree and repelling the outer gods simultaneously. Taking a breath, I drew out all the royal authority and power I possessed, and the power of the two dragons at the same time. Two flames swirled in a circle in my chest, and immense magical power surged throughout my body. This is the final battle. There's no reason to hold back. Now, this is your chance to witness firsthand the troll show of the rogue prince that will never happen again. Meeting the gazes of countless outer gods with my whole body like concentrated spotlights, I shouted at them. Open those big eyes wide and watch. Chapter 800, the eyes of the outer gods glaring at me all flickered ominously, and those gazes shining like stars. In waves blinked, closed, then opened. The next moment, whoosh, tearing through the atmosphere of the spirit realm, an immense spiritual pressure rushed in. It was that instant death technique used by the outer god, contracted with the grand magician White Knight before. The existences of this world, mere toys to the outer gods, lost their lives with just that single blink. But the situation now is different from then. The outer gods looking this way now don't have an intermediary contractor like White Knight back then. There's no mediator to fully connect that power to this world. No matter how tremendous the power shot from a star-like distance, its potency is diminished by the time it reaches here. Moreover, a dedicated defender to receive this attack has already been selected. Sarara. As the Demon King stepped forward and lightly waved both hands in front, a massive curtain of darkness was created in the sky, covering the gazes of the outer gods. Boom, boom, boom. The shattered curtain of darkness scattered across the sky like fireworks, skillfully spreading and repairing the darkness, while sweeping away the gazes pouring down like rain. The Demon King nodded to me. I'll block all the blinks for you. How reliable. But you'll have to sweep away the touches yourself. The fingers of the outer gods filling and pouring down from the entire sky. These two are not the actual bodies of the outer gods, but the materialization of their will, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The very will that the outer gods have shot into this world to interfere in concrete ways beyond simple slaughter. Because they take the form of fingers, they can interfere with this world in various ways, but therefore their simple power is actually weaker compared to those blinks. Hugh, taking a deep breath, I drew out all the power I possessed. As the flames of the red dragon and black dragon nestled in my chest blazed simultaneously, dragon wings made of magic power spread wide on my back. I flapped those wings and soared into the sky. Whoosh! The magic fortress I had deployed in advance rose up tall, following the flag in my hand. For a moment, I took on a form similar to a dragon made of fortress. If I'm the dragon's head, the following walls would be like the dragon's body, I suppose. I don't know what sinister intentions you have, but in my world, looking up at the fingers falling to fill my vision, I prepared the dragon's authority. A sphere of red magic power and a sphere of black magic power floated up above my head, rotating in a circle around each other. And don't lay your filthy hands, merged into one. Whoosh! From the merged magic sphere, a torrent of pure magic power, dragon breath, was fired. Red and black flames swirled, piercing through the sky and burning the heavens. The outer god's fingers swept up in the breath, all turned to ash and vanished. Then I swung the flag of light in my hand once, grandly. The magic fortress floating around me broke into small pieces and surged up, forming a long band of walls in the air. The intertwined rings of walls overlapped, deploying a dome-shaped defensive field in the air. The remaining fingers of the outer gods fell on top of it, but boom, 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 they couldn't break through. My walls completely dominated the sky and were reborn as an aerial fortress. Good. We've blocked the first wave. Just as I clenched my fist in joy, rumble, far more hands and fingers than before tore through the sky and rushed towards the ground. Ugh, drawing up magic power again. I gritted my teeth. This isn't easy, really. There's a limit to blocking the outer gods. They are infinite, but I am finite. In the end, we need to close the spirit realm while holding out, but Everblack was still stubbornly enduring without perishing. Father, I shouted to La Mancha, which was struggling while flying around Everblack. We need to evict Everblack. Isn't there any way? The Emperor was uncharacteristically flustered. Among all living humans, he had been in contact with Everblack the longest and handled it most skillfully, but now he wasn't able to control it properly. Why Thornbush? Everblack was still stubbornly enduring, even with its entire surface engulfed in flames, and the Emperor slowly reached out his hand while keeping La Mancha close to the thornbush. You are a being created for humanity, a magical lighthouse functioning for humanity. You have never disobeyed our guardian's orders even once until now. So why? The Emperor placed his hand directly on the surface of the burning tree and breathed his will into it. While the Emperor struggled to handle the tree, I endured, receiving the onslaught of the outer god's fingers that kept pouring down. Second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. Ugh! I gritted my teeth and blocked the fingertips of the outer gods, their will, now pouring down almost like a downpour. Somehow, it feels like I'm playing Tetris modified to the hardest mode. And I'm a master of classic games. That means I'm an expert at Tetris too. I spread ancient magic, shot feathers from my wings, chanted verbal commands, and loaded breath. I kept swinging the flag, emitting dazzling light grandly, controlling the aerial fortress without rest. I utilized all the means I had at the right place and time, making brilliant moves every moment to nullify the outer god's offensive, and perhaps my efforts to buy time weren't in vain. I saw the Emperor, who had been communicating with the tree with his hand on the burning Everblack, suddenly open his eyes. I asked urgently, "Father, did you figure something out?" "Ah, yes." The Emperor smiled with an inscrutable meaning. "So that's what it was, ha ha. Indeed." "No, don't just smile silently. Explain what's going on." It was at that moment when I was about to press the Emperor while catching my breath roughly. Crack! A finger that had crushed through the aerial fortress like an ambush fell down, right above La Mancha. It felt like all the blood in my body had dried up. I shouted urgently and extended my flag. "Father!" Immediately new walls intertwined to repair the collapsed fortress, but I couldn't block the finger that had already invaded. I shouted desperately, "Dodge!" But it was too late. The Glory Knights immediately swung their swords to unleash slashes, and La Mancha also urgently spewed flames from its thrusters to try an evasive maneuver. But the giant finger of the outer god, even as it was breaking apart, did not yield and thrust its fingertip towards La Mancha. The Emperor's face was peaceful, even with death imminent above his head. The Emperor opened his mouth slightly, looking at me, as if trying to convey something one last time, but he couldn't utter the words. Crash! Because suddenly a huge flying object appeared, tearing through the sky, and inserted itself between the outer god's finger and La Mancha to protect it. The surprised Emperor and Glory Knights looked up at that flying object. I let out a sigh of relief while clutching my chest. Phew, that was really close. The flying object that protected La Mancha had a familiar form that I recognized. A massive arc made of black thorn bushes. I screamed at the identification name, Final Arc. "Why are you so late? I've been waving this flag so hard for you to come quickly." The next moment, the thorn bushes forming the outer wall of the final arc opened, revealing the space inside, and two people walked out side by side from inside the arc. How vast this spirit realm actually is, how twisted time and space are, how hard it is to endure while drifting in the swirling flow of spirits. The man with a monocle, his dark red long hair tied in a long braid at the back of his neck. Fernandez, Ember Keeper Everblack, smirked. "What's the point of explaining? Never mind. Rogue son, I'm glad to see you after so long too." Then the man with dark blue long hair standing next to him, Lark Avalanche, Everblack, burst into his characteristic hearty laughter. "We came to help after seeing your flag. Little brother, humanity's greatest magician, humanity's strongest knight. My two brothers who had left for eternal confinement in the spirit realm had joined as my allies for this final battle." I sneered smugly. "Did you enjoy your exile life? We brothers got along better than expected. It wouldn't have been bad to be exiled forever from now on." But Lark grinned and raised the longsword in his hand. "If our little brother asks us to close this purgatory, of course your big brother should help with all his might, right?" He had lost both arms and legs in reality, but here in the spirit realm they were all restored, and Lark displayed his transcendent martial prowess without holding back. Slash! As Lark swung his sword powerfully, a deep blue trajectory was carved in the sky along the sword's path, followed by a sword wind that swirled like a storm. The fingers that had been approaching closely were all torn to shreds and pushed back to the far side of the sky. With just one swing, while confined in this spirit realm, the flow of time is different from reality. We had to spend quite a long time. What else could we do here? We just trained with our swords, according to the laws of the spirit realm. As I gaped at this ridiculous power, Lark touched his lengthened hair awkwardly. Then Fernandez, who had been watching with his hands behind his back, stepped forward, raising his staff. "By the way, I watched you fight a little, Ash. Ha! Even after gaining such power and rank, your battle sense still needs to grow a lot more." "What did you say?" "You need to use it efficiently." "Efficiently?" Fernandez raised his staff high. "Like this." Then Fernandez's magic power intertwined like thorn bushes with my aerial fortress, starting to reinforce my walls at will. The reinforced walls automatically shot thornbush stems towards the approaching fingers, and the fingers pierced by the thorn bushes were shot down powerlessly. Not stopping there, Fernandez's thornbush-like magic power endlessly intertwined with itself, continuing to expand like a net. Now it's a bit sturdier. After arbitrarily reinforcing my fortress to the fullest, Fernandez gave a hateful eye smile. I trembled my fist. If it weren't for the final battle, I would have really, like this, after pushing back the fingers once with the help of my two joined brothers. Lark and Fernandez stepped down onto the deck of La Mancha. Tension that wasn't there until just before was clearly etched on the faces of the two brothers. The Emperor, waiting on the deck, gazed at his two sons. Lark and Fernandez slowly knelt on one knee before him and bowed their heads. Long live His Majesty the Great Emperor. Two unfilial sons greet father's noble countenance. After a brief, but Ian-like silence, "My avalanche, my ember keeper," the Emperor slowly opened his mouth. "Due to this father's lack of virtue, you had to turn your backs on the mortal world and live in eternal exile here. But what's past is past. We must look to the future, not the past." The Emperor's voice was unprecedentedly aged, and also affectionate. "Will you forget our grudges, forgive each other's lack of virtue, and lend your strength to this final battle?" Lark and Fernandez bowed their heads deeply. "It is our infinite honor. Father, we will fight together until our spirits and bodies turn to dust." The Emperor approached with a faint smile and grasped the shoulders of his two sons to raise them. "The day has finally come for us four guardians fighting against the fate of destruction to form a united front. The racial god front, the dragon blood front, the shadow front, the monster front, the four fronts that once took charge of each direction of the empire, and once faced external enemies only to protect the empire. That front has already crumbled. Now we seek to protect not the empire, but humanity. Not just humanity, but all people regardless of race. Not just people, but everything that makes up the world, commander of the world guardian front." The three people who were once commanders and guardians of each divided front looked at me simultaneously. "For the sake of protecting the world, give the order," and they bowed their heads at the same time. "Raise your flag. We will follow that will to the end." A smile formed on my lips without me realizing, because it was the moment when the four fronts that had been torn apart and antagonistic, and our family, finally became one.